Keeps control for Thompson. Pass receiving's wide open underneath in the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out up top to the left side. Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath. Then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Sem for takeoff.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
A pleasant good Saturday morning and welcome to the 2024 Belle of the Brawl Girls Wrestling Tournament here in Casselton, where today you have over 40-plus teams, over 350-plus wrestlers who will be partaking in this. This is our Irie Insurance pre-match show. Irie Insurance, you can go online to get a free quote started today at IrieInsurance.com. So we'll have wrestling mats 1 and 2 in the main gym or the North Gym here in Central Casselton. We will do our best to keep you apprised of what's going on in the South Gym or the smaller gym here as this day continues for the Belle of the Brawl. It's the third time they've done this tournament. It's the second annual. A couple years ago, they just started it off with girls wrestling being newly sanctioned in North Dakota with about 8 teams, and in just 2 short seasons since then, again, it's ballooned up to 40-plus teams being here today when talking with Travis Lamar a little bit yesterday when they housed a quad between themselves, Carrington, Napoleon Gackle Streeter, and alongside with them, the West Fargo United girls wrestling team. We're going to take a quick break. Joel Morgan's going to be joining us as well, getting some last-minute instructions here with this bracket that all entails, again, 4 wrestling mats for the Belle of the Brawl Girls Wrestling Tournament. We will have continuous coverage here today on yourliveevent.com. And a reminder, we will also have the 2024 East-West Classic Day number 2 out in New Salem for boys wrestling. Brent Dick is out there here in New Salem as well with coverage currently underway. So whether it's the boys wrestling in New Salem or girls wrestling here today in Casselton, we will have you covered. We'll continue with our Irie Insurance pre-match show after this. Again, around 9:30 roughly, we'll begin all the wrestling action here today in Casselton.
Sales Highway 9 in Ada invites you to order your new Chevrolet vehicles. From the Silverado, Trailblazer, and Traverse, Lee Brothers is your authorized Chevrolet dealer, providing sales and service to the area since 1975. For ordering your vehicles, talk with Mitch Smurfer J. You know your vehicles best and take advantage of great Chevy certified service offers today. Lee Brothers Sales, Highway 9, Ada. Call 218-784-2000. In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Hillsboro Lumber is ready to help with all of your building or remodeling projects. If you're building something new, doing some remodeling, or working in other projects, Hillsboro Lumber has all of the building materials as well as everything else you'll need to complete your projects. Stop by Hillsboro Lumber today and pick up all of your building materials, hardware items, and more. The best source for all your home improvement and construction needs in Trail County is Hillsboro Lumber. Building or remodeling, farm, home, or commercial, see Hillsboro Lumber today.
If you want help from a firm that has integrity and respect, strives for excellence, and is interested in the betterment of the community, look no farther than Onstead Twitchell Attorneys. Our team of attorneys has dedicated and talented professionals who are committed to improving the lives of their clients and providing custom legal solutions with integrity and excellence. We have offices in West Fargo, Hillsboro, Maddox, Page, and Casselton. Or visit our website, www.onsteadlaw.com.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsboro and Central Valley School District. reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Manage what you can to overcome what you cannot. Farming is all about preparing your operation to be successful when given an opportunity. Invest a few minutes and bring in your seed meters to be reconditioned and calibrated. We have some room, so give us a call and we can help you overcome those simple obstacles. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going, more. No, stop!
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
Welcome back inside Central Cass High School. Again, we'll have two of the formats in coverage for you. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on in the South Gym. Chase Miller, Joel Morgan with you here for the Belle, the Brawl. And Joel, I know you were taking a look at some of the brackets and what's going on, talking with Tommy Butler before you came up here. Crazy to think yesterday, as we were alluding to in the first segment with Travis Lamar, that this is the third time it's happened, but the second annual in terms of it being a sanctioned sport in North Dakota. And the other thing is, Travis was saying Bemidji, a state champ from Minnesota is here, a state champ from Bismarck High is here, obviously Central Cass. So some really good girls wrestling programs making their way to Casselton here this weekend.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like the pre-sanction era of girls wrestling and the sanction era of girls wrestling, and that's where we're at right now. But to think about how much growth there has been in the sport, last year was the first official year as being part of sanction, and last year main gym was 3 mats. All 3 mats were in here, so the far side bleachers were over there by where mat 1 were pushed in, under mat 1 were pushed in. And this year, talking to Travis in the lead up, it's just gotten so big that they thought about 4 mats in here, and then they realized how many people were going to be attending. They realized how much they needed for camps. So it's such a testament to how big girls wrestling has become, not just here, but in Minnesota, South Dakota. It's continuing to grow. It's a matter of finding that defining wrestling tournament over the course of the season. You look at East-West, that is some call it the Class B Tournament A, State Tournament A. However you do in that tournament, was a big determinant of how you seed, determines what you could see in the state individual tournament, state dual tournament. That's kind of that hallmark tournament that you want to do well in. And Belle, the Brawl, is putting itself in that position to be that kind of hallmark girls tournament where you see how you do against the state champions, the state place winners, and you see what position you're putting yourself in for the state wrestling tournament and how you're going to do at the Fargo Dome.
The one thing talking with Travis, too, is this might be in 5-10 years the tournament, if you will, for girls wrestling, not just in North Dakota from an individual standpoint, but again, if you get teams from South Dakota, Minnesota, I know he mentioned Dickinson last night was in Minot, and they made sure that they were going to get here because of the quality of wrestlers and the competition that they're going to see. So what I look at the Belle, the Brawl moving forward, Joel, from an outsider's perspective, if you will, this could be the new Letterman's. This could be the new Storehog, East-West. I think this is what it is going to be a little bit. And obviously, with the Letterman's being here for how many years, the folks that put this on with Travis, all the parents who help out, those that come out to, whether it's, run blood time or those who come out and run track wrestling or whatever it might be, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. But because they've already done Letterman's for many years, it's just another weekend of that, but just exclusively on the girls' side.
Yeah, and now that it is big enough that you almost can feel like you're doing that cut and paste of what you do to run that tournament. But a lot of, and it's something that happens on the boys' side too, is you kind of stick within your region and you stick within who you can wrestle geographically, and you like to get out west when you can. But anytime you can stay in your region, whether it be east or west, or for girls wrestling, it seems more statewide just because the number of teams. When you start getting those teams from Minnesota coming in, Moorhead's here, Badger Greenbush Middle River is here, Barnesville's here, Bemidji, as we mentioned. When you start seeing that new competition, you start seeing those new looks, it's so important for level of competition, so important for getting better and so important for developing. But, just the girls out here right now warming up, I think you're seeing such improvement there. Wrestling is such a sport where how you warm up is important, how your mindset is important, and those routines are so important. And seeing how the girls are just carrying themselves right now in warm-ups is again, just more improvement along girls wrestling and how far it's come and how much further it's going to go.
And just a reminder before we pitch it to one more break here as we get closer to kicking off, so to speak, this day, the girls wrestling tournaments already begin next week, and boys in North Dakota. Once we turn the script to February, we will have the girls East Region Dual Tournament on Friday at 1 o'clock here in Casselton on your live event. And then also on Saturday, it's going to be the Class B Boys Region 1 Duels in Lisbon, and the Region 2 Duels will be in Larimore. Something new this year on the boys' side, again, there's no regions, Joel. It's just East and West, so that's going to be a little bit different. And for Casselton, Central Cass fans, their dual team, I think if they beat Fargo South, I haven't checked it, but if they beat South yesterday, they qualified for state their first year in the EDC. They needed to knock them off, talking with Travis Lamar yesterday. And then on top of that, seeing what the girls obviously have done. So there's no duels in the EDC as the boys used to, go down to Lisbon and so forth, but they got individuals coming up, and then individuals for girls wrestling in North Dakota will be in Carrington 2 weeks from Friday, a week from Friday. So it's here. Postseason wrestling is truthfully here, and now all of a sudden this Belle the Brawl could be very similar to what the East-West Classic is in Class B wrestling, where once you get there, as you alluded to, the next couple matches really mean everything in terms of, do you advance to state? Do you qualify for state? What can your team and individuals kind of do moving forward?
Yeah, and there's two mindsets from coaches and mindsets from fans. It's always, amongst the coaches and fans, it's different as well. But when you're in dual competition and you have a ranked wrestler and they have a ranked wrestler, and there's a chance that they're going to see each other down the road, they're going to see each other in state. Do you want them to wrestle in duels? Do you want to bump them? Do you want to move them around? And some will say, well, you want that marquee matchup, and you want to get that in the season. Some will say, what's late till we're down the road. But, yeah, from this point forward, as you mentioned, it's full gear, so that's not going to happen. No one's bumping anybody. You are going to want to face the best of the best, and that's what every match moving forward is. Just everyone's going to be putting out, not that they're not putting out their best, but you're really going to target in those key matches.
We'll take a quick break as we see some of the coaches, also some of the officials are making their way towards the head scores table here, getting a little bit closer to our very first matches of the day. This is the 2024 Belle the Brawl Girls Wrestling Tournament here on your live event.
You can trust The pros at Hillsboro Body Shop to make your vehicle look as good as new. Cars, pickups, trucks, semis, Ben and Tyrell at Hillsboro Body Shop can do the work. And Hillsboro Body Shop is also the place to repair your windshield. Don't wait to get that pesky chip repaired. Ben and Tyrell can replace that glass the same day. Call Hillsboro Body Shop at 701-636-4981 and put Ben and Tyrell's combined 30-plus years of experience to work on your vehicle. Hillsboro Body Shop, 701-636-4981.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
Where other banks see risk, Belle sees opportunity. As an SBA preferred lender, we make loan decisions locally because we know your potential. When Bob and Dan from Alderon Industries came to us for a loan, we saw them.
One of the first things I realized with Bob and Dan, they were really hardworking people and they were passionate about their business.
When I meet with Belle, I feel seen. They saw our vision and then they made it happen.
Your small business is not just your job, it's your whole world. We'll help you get it right.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Northern Kansas School District believes that every learner can change the world. That's why they provide a world-class education. Northern Kansas will commit to purposely build trust, develop authentic relationships, and engage in innovative practices which will empower learners to be choice-ready. Northern Kansas is dedicated and passionate about relationships, teaching and learning, self-reflection, acknowledging greatness, and support of the community. For more information, go online to northernkansasschool.org. That's northernkansasschool.org.
Even as a kid, I knew I wanted to be part of Polar Communications because they have such a long history of taking care of their employees.
I'm grateful that we get to work with great people every day, and I get to go home at the end of the day knowing that what we did for the day matters.
It's a great place to be part of a team and feel like you're achieving so much more than just answering a phone call. Polar is more than that. Polar is family.
Make 3 Hour Floral of Hillsboro your Valentine headquarters. Flowers, floral arrangements, and other gifts for your special someone are available at 3 Hour Floral, but order early. Call 701-636-2000 or stop at the shop on Main Street in Hillsboro. You can also find great gift ideas for all occasions, including Elm River Crafts by Missy, featuring tumblers, mugs, water bottles, sippy cups, and more. Check out the Azure Made Sweets and Treats, featuring bath bombs and sweets. If you can dream it, we can do it at 3 Hour Floral in Hillsboro.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Whew, sorry I'm late. I had to walk again.
Where's your car?
Whew, the auto shop said it would take a few months to fix.
You should have taken it to Abra.
Abra Auto Body can fix your car faster than the other body shops. After your claim is filed, Abra handles the rest with the insurance companies and adjuster. Lonnie and his team will take good care of you. Visit us on 32nd Avenue South or schedule your appointment at abraauto.com. Abra Auto Body, right the first time, on time.
Abra Auto Body, Grand Forks.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Don't just watch today's game, immerse yourself in it with new furniture from Lee at the Furniture Mart in Fargo. Get the ultimate fusion of styles with unmatched comfort, all at the best prices. We are now offering up to 5 years no-interest financing. So you can now get the furniture you want at the best prices with low monthly no-interest payments. The next time you need furniture, come see Lee at the Furniture Mart in Fargo. Make sure to ask for Lee for your live event discount.
All Works Underground Utilities, LLC specializes in directional boring and plowing of underground utilities. Contact Dylan Stevens, 218-261-3090. Power lines, communications, water and sewer lines. All Works LLC can get the job done. All Works LLC works with residential and construction contractors in Minnesota and North Dakota. Contact Dylan Stevens with All Works LLC, 218-261-3090.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
As we continue here from the Belle the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on our Irie Insurance pre-match show here, Chase Miller, Joel Morgan with you from Casselton. Joel, brackets are starting to come out, which is a good sign. I know originally it was 10, then 9:30, but because of so many wrestlers and teams, this really truthfully from a North Dakota perspective, or if it's some girls from Minnesota that are squaring off each other, these could have impacts later on down the line in terms of seed line matchups. Once you kind of get to state, obviously you first have to qualify to get through your respective regions coming up here over the next week or two, but if you have wrestler A beating wrestler B in weight class C, for example, well, that's going to carry some weight, particularly if it's a quarterfinal, semi, or potentially a championship match coming up here later today.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is going to affect how things go down the road, even for your region seeding, for the state tournament seeding. I mean, there's just so much implications of what you can look at how you perform today and what's going to happen today. It's one of the interesting things to me about a sport like wrestling is you become a varsity wrestler at a 7th grade level, and especially with girls being so new, is there's so many wrestlers I'm seeing walking around the mats here, and I'm thinking they're juniors and seniors, and some of them are just freshmen and sophomore, but they've been putting on, you know, so many years at the varsity level, at the highest level of girls wrestling. But you know, with the growth now of girls wrestling, and it's, you know, kind of put together with the boys, you wonder what happens next, potentially moving forward, as to what the girls' state tournament may potentially could look like down the road. You want to give both girls and boys wrestling the grandest stage you can, which is the Fargo Dome, which is the crowd at the Fargo Dome. And I think if you split that, I think you lose that, because there's so many activities going on at that time, is that parents and families get split, and coaches get split, and fans get split. So I think you add that to it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just incredible pulling into the gym here today and seeing how many cars, how many buses, how many teams, the camps, everything, which you didn't see with girls wrestling 2 years ago. I still remember when the girls wrestling tournament was the Sunday after state.
Fargo Davies.
It was at Fargo Davies every year. And then it was at the Fargo Dome after the boys tournament wrapped up. And now it's just right there, right in the middle of everything.
And you're still going to have those 3-2-3 for mats coming up again this year. I know there was talks of, are we going to go 12 mats and maybe make the tournament structure similar to what it was during COVID, you know, kind of more on that home sideline where NDSU is, and then you kind of just have the main media table across the way, and you just have a bevy of mats that come across. But they're still going 3-2-3, and also something a little bit different from a couple years ago, as you can allude to, Joel, was, you know, you used to have duels that first day smattered in with some individuals. Well, now all of a sudden it's exclusively individuals on Thursday, Friday. Duels are on Saturday, and that's for both boys and girls. So that definitely makes a little bit difference when you have certain wrestlers going through, because as you said earlier, just from a matchup standpoint, sometimes you didn't want to see your best wrestler against the Team B's best wrestler. Well, now all of a sudden that changes strategy, even just from the individual tournament, going, well, Joel doesn't have to potentially wrestle 2 duels, or we only need him for 1 because we should win, or maybe we won't win this match. And by the time you get to your respective weight class, the duel really doesn't matter anymore because it's out of hand one way or another. So that just makes a whole nother challenging deal where coaches now the last couple of years are used to that as you go into individuals, and then you know what you have your last day, albeit, knock on wood, some wrestler might get a little nicked up by the time it gets to Saturday at a duel, but at the end of the day, you don't have to worry about that from an individual point of view in wrestling at State of North Dakota.
Yeah, and you know, I think of a couple of years ago when Lisbon won the duel. Well, they continued which year, right? Because they've been winning the duel every year. I believe it was 2 years ago. Is because individuals were over and they could focus on the duel, is had a lot of guys weighing in heavy because they could. They didn't, you know, that was it for the year. And that really, you know, added to that chess match of what a duel tournament can be, is where you don't know who's going to be where, and how you can bump guys and how you can move guys. So I really like that. Like you said, it's all wrapped up, so you know the duel tournament, what it's going to look like. But yeah, I just don't know what the answer would be to what happens if girls become such a big tournament. Jamestown has been host to the NAIA Women's National Tournament, and you'd like to think that maybe there's some way to have those 2 events coincide with each other, one at University of Jamestown campus and one maybe at the Civic Center. But again, you know, the families and fans put on so many miles, and they have so many other things happening in that postseason time of the year. It's where do you decide to go, and what can you do, and how can you give everyone the best experience possible?
And the other kicker now is there's 3-class girls basketball, 3-class boys basketball, right? So now you're adding another state tournament there to see what kind of works out. Volleyball will be 3 classes, not in the fall, but in 2 years from now. So from the girls wrestling perspective, as more than likely as we've seen softball, or potentially esports is now, you know, within 60, 70 school districts across the state just of North Dakota. If girls wrestling continues to grow, whether it's teams opening up certain weight classes, whether it might be certain teams who only have 2 girls out now, Joel, that in 5 years can, you know, have a full dual team, you know, when they respectively can try to qualify for state. I'm not sure what the answer would be. Is it add 4 more mats to the Fargo Dome and really spread it out? Is it add an extra day to the Fargo Dome to where maybe the girls are more focused on a Wednesday, Thursday, boys are Thursday, Friday, then duels, and then you alternate it every year. The High School Activities Association with wrestling, it's a good problem to have because of growth, but there definitely might have to be some changes in the next maybe 5 years, maybe even 3, maybe even 2 when it comes to the state wrestling tournament with how much growth we've seen here in girls wrestling as of late.
Yeah, and you bring up, adding more mats. You think about how the Fargo Dome looks for the Rumble on the Red, and what happens, I think, in my opinion, what ends up happening is that's maybe not necessarily built for I don't know how
a state tournament.
Yeah, I mean that format's not maybe built for when you're coming to watch. Like when you're coming to watch Central Cass at the state wrestling tournament, you're watching your Central Cass wrestlers, and so you want to be able to see all of them, even if it's not your kid or your family member. And when you have Rumble on the Red, which is a fantastic tournament, it's ran so fantastically. It's made maybe a little bit more for function of having just that volume of wrestlers. And I know you do come into that with your wrestling teams and your wrestling clubs, but I don't know. I'm not in that position to have to decide those things. But as a guy who just enjoys wrestling, as a wrestling fan, it's like to have so many more options to watch wrestling, and at the elementary level, to see all students at my school who are wrestling, and the girls wrestlers now seeing more of them. It's like knowing that they're going to have those opportunities moving forward, that when they get to middle school, they could be wrestling varsity as a 7th grader. It's pretty cool.
Final thing on this segment, Joe, before we take another break and get a little bit closer, as we expect to see some more potential here in terms of our first weight classes and our first matches coming up. But the biggest thing is the 3 classes, right? Once 3 classes came in basketball, it's going in volleyball. Everyone started asking about every sport. Well, should track and field be 3 classes? Should golf be 3 classes? Baseball, these sports. Wrestling is one where I've always said it truly doesn't matter what class you are, because it's your poundage, right? And you could argue some years the B champ could beat the A champ and vice versa. But if you continue growth, whether it's boys or girls, you have the volume of teams. Do you see wrestling ever going 3 classes short term? Maybe long term, it could possibly happen, but where we are today with the volume of teams, with the volume of wrestlers, do you think wrestling, or have you heard about it at all in any wrestling circles, that it should be 3 classes in North Dakota?
I think we're good at 2 classes. I look at South Dakota. They have 2 classes, and it works out so well for them. I always feel like South Dakota, just because they did it first, right, has been the model for how 3 classes works. Because they're our neighbors, and my time broadcasting in South Dakota, I looked at how, when I moved here and everyone's talking about 2 classes and 3 classes for volleyball and basketball, I said, hey, there's been years in South Dakota where you've had 3 fantastic basketball tournaments and 3 fantastic volleyball tournaments. But I think the way that they've divided their classes, your big ones, football, volleyball, basketball, those ones can have more classes, but a sport like wrestling, where your competitors and fan base is a little bit more concentrated, I think the 2 classes work so well. Sometimes I wonder if it would be a way to get the Class A champs to wrestle the Class B champs. I feel like that would just be an experience to see.
From again, I'm not much of a wrestler in terms of, I did basketball, right? So, I kind of knew more about wrestling after, particularly because my high school didn't offer wrestling. You could co-op, but it wasn't, a sport there where you could just go on a Tuesday night and watch your friends wrestle, just in your backyard. But the kicker on it was, I've always heard, it'd be really fun. I know from an injury standpoint, you can't do it because you can only wrestle so much again on a particular weekend, but it'd be really fun to see the Bowdoin Greenleads, the Frannics of the world, those names, whether it's been A or B, to say, okay, Bismarck High had a couple twins who went to the University of Michigan, recent years for boys wrestling. Like, okay, if they're at their weight class against the B champ, who is the true champ of North Dakota? I think that's what a lot of people like to see. And that's the one thing on the girls' side that is unique to the girls' side. There is no A. There is no B. Yep. You are the champ of that respective state in North Dakota. So it'll be a lot of fun. We'll take a quick break coming up. When we come back, we'll get a little bit closer to our first matches here again in the North Gym, the main gym in Central Cass on mats 1 and 2. And then in the South Gym, we will keep you apprised of what's going on, as they have 2 gyms over, 2 mats over there as well here. It's Chase Miller, Joe Morgan with you as we continue after this from the Belle, the Brawl Wrestling Tournament in Casselton.
I'm Freya Engen. I'm confident during the match, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Lily Belle. I'm confident on the court, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471.
Central Cass Schools' mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The STEM Center, Theater, Music Wing, Early Childhood Center, Wellness Center, and Athletic Complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with academics and activities as you grow into the new space and move forward with excellence.
Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, North Dakota has adapted to the growing needs of the edible bean industry since 1982. Production of edible beans helps many growers in the Red River Valley make their farming operation more profitable. These growers are also producing a nutritious, high-protein food source, helping feed a hungry world. Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, with receiving stations in Hatton, Sharon, Larimore, Devils Lake, Wilton, Washburn, Lincoln, Peasic, East Grand Forks, Grafton, and Garski. Learn more at centralvalleybean.com or 701-847-2622.
Hey growers, when working on your water management solutions, call Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. They are your water management contractor, helping you with tile drainage plans, service drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. For more information, follow Chad's Excavating on Facebook. For tile drainage and service plans, call 701-430-0182. Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Congratulations, Chase, on your award.
Leo at the left wing, couple hard dribbles in the paint, backdoor cut, and a block shot by Sim.
From all of us, with your live event powered by Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated.
The Haugo into Bruin territory 40. Little shake and bake 30. Haugo could go. It's another house call for Peter Haugo.
Congratulations, Chase Miller.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit BrightEnergySolutions.com.
Cutting Edge Ag connects your operation with first-hand expertise and industry-best precision ag technology from Ag Leader. We've simplified precision farming with powerful tools to maximize profit opportunities like never before. No matter the size of your farm or the complexity of your field activities, Cutting Edge Ag is your local partner for a more profitable future. Unlock a new era of farming success with Ag Leader and Cutting Edge Ag.
This is Austin Reed with Dakota Heritage Bank. At Dakota Heritage Bank, we have a strong background in ag and business lending, but we can also help with any auto, recreational, personal, or home loans, including home equity lines of credit. If you're in need of a loan, visit us at one of our locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing our heritage, sharing our future.
My coworkers here at Degelman are super supportive. We all get along. Makes for a really easy work day, easy work week.
From day one, I felt like it's been a big family here at Degelman.
Our culture at Degelman is really second to none. It's truly a family atmosphere.
It feels really great to be a part of a team that is building some of the toughest equipment in the farm industry.
Otto Egg wants you to be prepared, no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. Otto Egg offers seed, fertilizer, and chemical options to best fit your operations. They also provide scouting to help find weeds and disease and track crop stands to help producers get a better idea what's going on with their fields. Contact Nick Otto at 701-520-0825 or Kylan Kostreski at 701-520-9875.
College goes far beyond the buildings, classrooms, and the tests. It's about making new friends, trying something different, and discovering your purpose. It's about getting involved, supporting your community, and joining the conversation. It's about learning, growing, and finding your passion. This is not your average classroom. This is the University of Minnesota Crookston.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Welcome to the Empire. We have open gym times and 2 full courts with 6 basketball hoops. Court rentals are available. You can even host your own tournaments. Memberships are available. The Emperor's Club. Hone your skills and improve your game. Basketball and volleyball training classes are available now. The Empire, Fargo's newest sports complex.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullis & Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance, Shelby, and the staff at Gullis & Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullis & Olson Agency.
As we're getting a little bit closer to our first bouts here today between a handful of teams. Again, 40-plus teams are here across North Dakota and Minnesota. The Belle, the Brawl Wrestling Girls Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. And moving forward, I think this is going to be a staple weekend in just high school girls wrestling, whether it's in North Dakota or teams that are making their way through Minnesota as this continues. Chase Miller, Joel Morgan with you here from Casselton. And Joel, let's just talk about some of those teams. I mean, again, talking with Travis Lamar, just a couple of years ago, there was about 8 teams that came. Last year was bigger. This year it's even bigger yet. And you're seeing some really good competition, as we alluded to. Bismarck High, Bemidji, 2 state champs in their respective states. I know Minot High didn't make it down this year with some scheduling conflicts, but still there's a lot of flavor from Dickinson to Bemidji to Badger to teams in between who made quite a haul, so to speak, to get here to Cass County.
Yeah, and I think, too, I mean, yeah, you look at those obviously state champion programs, but you look at a lot of programs that have had outstanding boys programs the last handful of years. I mean, Barnesville is always, they have a wrestler here. They've always been really good on the boys' side. The Bismarck schools, Carrington, Central Cass, EEK, on the B side. Kindred is the other program turnaround. Of course, Lisbon, what they've been doing in Class B. So you start seeing these like super traditional Class B or Class A wrestling towns or wrestling communities, and their girls programs just I don't know. I don't know what they do to train their wrestlers in those communities, but it seems like the girls just come in here and they're just it's a flawless transition. Bismarck last year in the dual tournament, to win pretty, put up the score they did in a duel against a good team like Central Cass last year on the girls' side, which had multiple state champions and state place winners on there, was a testament to just how good, Bismarck wrestling. It's a powerhouse at that level on the boys' side, and it's transitioning over on the girls' side as well.
And right now we're getting a couple of our officials heading to the head table to make sure that they're good to go. Still getting over some final adjustments here. And, you're seeing some other programs. And the cool thing about a state wrestling tournament, or even this particular wrestling tournament, Joel, it kind of reminds me of a state track and field meet, right? You get to see so many different colors. You get to see so many teams get represented here, whether it is the Rugby Panthers. You mentioned Napoleon Gackle Streeter earlier. Northern Cass Girls Wrestling, continues to have a couple of girls that are going out in that respective program. So that's always the other fun item about it. And as we kind of alluded to already, there is no A or B. It's just girls wrestling. So it's the best in the state trying to go up against each other. And then you get to this point, get to bring some out-of-staters in, whether you're from the Minnesota perspective or the North Dakota perspective here as this continues. Again, it's the 2024 Belle the Brawl Girls Wrestling Tournament on yourliveevent.com. We will continue to have more wrestling coverage as we get closer to state. You can check that all on Your Live Event. We'll take one more break. When we come back, inching closer as the officials are making their ways to the mats. Just need some final adjustments here on Your Live Event.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Contact Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union insurance agent, at 701-436-5777, or use the QR code to connect with the agency.
For a top-notch car wash experience, head to Fast Lane Car Wash, situated next to the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo. They treat every vehicle with the same respect and care as their own, ensuring that your car is in good hands from pre-wash preparation to hand-dry finish. Check out the Fast Lane Car Wash on the west side of the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo and spruce up your ride with interior detailing, buff, and wax at the Fast Lane with Thomas, weekdays from 9 to 2. Call 701-799-8226 to schedule an appointment.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
And welcome back to Casselton. We're underway. This is the JV division of this Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament. As you can see on your screen, Mat 1 will be the black and red. The other one will be the all-black mat from mat 2. Mats 3 and 4 are in Gym 2. The updates we can get you from there will be coming via Track Wrestling. We'll try to keep you as apprised as we could. Bailey Renfro from Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Cora Lee from Northwood. That is at mat number 1, and it's Bailey Renfro with the 2-0 lead after a takedown with a minute left in the first period. On mat number 2, it is Julianne Gunderson from Bemidji. Macy Pupey from Pembina County North. She has a 2-0 lead, about 48 seconds left in the first period. And then, again, mats 3 and 4 will be in our second gym. Macy Brulette from Williston against Addison Bauman from Lisbon, a 2-0 lead for Brulette. And mat number 4, it's Lori Fuchs from Bismarck against Naya Falcon from Turtle Mountain. Fuchs has a 2-0 lead. Again, those are over in gym number 2. So we'll have JV brackets, I believe, for every weight class throughout this Belle of the Brawl tournament. And we spent extensive time in our pregame talking about just how much this tournament has grown. And this is a testament to it right here, is the fact that we have been able to get full JV brackets going for all weight classes. As on mat number 2, it comes to an end. The match does. Julianne Gunderson from Bemidji able to sneak in some points at the end of the period on a reversal. She still trails 4-2. Again, this is all 100 pounds across the board. Macy Pupey from Pembina County North with the 4-2 lead. On mat number 1, Bailey Renfro from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, 4-3 lead over Cora Lee from Northwood. As the second period beginning on mat number 2. You can as well keep yourself apprised at home of all mats by getting onto Track Wrestling. Such a big part of wrestling coverage and keeping up with your teams is what you've been able to do on Track Wrestling. I always am amazement of the fact that we can just get results so quickly. It's more and more we've seen, not just at tournaments, but on regular season dual competition, to see live updates of scores, and you can keep up with all of that. And a great staff here running this tournament from Track Wrestling coming in, as well as just the staff that Travis Amar has always been able to put together here at wrestling tournaments. Mat number 1, it is tied at 4. Rumfro, Napoleon Gackle Streeter, Lee from Northwood. That is in the second period, 100 pounds of the JV, and standing up is Lee, and Lee will get herself free. And Cora Lee takes a 5-4 lead, a minute and a half to go in the second period. On mat number 2, it is still 4-2. Pupey from Pembina County North leading Julian Gunderson from Bemidji. And looks like we're going to have blood time on mat number 2, as back on mat number 1, it was Lee going for the double leg, and Rumfro sprawling out and swinging the hips around to get the takedown for 2. And now it's Rumfro with a 6-5 lead, and now looking for the turn of Lee to try to end this one with the fall. Lee is able to get back down on the belly, and the official did not swipe for points, so there'll be no points given on a near fall. On mat number 3, again, which is in gym number 2, 100 pounds Charlotte Croston from Pembina County North against Leanna Hammer from Standing Rock. No score in that one, as in the first period. Well, Naya Falcon from Turtle Mountain trails Lorelei Fuchs from Bismarck 2-1. That one is in the second period on mat number 4. 6-5 the score on mat number 1. 25 seconds left in the second period. Make that 7-6. Cora Lee was able to come around with a reversal and hits the crossface against Renfro. Trying to get a turn here in the final 15 seconds. It's been a good match so far on mat number 1. Mat number 2, also a good match back underway. It was blood time. Pupey from Pembina County North is on the bottom position. Juliana Gunderson from Bemidji wrestling on top. It is now tied up at 4. So 4-4 is the score on mat number 2. Still 7-6 on mat number 1. And we'll get a fall. It is Julian Gunderson will get the win on a fall. She's going back to the scores table. Her coach said, hey, you got to shake hands and get the hand raise for the victory, as Julian Gunderson wins on mat number 2 via fall in the second period at 100 pounds. Mat number 1, 9-6, Cora Lee from Northwood with the lead over Bailey Renfro and Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That one in the final period. These two have gone back and forth. We've had 2 and 3 point swings scoring-wise as a new match getting underway on mat number 1. So, again, we just full-bore wrestling action going on here at the Belle of the Brawl Girls Wrestling Tournament. Mats 1 and Mats 2 are the ones in front of us. 3 and 4 over in gym number 2. And our match at mat number 2 for Fargo, Willow Haugen against Melina Rebsum from Lisbon. Again, still in the 100-pound JV bracket. Both wrestlers on their feet on mat number 1. It is a 9-7 score. Cora Lee from Northwood with the lead over Bailey Renfro from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. 9-7 the score. It was an escape scored by Renfro before the officials stopped it because the green ankle band had come off of Renfro. So the officials stopped it there. They are on their feet, and it would be a good finish to this matchup as both in a neutral position. Coming to shoot on the double leg is Lee, and sprawling around is Renfro. That's how she got her first points, and she does it again, comes around for the takedown, and ties it at 9. So a 9-9 score, 20 seconds left to go in the third period here at 100 pounds. Mat number 2 still scoreless between Willow Haugen from Fargo and Melina Rebsum from Lisbon. We get a stoppage on mat number 1 for potentially dangerous. And the official will award a point, and that will go to Cora Lee. And the official going to have a discussion with Bailey Renfro from Napoleon Gackle Streeter as to why he awarded the points. The point should be a point. They say 11-9. I believe it was just a point. But explaining why he stopped for the potentially dangerous and what the issue was. So now 11-9 is the score. Cora Lee with the advantage. Lee still with control as it comes to an end, and it will be Cora Lee from Northwood getting the win 11-9. Back over on mat number 2, Willow Haugen from Fargo, a 2-1 advantage over Melina Rebson from Lisbon. That one first period just in the books. Over on mat number 3, Reagan Strava from Dickinson against Bria Brossert from Rugby. That one is just underway. Also just underway on mat number 4, Kimber Friddle from Stanley against Sydney Huber from Bismarck Century. Second period underway over on mat number 2. On the top position will be Willow Haugen from Fargo. And she leads this one 2-1. Our wrestlers underway over on mat number 1. We'll get you filled in as to who we have going out there on mat number 1. And a lot of wrestling coming your way today here live from Casselton. Tessa Nelson from Mondack against Lily Reilly from Dickinson. That is what's going on mat number 1. That Mondack trip. Quite the drive to come out here for this tournament. Those Mondack wrestlers every year putting on the miles. Showing, though, they're usually showing good showing as a team as well as a dual team at the state wrestling tournament. And it's going to be a 2-0 advantage for Lily Reilly from Dickinson as she gets a takedown here in the first period. Back over to mat number 2, tied up at 2 with a minute to go in the second period between Haugen from Fargo, Rebson from Lisbon. Over on mat number 3, Strava from Dickinson, a 2-1 lead over Bria Bossert from Rugby. While on mat number 4, Sydney Huber from Bismarck Century, a 3-2 lead over Kimber Friddle from Stanley. And back points coming the way of Reilly from Dickinson, trying to get a fall here against Nelson in the first period. She does. So Lily Reilly from Dickinson gets a 2-0 fall over on mat number 1. And will advance on in this JV 100-pound tournament. 2-2 the score on mat number 2. And trying to swing around is Willow Haugen, and comes around, gets the control. Haugen, a 4-2 lead over Rebson from Lisbon. That is with 25 seconds left to wrestle in the second period. Mat number 3, Strava from Dickinson, trails Bossert from Rugby 3-2. Sydney Huber from Bismarck Century, a 3-2 lead over Kimber Friddle from Stanley. Our match on mat number 1 is underway. And we'll have the second period end over on mat number 2. Haugen will take a 4-2 lead into the final period. Anna White from Central Cass against Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG. Anna White, a 2-time state champion, undefeated on the season. So we are into the varsity side of the 100-pound bracket. And Anna White trying to make quick work here on this matchup. And she does. Anna White gets the fall in the first period. Anna White advances on to the next round of the championship round of the varsity bracket. Thanks for joining us. Our coverage here of Belle, the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. A lot of good wrestling action coming your way here today. A little bit of a late start than what we had anticipated today. By the way, we are mats 3 and 4. I've been giving us updates on the score, and those are as well into the varsity bracket. So Bria Bossert from Rugby against Regan Strava from Dickinson. That is of the varsity 100-pound weight class. Strava from Dickinson takes the 4-3 lead. 106 pounds on mat number 4. Alicia Kenfake from Bismarck Legacy. 2-0 lead over Avery Jacobson from Rugby. That is the varsity 106 pounds. So we are moving on to the varsity brackets here. Taryn Raisler from Kindred against Isabel Baku Elder from Fargo. That is 106 pounds over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, a JV matchup with the 100-pound weight class. Willow Haugen all tied up with Melina Rebson from Lisbon. That is a minute left in the third period. And right away, Raisler will get a takedown and getting to her feet. Baku Elder and trying to clear the hands. Nice job getting to her feet and getting that escape as she'll turn around and come right at her opponent. So quick scoring in the first 30 seconds on mat number 1. It is 3-2. Now a low single leg. Nice transition into a double for Raisler, and it is a 4-1 advantage. Mat number 2 into its final 30 seconds, all tied up at 4 apiece. Mat number 3, Reagan Strava from Dickinson, a 6-3 lead over Bria Bossert from Rugby. That is at the varsity 100-pound bracket. Some scoring over on mat number 2. Repsum from Lisbon will get 2 on a reversal and has a 6-4 lead. Late scoring will advance her on to the next round of the JV 100-pound tournament. 4-1, still our score on mat number 1. Taryn Raisler from Kindred, a lead over Isabel Baku Elder from Fargo. And I believe we'll get 3 on that near fall. She will, so now a 7-1 advantage. Taryn Raisler, another one of those wrestlers we had mentioned earlier, me and Chase, about you just feel like they've been wrestling forever. They should be juniors and seniors, but really just, just a freshman who's seen a lot of varsity mat time. 7-1, still the score over there. 20 seconds left in the first period. Raisler came out scoring early, had a takedown within the first 10 seconds, and Baku Elder did a good job just getting up and getting free. But was taken down right away as it is 7-1. Samantha Hansen from Moorhead against Taylor Mershman from Bemidji. This is 2 Minnesota wrestlers facing off. That is 100-pound championship round on mat number 2. Mat number 3, Strava from Dickinson leads Bossert from Rugby 6-5. That's 100 pounds. Mat number 4, 106-pound championship round. Letsley from South Border leads Arlie Rammerman from Lisbon 2-0. That's a 106-pound varsity bracket. As a takedown from Mershman and a 2-0 lead, and right away trying to put that into near fall points. Second period begins on mat number 2. It is still a 7-1 advantage, make that a 9-1 advantage as Raisler right away was able to get into a reversal. A fall over on mat number 2. Mershman will get a fall over Hansen from Moorhead. So Mershman from Bemidji advancing on the 100-pound bracket over on mat number 2. Racler on mat number 1, still that 9-1 advantage, and now is able to get a turn on Baku Elder, and she can get that knee in on that far shoulder. It could be a fall. Nice job by Baku Elder to keep kind of her body off position, off contorted, to still get that drive, but Racler is going to give it another attempt with that arm bar, but Baku Elder will belly out. It will be a 3-point near fall on a 12-1 score. Bossert from Rugby, an 8-6 lead over Strava from Dickinson. That is in the third period. Actually, that may be a final on mat 3, which is in gym number 2 at 100 pounds. Mat number 2, it's Marley Miller from EEK wrestling again Eloise Jenner from South Border, two traditional Region 1 powerhouse programs wrestling against each other. It's Jenner from South Border who will get the takedown in a 2-0 advantage. Takedown right into some back points as she's able to turn Miller. Back over on mat number 1, the score for Racler at 12-1 from Kindred. A near fall being totaled up for Jenner on mat number 2. And the official seeing some daylight in those shoulder blades, and that will be a fall. So Eloise Jenner from South Border advances on at the 100-pound varsity bracket onto the next round with a win over Marley Miller from EEK. Mat number 3, Jennifer Verdeen from Hediner Scranton against Scout Fredericks from Lisbon. Verdeen a 2-0 lead. Mallory DeVries from Central Cass against Hallianne Turner from Bismarck. That's 106 pounds. That one is just underway. 12-1, still the score on mat number 1 as we get into the third period. I believe Racler chose to be on the bottom and stands up. Baku Elder brings her down with the mat return. Another mat return. Racler in the second period got a really quick escape and was up to her feet and turned around and just got takedowns and near fall points. And Baku Elder from Fargo knows of the potential that she has. Nice job noticing Racler was going for the hands, and it just continues on that mat return. We have Emma Marie Callanan from Bismarck Legacy against Harper Bouchier from Dickinson. That is JV 106 pounds over on mat number 2. So again, just all 4 mats rolling through. I'm going to be rolling through the brackets. I believe there will be 1 or 2 scheduled breaks throughout the day depending on the timing of the wrestlers as to where they sit, if their time between matches. But otherwise, all 4 mats will just continue to be running. 13-1, Racler's lead over on mat number 1. That one in hand here at 106 pounds with a minute to wrestle. No score on mat number 2 yet. And no score, 40 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Racler from Kindred, a 14-1 lead over Baku Elder from Fargo. And now another 2 points at a 16-1. And if she doesn't get the pin here, she will get the tech and the bonus points, but would like to get the fall, and she does. So it took all the way to the third period. Racler is able to get the fall. Nice job by Baku Elder, an 8th grader, wrestling against a very experienced freshman wrestler at 106 pounds. So it's Racler on to the next round at 106. And expect her to see her potentially have a deep run in this tournament. Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy will have a 2-0 lead at the end of the first period on mat number 2. Mat number 3, it's 106 pounds. Kiera Hagman Nagaka from Bismarck, or from Bemidji, a 2-0 lead over Bailey Federer from Bismarck Century. Mat number 4, Mallory DeVries from Central Cass against Hallianne Turner from Bismarck. That's 106 pounds. All these first round matchups. Taylor Brulette from Williston against Tia Keenan from Moorhead, 106 pounds over on mat number 1. 2-0 the lead from Colin on mat number 2. Score updates from mat 3 and 4. Hagman Nagaka from Bemidji leads Bailey Federer from Bismarck Century 2-0. That one is in the second period, 106 pounds. 106 pounds. Mallory DeVries from Central Cass, a 1-0 lead against Hallie-Ann Turner from Bismarck. That one in the second period as well. 4-0 the lead from Emma Marie Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy, leading Harper Bruchier from Dickinson. Now it's 4-2 as a reversal points coming for the Dickinson wrestler. That's 106 pounds JV. No score with less than a minute left on mat number 1 between Cannon from Moorhead and Briette from Williston. And Keenan will get a takedown and has a deep headlock. Near fall points being totaled up. The official swiping. At least 3 points coming her way. Full control of the upper body for the Moorhead wrestler right now. Will be 5-0 once the official relays the score. And big bridge out coming from Briette. 15 seconds left in the first period. Kina holding that headlock just super tight as the towel tapper will come out with about 5 seconds left. 4-2 the score on mat number 2. Cullinan from Legacy with the lead. And it will be a fall. Cannon from Moorhead will get the fall in the first period here at 106 pounds. Mallory DeVries from Central Cass, a 4-0 lead against Hallie-Ann Turner from Bismarck. That is on mat number 4, and that is at 106 pounds in the varsity division of this Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament. Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy has run up her score to 8-2 against Bruchier from Dickinson. That one is in the third period at 106 pounds in the JV tournament. 2 new wrestlers over on mat number 1. Looks like we are in the 106-pound varsity division. And it'll be Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County against Tea Laura from Carrington. And we'll have a takedown. Cullinan will now, on mat number 2, her score is at 10-2. Ivanova from Carrington against Corbel from Fargo. That is on mat number 3, JV 106 pounds. DeVries on mat number 4. DeVries, rather, from Central Cass, a 4-0 lead against Hallie-Ann Turner from Bismarck. That is, again, 106 pounds. Still scoreless on mat number 1 between Laura from Carrington, Yates from Harvey Wells County. Cullinan from Legacy, a 10-2 lead at the 106-pound JV. Against Bochier from Dickinson. That one, 35 seconds left, and Cullinan will get the win. Right now it's a matter if it's points. If it's a matter if it's points or if it's going to be a fall. If it's going to be a decision or if it's going to be a fall. Both wrestlers come out of bounds on mat number 1. Yeah, we'll keep you apprised of what's going on mats 3 and 4. Unfortunately, with how quick those mats roll through, we can't always get you the finals in time. Cullinan will get the fall, by the way, on mat number 2. We'll try to get you the finals of how those wrestlers have done. We'll get you updates throughout breaks as well in this Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament. Scoreless on mat number 1 with 15 seconds left in the first period. Laura from Carrington, Yates from Harvey Wells County. That is the 106 pounds. And first period will be in the books. With the first period in the books and mat number 1 about to get underway, we'll take a short break here, and we'll be back on YourLiveEvent.com.
When it comes to your finances, at First State Bank, they'll help you secure your future with their personal, business, and ag options. Right now, take advantage of their CD specials. 9 months with a 5% annual percentage yield or 18 months with a 4.3% APY. Minimum of $10,000. It's a slam dunk. Visit their locations in Buxton, Grand Forks, Mayville, Portland, and Thompson to learn more. First State Bank, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
And we're back on YourLiveEvent.com. Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament for you here on this Saturday. 4 mats between 2 gyms. Mat number 1, we are in the varsity 106-pound division, and it is Tia Laura from Carrington, a lead over Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County. Minute 25 to go in the second period. Mat number 2, it is Brandy Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, a 2-0 lead against Alyssa Ross from West Fargo United. That is 106 pounds JV. Mat number 3, Jocelyn Corbel from Fargo, a 4-0 lead over Ivanova from Carrington, 106-pound JV. While mat number 4, 106-pound JV, no score as that match about to get underway. We'll see what wrestlers come out over there on mat number 4. Two will be added on the near fall. Michael for Napoleon Gackle Streeter now a 4-0 advantage. Shooting for the double leg is Addison Yates. Sprawling out is Laura Tuff. Laura, the 1-0 lead. The only points in that match coming from an escape to start the second period for Tia Laura for the Carrington Cardinals. Mat number 2, 7 seconds to go in the first period, and Brandy Weigel for Napoleon Gackle Streeter will take a 4-0 lead into that period. 35 seconds left to go on mat number 1. That is 106 pounds varsity, and Laura still a 1-0 advantage over Yates. Waiting for updates on mats 3 and 4. Corbel from Fargo, a 4-0 lead on the JV 106 pounds over on mat number 3. And Laura will get a late takedown to end the second period and will lead 3-0 into the third period of 106 pounds against Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County. And she's looking at her coach. I think coach wants them both on the feet. Nope, she'll be down to begin the third period, down 3-1. Meanwhile, on mat number 2, Brandy Weigel, a 6-0 lead against Alyssa Ross. Make that a final. Weigel will get the pin and on to the next round at 106-pound JV. Jocelyn Corbel from Fargo has taken a 4-1 lead against Ivanova from Carrington. That's 106-pound JV. Alyssa Remchi from Carrington tied with Callie Martin from Turtle Mountain 2-2. That's 106-pound JV on mat number 4. And Addison Yates gets one of those points back as she gets an escape here in the third period. Down 3-1 against Tia Laura from Carrington with about a minute and a half to go. Comes to shoot, and sprawling around is Laura. And Yates continuing to drive as Laura was trying to come around to extend her lead to 5-1. Now will get the leg around, and Yates just continuing to move, and catching her off balance was Laura, and will put her side to the mat and gets on top to make it 5-1. So Laura, a 4-point advantage with less than a minute to go on mat number 1. That's 106 pounds varsity. Mat number 2, 106-pound JV. Whiteford from Williams County against Montez from Pemmican County North. And it is 2-1, just like that, within the first 30 seconds. It is 2-1 in favor of Whiteford from Williams County. Make that 4-1 now. Make that 3-2. It's Montez who gets the takedown. Final 40 seconds over on mat number 1, 5-1. Tia Laura from Carrington against Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County. 30 seconds left to go. Addison Yates needs a big move here in this final 15 seconds. You got to get a reversal and then a quick near fall, but time's not on her side, and Laura just very, very defensive here right now with that 5-1 lead. The tapper will come out. It's 5 seconds away from being a final, and Taya Laura from Carrington on to the next round of the 106-pound tournament. Addison Yates on to the wrestleback round. Mat number 2, it's Montez from Pembina County North 3, Whiteford from Williams County 2. 37 seconds left in the first period at 106-pound JV. Mat number 3, on to 112 pounds at the varsity. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon against Taya Laidlaw from Fargo. Mat number 406 pounds JV. Actually, that one might be a final. Let me get an update here on that one. Well, that one, third period, okay, just underway. Rumchie from Carrington leading Callie Martin from Turtle Mountain 6-4. And we're starting to move on now to kind of our 112-pound weight classes. At 112 pounds at the varsity level. Back over on mat number 1, it is Jocelyn Boyer from Northwood against Vivian Backer from Bismarck Century. That is 112 pounds. In fact, both mats will be 112 pounds at the varsity level. Mackenzie Borer from Stanley against Emily Schilling from Dickinson. Schilling with a 2-0 lead. Backer from Century, a 2-0 lead on mat number 1. Mat number 3, 112 varsity. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon 2. Taya Laidlaw from Fargo 0. Update on that one. Hansen a 4-0 lead. And things getting underway about 10 o'clock here this morning and rolling through all 4 of these mats. And I think we may have had a stall warning given to Borer over on mat number 1. Schilling got the quick takedown, and Borer has just been defensive as a cradle is put in, and wrestlers will come out of bounds. 55 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2, 43 seconds in county left on the first period on mat number 1. It is Vivian Becker from Bismarck Century, a 2-0 lead over Jocelyn Boyer from Northwood. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon still with that 4-0 lead against Taya Laidlaw from Fargo. Less than a minute in the second period there at 112 pounds. In fact, that has become a final. Hansen, I believe, coming away with the win there at 112 pounds. 10 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. Backer with the 2-0 lead. Schilling with the 2-0 lead on mat number 2. There is 30 seconds left in the first period as we do have we do have an end of the first period on mat number 1. Thanks for joining us here at Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on yourliveevent.com. One of the what is becoming one of the premier girls tournaments in the area, let's say in North Dakota at this time of the year, and becoming maybe that one of this region as we're starting to see Minnesota, potentially I think down the road, more South Dakota wrestlers, girls wrestling teams making their way to Cass County to get the chance to wrestle against competition at this level. We're already a week away from postseason wrestling, a few weeks away from wrestling at the Fargo Dome. Second period beginning on mat number 2. Schilling from Dickinson, a 2-0 lead over Borer from Stanley. That's 112 pounds. Backer from Bismarck Century, a 2-0 lead against Boyer from Northwood. That's 112 pounds as well. As 2 on a reversal coming for Backer. Backer's lead is at 4-0. Brenna Fredrickson home from Bemidji against Crystal Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley on mat 3, which is in gym 2. That is just underway at 112 pounds. Mat number 4, also 112 pounds. Scalia Manzi from Bismarck Legacy against Lily Skarut from West Fargo. Manzi has a 4-0 lead. Backers lead at 4-0 on mat number 1, 30 seconds left in the second period. 4-0 the lead from Schilling, a minute left in the second period on mat number 2. And trying to put in a cradle was Schilling. Borer is able to break it up, but is still caught in kind of a precarious position as trying to get elevation on the head is Schilling. Nice job by Schilling. Lifted the head, will push that tricep into her shoulder, and is just driving chest to chest to get the fall. Really picking up on the drive. Will now get her down for the fall, and it's Emily Schilling with the fall in the second period with 34 seconds left. Schilling on to the next round of the 112-pound tournament bracket here at the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. Fredrickson home from Bemidji, a 2-0 lead over Crystal Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley. First period wrapping up on mat number 3 at 112 pounds. Vivian Backer from Bismarck Century, which is mat number 1 on your screen. Still that 4-0 lead against Jocelyn Boyer from Northwood. That third period just getting underway. Macy Bruette from Williston, a 2-0 lead over Ivy Guy from Central Cass. That is a 100-pound JV championship round. Looks like we are at 100-pound JV on mat number 2. Rylan Reams from Bismarck. Wrestling against Cheyenne Moore from Pembina County North, and it is 4-2 advantage for Moore, but Reams has the reversal and it looks to get back points. We'll get 2, so it's tied up at 4 apiece, and we will get a fall. It was 6-0, but with 1:03 left to go, Vivian Backer from Bismarck Century will get the pin and wins via fall at 112 pounds over Jocelyn Boyer from Northwood. Rylan Reams looking to secure a fall over on mat number 2, and she does. Rylan Reams defeats Cheyenne Moore from Pembina County North. That's a 100-pound JV bracket. 112-pound varsity bracket on mat number 3. Fredrickson Home from Bemidji 4. Crystal Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley. No score. Mat number 4, Aaron Martin from Dickinson, and Aurora Shelton from Lisbon. No score. That's a 100-pound JV. Mallory McMillan from Moorhead against Deja Ireland from Bismarck. And Ireland swings around for the takedown against Mallory McMullen. That is 112-pound varsity. So it looks like they're kind of mixed up on the track wrestling score. There we go. Now they'll change it. They had the colors wrong, as it is a fall for Ireland. We'll get a fall 42 seconds into the first period. So Deja Ireland, the sophomore from Bismarck, a win over Mallory McMullen from Moorhead at 112 pounds. So she is on to the next round. Emma Chevrolet from Rugby against Coralie from Northwood. That is a 100-pound JV over on mat number 2. And I believe that is another championship round matchup. Mat number 3, 112-pound varsity, 112-pound Fredrickson Home 4, Crystal Magnuson, Hillsborough Central Valley 0. That one is in the third period. Mat 4, 100-pound JV, Aaron Martin from Dickinson 2, Aurora Shelton from Lisbon 3. Mat number 1, Danica Bennett from Pembina County North against Alicia Nitschke from South Border. That is 112 pounds, and Nitschke will get the takedown. Nitschke a 2-0 lead, now trying to get near fall points. Has some elevation on the head. And we'll get the win. Alyssa Nitschke will get the win. Back over on mat number 2. It is a 2-2 score. In control right now is Emma Shiverly from rugby. And she'll get the fall. So Shiverly will move on at this 100-pound bracket of the JV tournament. I'm at number 3. Frederickson home with 40 seconds left. Lead Crystal Magnuson 4-0. Aurora Shelton 6. Shelton from Lisbon. Aaron Martin from Dickinson 2. That is in the second period, the 100-pound JV. Again, those last 2 scores were mats 3 and 4, which are in gym number 2 here at Central Cass High School. A little bit of break in the action here on the varsity mats, the mats 1 and 2. We'll take a break. We'll be back on yourliveevent.com.
Trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
And welcome back to yourliveevent.com. Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. Joel Morgan, Chase Miller with you on this Saturday. And mat number 1, 112-pound JV. Summer Chrysler from Turtle Mountain against Addison Vandy Hoven from Carrington. It's Chrysler with the 2-0 lead. 112 pounds at mat number 2. Katie Bynum from Pembina County North against Ella Leifelman from Bemidji. 2-0 lead for Bynum. About 45 seconds left in the first period.
Update for you, Joel, early on the team points here. Northern Lights is first with 20 so far. South Borders second with 19. Central Cass is third with 13. Again, very early on here as we're just through a couple of weight classes. Mat number 3 going on from Bismarck Legacy right now. Barjewel, the freshman, going up against Von Eden from Badger Greenbush Middle River. That one currently scoreless, just underway in period number 1. Also in the other gym in period number 1 on the 100-pound JV side, it's Fuchs from Bismarck going up against Chevrolet from Dickinson, the 7th grader, currently 1-0 Fuchs, the 7th grader against Chevrolet.
Thanks, Chase. Mat number 1, 2-2 the score. Reversal points coming, so it is now tied up at 2 apiece. Mat number 1. In control is Van Hoven from Carrington. Hit the reversal and is now trying to get the fall. She does. Addison Van Hoven from Carrington with the win over Summer Chrysler from Turtle Mountain, 112-pound JV. Mat number 2, Katie Bynum from Pembina County North, a 4-0 lead against Ella Leifelman from Bemidji. That one in the second period. So I'd imagine we're going to get through the championship rounds. You're almost wrestling back-to-back if you get a win, and then they'll get some time off as they'll go through the wrestlebacks. The advantage, the spoils going to the winner when you can get that kind of rest. Of course, depending on who you're talking to, which wrestler you're talking to, some of them just want to keep going. They don't want any breaks. They want to wrestle as much as they can to keep that momentum going. Emma Dutt from Central Cass against Ava Ness from Barnesville. Is 112 pounds over on mat number 1, and it's a takedown for Ava Ness.
After one period in mat number 3 over on the South Gym, Bargelow from Legacy leads over Van Eden from Badger Greenbush Middle River 2-0, and now currently takes a 4-0 lead now going into the second period. After one period, it's Fuchs and Chevrolet also in the 100-pound JV division, and that's currently a Chevrolet 4-3 lead over Fuchs going on. And going back, Joel, from the 100 pounds, those first matches on the varsity side, all falls except for one decision early on at 100 pounds.
Yeah, some of those 100-pound matches, just when you get those wrestlers, they work quick. Those lower weight classes, they always work quick, and that calls for a lot of early decisions, a lot of quick decisions. A blood time on mat number 1. Mat number 2, 100-pound JV. It's Mallory Hahn from Kindred against Melina Rebsum from Lisbon. 2-0 the score. Mallory Hahn with the lead. Blood time looking like it's coming to an end over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, it is 2-1 the score. Hahn from Kindred with the lead. Make it a 3-2 advantage from Melina Rebsum from Lisbon. Gets the takedown with 35 seconds left in the first period. And it will be a final. Nice job by Rebsum to come around, get the takedown, and then get the fall quickly. Back over on mat number 1 is a 2-1 lead for Ava Ness from Barnesville. Ness with the lead and now picking up back points against Emma Dutt from Central Cass. That is 112 pounds of the JV bracket.
112 pounds, Barjula from Bismarck Legacy over on mat number 3. 6-0 early over Von Eden again from Badger Greenbush Middle River as we're getting closer to the end of period number 2. Also in period number 2, going on mat number 4 at 100 pounds JV division. Fuchs from Bismarck, 10-8 over Chevrolet here from Dickinson going on in mat number 4.
Reversal on mat number 1. Dutt will come around and hit a reversal for a 5-1 advantage over Ava Ness from Barnesville. Make that a 5-3 advantage, excuse me. And actually, okay, the colors, line up the colors of the scoring here. It is Ava Ness from Barnesville with the 5-3 advantage over Emma Dutt. A stoppage there for potentially dangerous. So a stoppage there for potentially dangerous. Over on mat number 2, it's Layla Gillespie from Lisbon over Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass. 2-1. That one underway at 118 pounds in the main brackets.
Fuchs picks up the win over Chevrolet over on mat number 4. Mat number 3 currently again still 6-0, where Jolo leads over Von Eden late in period number 3. And currently underway now at 100 pounds in the JV division from Dickinson. Lily Riley here, the 7th grader, going up against Ava Crandall, the 7th grader from Central Cass. That is going on in the South Gym in mat number 4.
And Dutt has Ness for near fall points. If she can secure a fall here in the final closing seconds, she will. Emma Dutt comes from behind, gets a fall in the closing seconds of the first period over Ava Ness from Barnesville. Dutt on to the winner's bracket of the 112-pound JV tournament. Layla Gillespie from Lisbon 2, Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass 1. 29 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2. That is the varsity 118 pounds.
Going on mat number 3, Gracie Koss from Central Cass will take the mat against Jillian Gunderson from Bemidji, both a pair of 7th graders over in the 100-pound JV division going on again on the South Gym in mat number 3. And again in period number 1, Ava Crandall from Central Cass and Lily Riley from Dickinson currently scoreless 60 seconds into their match.
Seven seconds left in the first period over on mat number 2. And it will be 2-1, Layla Gillespie leading Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass. Over on mat number 1, Presley Johnson from Lisbon against Briley Paraska from Bismarck. That's a 112-pound JV bracket. And a quick takedown coming for Paraska. A takedown and trying to get Johnson over for near fall. We'll have the near fall. Needs to secure that inside shoulder to get the fall and does. So a quick fall for Paraska from Bismarck. Gets a win at 112 pounds in the JV bracket.
Jillian Gunderson takes down Koss from Central Cass at 118 pounds. And also at 118 pounds, Lily Riley and Ava Crandall. Lily Riley from Dickinson defeats Crandall from Central Cass over at mats 3 and 4.
So Paraska, the win, will now face Tess Gross from Napoleon Gackle Streeter in the next round of 112 pounds in the JV bracket of the Belle of the Brawl. Again, 2 brackets this year, 2 full brackets, I believe, for every weight class into this year. Layla Gillespie, a 4-1 lead over Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass. That's 118 pounds over on mat number 2. Minute to go in the second period over there. Arpero from Moorhead against Erickson from Dickinson, 118 pounds over on mat number 1. And both wrestlers very active right away here in those first 15 seconds. And a takedown coming from, that will be Erickson from Dickinson. You know, usually you have the advantage of the colors of the singlets to know who's from what school right off the bat, but Moorhead and Dickinson with the same colors is now Erickson right away gets a takedown into near fall points. Tucks that arm under the head and gets the fall, so Brianna Erickson from Dickinson, the 8th grader, gets a fall 43 seconds into the first period over on mat number 1 to advance on to the next round of 118 pounds. Gillespie's lead at 4-1 over on mat number 2. That is 118 pounds as well. Leads Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass, and that second period just about in the books.
Also at 118 pounds in mat number 3, Sarah Novak from the Grand Forks Knight Riders with a 5-1 lead over Hayden Lloyd from Northwood. That one currently 50 seconds left in period number 1. Also midway through period number 1 on mat number 4 at 118 pounds from Leighton HMB, Melody Kubat, and also going up against Elizabeth Yabodi from Bismarck Legacy. Yabodi leads Kubat 2-1.
Back over on mat number 1, Lydia Wolf from South Border against Cassie Monroe from Bismarck. That is at 124 pounds. Mat number 2, 1:40 to go in the third period, and Layla Gillespie, a 6-1 lead now against Aubrey Quinn. Gillespie from Lisbon, Quinn from Central Cass. Wolf just with those heavy hands against Monroe, sets up the shot, comes in for a fireman's carry. Monroe able to sprawl out and almost drove down the shoulder of Wolf for the first points as both wrestlers back up to their feet. I don't think either of them released any sort of contact on their way back to their feet with 1:10 to go in the first period. Approaching the final minute over on mat number 2, Gillespie from Lisbon, a 6-2 advantage now against Quinn, trying to set in a cradle, and Quinn just continuing to fight off the hands.
Period number 2 from the Knight Riders. Sarah Novak right now 8-1 with the advantage over Hayden Lloyd from Northwood on mat number 3 at 118. Also at 118, Yabodi from Bismarck Legacy after one period leads 2-1 over Kubat from Linton HMB.
.41 seconds left over on mat number 2. It is an 8-3 lead from Layla Gillespie. 2-0 the lead over on mat number 1. Cassie Monroe wins the battle of strength in this round here against Wolf, as both were just kind of trading move for move. Wolf will get 3 on the near fall. Monroe will get 3 on the near fall to take a 5-0 lead against Wolf.
Yabodi with the fall over Kubat over Linton HMB in the 118-pound division. So from Bismarck Legacy, Elizabeth moving on. 10-1 Novak over Lloyd, also going on mat number 3 in the 118-pound division.
Monroe looked at the clock, tried to set a power half, but ran out of time as she was getting the turn on Lydia Wolf. Monroe will take a 5-0 advantage into the second period. Closing seconds over on mat number 2. It is an 8-3 lead for Layla Gillespie. Gillespie will defeat Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass, and it's Gillespie on to the next round at 118 pounds. Now back over to mat number 1, 124 pounds, and a 6-0 lead from Cassie Monroe as the Bismarck wrestler gets the quick escape to begin the second period.
Update for you from mat number 3. Novak advances 10-1 over Lloyd from Hatton Northwood for the Knight Riders, so she is moving on. Going on underway, Lavelle from Northern Lights going up against McMegbe from Bismarck. That is going on mat number 4 in the 118-pound JV division.
Minute 23 and counting on mat number 1 and a 6-0 lead for Cassie Monroe from Bismarck. Mat number 2 underway. It's Isabel Erickson from Northern Cass, Ella Wald from Bismarck Century. That is 118 pounds.
Shayla DeBlair from West Fargo United going up against Hazel Anderson from Moorhead. Shayla early on 2-0 at 124 pounds on mat number 3. Also going on mat number 4 in the 118-pound JV division. Magembe with a 2-0 lead over Lavelle here from Northern Lights.
And Cassie Monroe from Bismarck will get the pin over Lydia Wolf from South Border. And Monroe on to the next round at 124 pounds. Still no score on mat number 2 as we're about a minute into that matchup, and both wrestlers trying to figure each other out here early. It's just been a lot of tie-ups, a lot of hand fighting right now. It's trying to set up a shot is Wald. Wald will get the elevation on the leg of Erickson, and they come down but out of bounds. And I think Wald was initiating the takedown, but I think that out of bounds works to her advantage as Isabel Erickson was looking to pass through and come over the top.
Magembe from Bismarck High with the fall over Northern Lights at 118 pounds in the JV division as she advances on from mat number 4.
Mat number 1, 124 pounds, Adelaide Simmons from Killdeer against Crystalie Wagner from Harvey Wells County. And setting up a cradle and now tucking the head in is Simmons from Killdeer and gets a takedown right into a cradle and may end this one here in the first 30 seconds or so, and she does. Nice move from from Adelaide Simmons from Killdeer defeats Crystalie Wagner from Harvey Wells County via fall at 124 pounds. Closing 5 seconds of the first period over on mat number 2. And there will be no score. That is 118 pounds. Erickson from Northern Cass against Wald from Century. Mat number 1, 124 pounds. Elise Christensen from Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Alicia Olson from Henninger Scranton.
Mat 3 just getting underway from Delax Burlington. Breedall, the sophomore, going up against Coronado from Linton HMB, the sophomore at 124 pounds. Also at 124 pounds on mat number 4. Lindstrom from Devil's Lake going up against Ybarra from Carrington. 5'3", Jasmine Ybarra right now over Lindstrom.
2-0 our score over on mat number 1. That is 2-0, the advantage for Olson from Henninger Scranton. And I have not seen swipes from the official on a near count. 3-0 our score over on mat number 2. It is Wald from Bismarck Century leading Erickson from Northern Cass. Now there was 3 on a near fall, so Alicia Olson will take a 5-0 advantage, I believe should be the score. There we go, they put it up 5-0. Alicia Olson with the lead. Again, both of these are of the main bracket. 124 on mat 1, mat 2, 118. And 3-2 as Isabel Erickson from Northern Cass on mat 2 was able to get a reversal and cut her deficit now down to a point with 50 seconds left to go in the second period on mat number 2. 5-0 the score on mat 1. Alicia Olson trying to get a turn and goes knee to bicep there of Christensen from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Official swiping on the near fall. Big bridge coming from Christensen. The way that Christensen's legs came under her as she was getting turned around is what has avoided the fall. But now with a couple seconds left here, the official will give 3 more on the near fall, but Alicia Olson will not get the victory. So it is 8-0 going into the second period. Mat number 2. Still 3-2. Erickson from Northern Cass trails Wald from Bismarck Century. 16 seconds to go on a big mat return coming from Erickson.
Breedall 2-0 over Coronado from Linton HMB after 1 period in mat number 3 at 124 pounds. Lindstrom and Ybarra from Carrington. Ybarra 5'3" after 2 periods at 124 pounds on mat number 4.
10-0. Olson's lead from Henninger Scranton on mat number 1 against Elise Christensen from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Trying to drive in the shoulder. 3-2 our score on mat number 2. That one going to third period. And we do have the fall. Alicia Olsen from Hentner Scranton will get a win via fall over Elise Christensen from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That is 124 pounds over on mat number 1. Third period underway, and both wrestlers will be on their feet. It's Erickson from Northern Cass, Walls from Century. 3-2, the advantage for Wald. Minute and a half to go there on mat number 2. It was Wald who got that takedown, and Erickson was able to bounce around for a reversal quick, and you get the feeling between these two, it was scoreless after the first period and 3-2 in the third period, that it is going to be whoever gets the next points will get the victory. Mat number 1 is 124-pound JV. Megan Zins from Bismarck Legacy, Ivy Johnson from Fargo. Now down to the final minute over on mat number 2 between Erickson from Northern Cass, Wald from Century.
Over on mat number 4, Ybarra leads Lindstrom 9-5 after 2 periods at 124 pounds. Also at 124 pounds on mat number 3. As we go to the third period, Breedall over Coronado from Delax Burlington over Coronado from Linton HMB 2-0.
And a victory on mat number 1. It's Megan Sins from Bismarck Legacy getting the win over Ivy Johnson at 124 pounds at the JV. 30 seconds left to go here on mat number 2, and we're having some movement, elevation from Wald. Wald switching from the single to the double, gets the takedown, and there we go. It is 5-2. I thought who had gotten the next points would win it, and Wald is able to extend her lead now to 5-2 with 10 seconds left, and will defeat Isabel Erickson from Northern Cass at 118 pounds. So a very good matchup between those two, and it's Wald who comes away with the win. Christina Day from Mondack against Mackenzie Burke from Beulah Hazen. That is over on mat number 1 at 124 pounds JV.
Breedall earns the fall over Coronado with 3:50 into their bout. So Breedall will be advancing, waiting to see the winner of Lindstrom and Ybarra into the quarterfinal round. As right now, Ybarra leads 9-5 late in period 3.
Day gets a takedown immediately into back points and a fall. It's Christina Day from Mondack. A win over Mackenzie Burke from Beulah Hazen on mat number 1. That's 124-pound JV. 118 pounds over on mat number 2. That's the main bracket. Allie Grant from Turtle Mountain against Maggie Thielgis from Bismarck.
£124 JV division in mat number 3. Danica Mindit from Killdeer early up 2-0 over Kelsey Newman from Carrington as a sophomore, the 124-pound JV division. Also advancing Ybarra from Carrington over Lindstrom 9-5 as she will be advancing to the quarterfinals.
Getting 2 new wrestlers to come out over on mat number 1. Looks like a Dickinson and a Pembina County North wrestler. It is Marissa Rao from Pembina County North, Josie Kensinger from Dickinson. And blood time over on mat number 2 as it's a 2-2 score at 118 pounds. Grant from Turtle Mountain, Thielgis from Bismarck. This is our coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Joel Morgan, Chase Miller on this Saturday. Mats 1 and 2, of course, the ones in front of you. Mats 3 and 4 over in the South Gym. And Kensinger will get a quick takedown in a fall 20 seconds in. Josie Kensinger from Dickinson on to the next round of the 124-pound JV, defeats Marissa Rao.
£124 JV match number 3, or mat number 3. You have Emily Larson from Northwood in period number 1 going up against Bella from Devil's Lake. Also Amber Kremper from Bemidji early up over Ember Waters from Dickinson 2-0 at 124 pounds on mat number 4.
And we'll have Emma Schneider from Central Cass against Cameron Ryby from Breck Wap. And still reminding myself of that Breckenridge Wapaton Storm co-op. Chase, anytime you have a new co-op, it's hard to remember.
And they've done that now for a few sports. You know, hockey a little bit going on too.
I think hockey, softball, track and field, cross country, I believe. But you're so used to either the Cowboys or the Huskies, and now you have the Storm or the Blades to have to factor in depending on the sport.
And it makes it different too, because not all of them, for example, are playing exclusively in North Dakota, or all the co-op is exclusively in Minnesota.
That is a 124-pound JV match, by the way, over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, 2-2 the score between Grant from Turtle Mountain and Thealgis from Bismarck. That is 118 pounds. And passing through was Thealgis to try to avoid giving up reversal points, as working Grant back down to the mat. I almost said she came through and passed the guard, but a different type of grappling sport with that terminology. As setting the cradle is Thealgis. Getting the turn, needs to control that leg a little bit if she can of Grant, and Grant is able to do a nice job kicking herself through and back to her belly, but 2 will come on the near fall for Thealgis, and 4-2 will be the advantage Thealgis. Minute left in the first period on mat number 1. Schneider for Central Cass, Ryby from Breckenridge Wapaton. No score there in those final 50 seconds at 124 pounds.
Kendall Kovar from Carrington in period number 1 at 130 pounds at mat number 3. Going up against Arjulo from Bismarck High, and Julia takes an early 2-1 lead here in period number 1. Also going on at 124 pounds on mat number 4. Ember Waters from Dickinson leads 5-2 over Amber Kremper here from Bemidji High.
We have our first points over on mat number 1. It is Emma Schneider swinging herself around Ryby to get the points, and a 2-0 lead. 17 seconds left in the first period, and now into back points and a fall. Emma Schneider at 124 pounds gets the victory of a fall over Cameron Ryby, and advancing on at the 124-pound JV bracket. Back on mat number 2, 118 pounds. Into the second period, it is Thealgis, Thealgis from Bismarck, a 4-2 lead over Grant from Turtle Mountain Community.
Update early on here, Joel, as well, with some of the latest team scores. Again, still very early, but Central Cass with 21 points. Northern Lights is second with 20, and South Border currently in third with 19 points on the team side.
Yeah, some new trophies this year. They're at the official scorers table for this Belle of the Brawl tournament. As we may have a fall over here on mat number 2. I'd like to get you introduced to mat number 1, but we could have this one coming to an end here, as Thealgis trying to lock down a victory over fall against Grant. Now we could have a final over on mat number 1. Kircherman from Valley City against Vargas from Moorhead. That is 130 pounds. And Deegan Kircherman should be a 5-0 lead. It will be a 5-0 lead. Maggie Thealgis will get the fall from Bismarck over Allie Grant from Turtle Mountain. On to the next round, 118. And looks like we'll have the coach and trainer come out to tend to Allie Grant over on mat number 2.
Arjo over Kovar with the fall at 108 on the 130 pounds in mat number 3. Currently underway now. It's Emerson Schwab from Lisbon, the sophomore, going up against Madeline Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Column. That's 130 pounds at mat number 3. 124 pounds at mat number 4. Amber Kremper from Bemidji now leads by 2 over Ember Walters from Dickinson. 7-5 here late in that match.
Less than a minute to go in the first period on mat number 1. Deegan Kircherman from Valley City, a 5-0 lead against Ariana Vargas from Moorhead. Kircherman is sophomore, strong wrestler for that Valley City program. Now setting the inside cradle, and her opponent will get dragged out of bounds. They'll have a restart here with 39 seconds left. Mat number 2, Lake and Capon from Central Cass against Leah Daly from Devil's Lake. That's 124-pound JV.
Going on mat number 3, Natalie Meyer from Dickinson, the 8th grader at her 130 pounds, going up against Isabel Ducek here from Central Cass, the senior Again, mat number 3 at 130 pounds. As Schwab defeats Thorpe with a fall at 113. So again, Schwab from Lisbon over EEK's Thorpe at 130 pounds.
And both mats 1 and 2 could have potential falls here. Kircherman will not get that fall over on mat number 1. We'll get 3 more on an ear fall and leads 8-0 going into the second period. But Lake and Capon from Central Cass will get the win at 124 pounds JV over Leah Dale from Devils Lake.
Still in the third period, Amber Kremper coming back from blood time, and the match is over as Kremper is going to win by fall in the third period over Ember Walters. So Kremper from Bemidji moves on. Over on mat number 3 right now, Natalie Meyer leads early 2-0 with 50 seconds left in period number 1 over Isabel Ducek.
Deegan Kircherman extends her lead to 9-0, gets an early escape here in the second period to lead Ariana Vargas from Moorhead, and now gets a takedown. It's 11-0. Mat number 230 pounds, Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County against Leanna Olron from Bismarck. And it's Fike with the takedown right away in to take the early lead about 20 seconds into the first period. Dean Kircherman will get another 3 on a near fall back on mat number 1, a 14-0 lead. And I believe another 3-point near fall would end this one early.
Joel, just an update for you from the New Salem East-West Classic on the boys' side. Lisbon leads the team points at 109. Velva is second at 84. And Williams County is third at 78. That, again, the East-West Classic. Brent Dick out in New Salem for us with that coverage out in the center part of North Dakota.
Dan Kircherman from Valley City gets the win via fall over Ariana Vargas from Moorhead at 130. Kircherman advancing on. A lot of eyes on that East-West tournament, of course, this time of year.
Final four at 124 pounds. Waters from Dickinson wins by fall over Kremper from Bemidji with 4:21 there in the third period. Currently underway, McKenna Jones from Stanley going up against Amanda Kingston from Williams County. That's early on in period number 1. And in mat number 3, Natalie Meyer from Dickinson 2-0 over Duchuk here from Central Cass after 1 period.
Bristol Fike, 2-0 lead over Leanna Olron from Bismarck. That is 130 pounds. And now I believe a 2-point near fall will come the way of Fike. Yeah, Fike's lead at 4-0 with 30 seconds left in the first period. It's Gemma Enger from Moorhead against Bryn Larson from Grand Forks, 130-pound matchup over on mat number 1. And Enger will have a point to start the match. Didn't see what that was given for, but that's how that match will start, 130 pounds as well. Final 10 seconds of the first period at mat number 2. Riding right now is Fike with a 4-0 lead. And not any time left to try to add to that point total as the period will end, and Fike with the 4-0 advantage. Driving for the takedown is Bryn Larson for Grand Forks on mat number 1. Larson now a 2-0 lead. Excuse me, a 2-1 lead over Gemma Enger from Moorhead.
So far, Joel, 100 through 124 pounds for the quarterfinals. They're all set. As, again, girls wrestling 130, where we're at now, to 136. Heavyweights at 250, 190, 170, 155, 148. Also, boys wrestling this year. What do you think about the new weight classes on the boys' side, Joel? Have you seen any impact one way or another that helped out from a dual perspective or anything from an individual perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of guys had to cut.
Yeah.
I think there was a few who had that scenario going, but I think it becomes more opportunity for some wrestlers to get out, as we have now a 2-2 score over on mat number 1. Getting the escape was Enger from Moorhead. But I think it does better to align at now the national standard. A lot of these high-level competitive wrestlers are wrestling out of the state in the summertime, seeing a lot of cross-border, across-the-nation matchups. So I think it aligns that a little bit more. Bristol Fike will get the fall on mat number 2. Fike defeats Fike from Harvey Wells County against Lena Olron from Bismarck to advance on at 130 pounds. But I know that was kind of a question as to what they thought they wanted to do. Minnesota made the change. North Dakota was I think on the fence, or at least maybe who I talked to was on the fence, the few that I kind of unofficial surveyed. But I think ultimately that's a better decision, a better switch.
Over in mat number 3 right now, Natalie Meyer from Dickinson as we go to the third period leads Isabel Ducek 4-0. On mat number 4, Tori Barr from Bemidji early on 2-1 over Sophia Johnson from Bismarck Legacy in period number 1. That both are 130-pound varsity matches.
We're going to get a clasping call over on mat number 1. It's going to be against Gemma Enger from Moorhead. So Enger falls behind Bryn Larson from Grand Forks 3-2. Second period just underway. Mat number 2, it's Sneela McKebbin from Carrington against Doyle from Dickinson. That's 130-pound JV. Doyle with the lead, 2-0. Trying to get an early fall here, and she does. Doyle from Dickinson moves on at 130 pounds. Four to 2 our score on mat number 1. There's a lot of hand fighting going on over there on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will be a 130-pound JV matchup. Jocelyn Carpenter from Devil's Lake. Desiree Pufy from Bemidji will be wrestling there on mat number 2, 130-pound JV.
Mat number 3, midway through the third period, Natalie Meyer 6-0 over Isabel Ducek now from Central Cass. Also midway through the second period on mat number 4, Tori Barr from Bemidji 2-1 over Sophia Johnson from Bismarck Legacy.
6-2 now the lead. Bryn Larson will get a takedown over on mat number 2. And now getting some back points. Didn't like the approach she had, so wants to get side control. There will be 2 on the near fall, so it is 8-2 with 17 seconds left to go in the second period, and has that half in. Now gets some movement against Enger, and it's a fall, so it's Bryn Larson from Grand Forks moving on at 130 pounds. Gemma Enger from Moorhead into the wrestlebacks. Mat number 2, Carpenter from Devil's Lake 2. Pufy from Bismarck, or excuse me, from Bemidji 1. That's 130 pounds of the JV bracket.
Looks like Natalie Meyer from Dickinson is going to move on 7-0 over Isabel Ducek at 130 pounds here as that one is just about to go final. Also on mat number 4, getting closer to period number 3, Tori Barr still leads Sophia Johnson. Barr from Bemidji 2-1, now make it 4-1 as we go to period number 3.
Final 40 seconds of the first period on mat number 2, and Pufy had the 3-2 lead. Wrestlers will come out of bounds. No time wasted over on mat number 1. It's Taryn Gores from Northern Lights, Kendra Garcia from Carrington, and Garcia, very much the aggressor, gets that low ankle hook, and now a takedown. Smooth transition from Garcia to take down Gores, and now trying to set in that cradle.
Barr able to move on with a fall at 130 pounds, so she'll be going to the quarterfinals.
Blood time over on mat number 2. Gores stands up. Garcia looking for the mat return, and nice job by Gores to get the escape. Gores right now just looking kind of to settle. I mean, taken down early, put into back points early, and really get a chance to get settled into the match. Gets the escape, and right away Garcia aggressive again with the hand control of the upper body. Garcia to shoot, sprawling out is Gores. Back underway on mat number 2. 3-2 the lead. Desiree Pufy from Bemidji against Jocelyn Carpenter from Devil's Lake. 20 seconds left in the first period there.
Hugley from Pembina County North at 130-pound JV division going up against Bierkley from Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Hugley from Pembina County North leads 2-0 early. And then you have Casselton from Team Fargo, the 8th grader, at 130 pounds junior varsity going up against Hagen from the Grand Forks Knight Riders. Hagen up 2-0 in period number 1.
Kendra Garcia got another takedown and leads 4-1. 10 seconds left in the first period of mat number 1, and Gore's just trying to defend her way through this period. We do have a stoppage for potentially dangerous, and a point will come for Taryn Gores, so Gores leads 4-2. But I think Gores really wants this first period to end. Again, just a chance to kind of collect herself, her thoughts and her strategy after Garcia had that takedown about 10 seconds in on that heel hook and then got into a near fall. Mat number 2, it is 3-2. Pufy from Bemidji leads Carpenter, and a point will come to Pufy on the escape. So it's now 4-2.
Hagen from the Knight Riders advances with a fall in the first period over Hazelton from Fargo, and also moving on is Hugley here from Pembina County North with a fall over Bjerkley from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. That again, 130-pound junior varsity division.
Second period beginning over on mat number 2, and it is, mat number 1. It is 4-2. Garcia from Carrington leading Gores from Northern Lights. Minute left over on mat number 2, 4-2. Pufy from Bemidji against Carpenter from Devil's Lake. And both wrestlers scrambling, no one with control. And now will be 2 given the way of the Bemidji wrestler on mat number 2. Mat number 1, another scramble, no one with clear control as Garcia comes around. Garcia runs her lead now to 6-2. Stall warning given over on mat number 2 to Jocelyn Carpenter from Devil's Lake, and the wrestlers are out of bounds.
136 pounds in the first period. Jamie Cunningham from Dickinson wins by fall over Rachel Dahl of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Going on at 130 pounds in the mat number 3 from Stanley Aguilar. Amanda going up against Riley Linton from Fargo. That one just getting underway.
Wrestlers come out of bounds on mat number 1. 49 seconds left in the second period. 6-2. Garcia's lead. Blood time again over on mat number 2. And on the restart, it's Garcia on top and to her feet in the escape. Another one for Taryn Gores. Gores trailing 6-3 inside of 40 left in the second period. And Gores has gotten her points via escapes, has not yet to register a takedown, as Garcia will get another takedown. 8-3 Garcia, and some immediate back points. And a fall. It's Kendra Garcia from Carrington will get the win over Taryn Gores from Northern Lights at 130 pounds. Garcia to the quarterfinals. Back over on mat number 2. Desiree Pufy from Bemidji. 7-2 lead over Jocelyn Carpenter from Devil's Lake. 15 seconds left to go in the period. We could have this one end with a fall. And we will. Desiree Pufy will get the win via fall here at 130 pounds in the JV bracket.
Riley Linton at the 130-pound junior varsity leads from Fargo over Amanda Aguilar from Stanley midway through period number 2 at 2-0.
130 pounds over on mat number 1, and it's Aaliyah Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy, Emily Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley. 2-0 the lead for Cullinan here at 136 pounds. Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley at her base and is turned by Cullinan, and she'll get back to her belly as mat number 2 features a 136-pound matchup. Chloe Bartz from Harvey Wells County in action here on mat number 2.
Lucy Karski from Fargo defeats Chloe Knott from Bemidji via fall at a 144, and that was in the 136-pound varsity division.
Madalena from Carrington will get the takedown over on mat number 2. They have a 2-0 lead against Bartz from Harvey Wells County. And a victory over on mat number 1. It's Aaliyah Callanan from Bismarck Legacy, the win over Emily Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley at 136 pounds.
136 pounds at mat number 4, Jaden Eichberg from Bemidji, 4-0 early over Lily Zawandi from Dickinson. That, again, is a 136-pound junior varsity. At 130-pound junior varsity coming back, it is Amanda Aguilar from Stanley, now 7-4 over Riley Litton from Fargo, heading into period number 3.
Mat number 1, Ava Hughes from Moorhead against Lexi Ray from Grand Forks. That's 136 pounds. 4-1 our score over on mat number 2. And a takedown comes the way of Lexi Ray early on mat number 1. Madalena from Carrington, a 4-1 advantage on mat number 2 with about 9 seconds left to wrestle. That's 136 pounds. And that first period will come to an end. It's a 4-1 lead for the Carrington wrestler. Second period begins over on mat number 2, and it will be neutral position for both wrestlers. Madalena from Carrington has been in control in this matchup. Chloe Bart's a chance to be a little bit more aggressive, but here we're going to get another takedown and another 2 points. 45 seconds left over on mat number 1 off the restart. It is Lexi Ray with the 2-0 lead. Ray from Grand Forks, Hughes from Moorhead.
136-pound junior varsity, mat number 4, Chapa from Bismarck Legacy going up against Racheska from Pembina County North. And also at 130-pound junior varsity of mat number 3, late in the third period right now. Aguilar for Stanley leads by 2, 8-6 over Linton, and gets 2 more points. Now leads at 10-6 with about 15 seconds left.
And a final over on mat number 1. It's a victory for Lexi Ray from Grand Forks. On to the next round at 136 pounds. Mat number 2, it is a 6-1. Looks like we're going to get a points for clasping will come the way of Chloe Bartz from Harvey Wells County. 6-4, Bartz within 2 here with 47 seconds left in the second period. Some momentum coming the way of Harvey Wells County's wrestler, but now Madalena will get the escape, and it is 7-4. Miley Christensen from Valley City against Jasmine Lindberg from Williams County. That is on mat number 1, and that is 142 pounds. And had to stop before it really got started. A second in, the official noticed that Lindberg had something on her wrist, a bracelet of some sort, so she had to throw that one off, and now that match is back underway, and hook in the leg is Christensen. Elevation looking to sweep Lindberg, and sweeps her down, and 2-0 lead for Miley Christensen, the sophomore, 17-2 on the season. Mat number 2, Madalena from Carrington, a 7-4 lead over Chloe Bartz from Harvey Wells County as the second period will wrap up. Both of these of the varsity brackets, mat 1 is 142 pounds, mat 2, 136 pounds. Christensen right now trying to put the power half in onto Lindberg. Power half in is going to get the turn. Trying to end this one here early. And she will, as it's a victory for Miley Christensen from Valley City. Christensen will get the win over Jasmine Lindberg from Williams County at 142 pounds.
Madison Reams from Bismarck High at 136 pounds leads early over Jasmine Jeffers from Standing Rock, 2-0. The freshman from Bismarck currently up in front early at 136 pounds on mat number 3. Mat number 4 at 136 pounds on the JV side. Chapa with a 5-3 advantage.
Minute and a half to go on mat number 2. Madalena from Carrington at 136 pounds, a 7-4 lead over Chloe Bartz from Harvey Wells County. 142 pounds over on mat number 1. Madeline Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River, Minnesota. Gets Leveline McLean from Fargo.
And Aguilar from Stanley over Fargo. Again, decision 12-10 at the 130-pound junior varsity. So she will be moving on. And Reams with a fall 29 seconds into the 136-pound match against Jeffers from Standing Rock.
No score on mat number 2. We're about inside of a minute 20 to wrestle in the first period between Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River, McLean from Fargo. 10-4 the lead for Madalena from Carrington over on mat number 2 at 136 pounds, wrestling against Chloe Bartz from Harvey Wells County. And a takedown from McLean from Fargo. 2-0 lead, under a minute to go. Plenty of time to try to pick up near fall points against Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River. Madalena trying to put in that inside cradle to the base is Bartz. 10 seconds left. Madalena from Carrington will advance here at 136 pounds. And now near fall points and a potential fall coming from McLean over on mat number 1. And it will be Webeline McLean from Fargo getting the win with a fall, defeating Madeline Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River over on mat number 1.
Mat number 3 at 136-pound junior varsity, Phoebe Wade from Bismarck High going up against Audemars from Bismarck Legacy. Otmar currently leads 6-2, and then Chapa 10-3 over Wachiska here from Pembina County North, also at 136-pound junior varsity. That is getting late into period number 2 here on mat number 4.
We have our next 4 wrestlers checking in here on mats 1 and 2. Again, mats 1 and 2 here in the main gym, 3 and 4 over on the south gym. A very lively Saturday here at Central Cass. Full brackets across the board for the most part, I should say, here in this tournament. Mat number 1, Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain against Ellie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton. That is 142 pounds. Mat number 2 from Turtle Mountain, Emily Wilkie against Hope Midletter from Linton HMB. And that one, 136 pounds. Mat number 2, Wilkie trying to set up a move here against Midletter from Linton HMB. Midletter is able to counter by scooping up the single leg, trying to drive, and it's a scramble. Midletter, nice job coming around to get the takedown as she passes through Wilkie. 2 points over on mat number 1 go to Ellie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton on the takedown of Aaliyah Martin. And both mats featuring wrestlers from Turtle Mountain. Seen a little bit more of those wrestlers kind of huddled around the mats to watch their teammates go.
Final on mat number 3, 136-pound junior varsity quarterfinal. Otmar, the 7th grader, Bismarck Legacy, wins via fall over Wade from South Border with 2:19 left in that match. And then mat number 4, Champa from Bismarck Legacy, 13-5 over Wachiska here from Pembina County North with 50 seconds left in the third.
And we have a fall over on mat number 2. Hope Midletter from Linton HMB. Freshman gets the win over Emily Wilkie from Turtle Mountain at 136. Back over on mat number 1, it's a 5-0 lead for Ellie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton over Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain. Roseland trying to end this one with a pin, but not enough time. We'll get 3 more on the near fall to take an 8-0 advantage. Chase, it's going to happen at some point today between 4 mats, 2 gyms, a lot of coaches. Someone's going to miss their mat assignment.
It's probably going to happen going back and forth. I've been seeing a couple of the coaches or assistants kind of come into the video boards that are here on the north side of the main gym and kind of double checking, making sure that they're looking so far of where to go. But knock on wood, Joel, it's been pretty efficient so far here this morning.
Mat number 2, Clancy Meyer from Dickinson against Hannah Larson from Northwood, and Meyer a takedown here that's 142 pounds. Yeah, it's been good, but as I think as we dwindle down, it always happens. There's always a lot of smiles and laughing when a wrestler who's supposed to be at mat 1 or 2 finds himself either waiting to go at mat 3 or 4, or not even realizing that they were on the clock to get things started.
Mat number 3 right now from Moorhead at 142 pounds is Kaylee Williams going up against Central Cass's Schneider. Lois Schneider from Central Cass, the junior 5'2", going to the end of period number 1. And at 136-pound junior varsity, Champa is going to advance with a 13-7 decision with the win in that one.
After seeing 8 points in the first period, no scoring in the second period at mat number 1 at 142 pounds. Ellie Rolson from Hettinger Scranton leads Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain, and it's both wrestlers have been on their feet, and it does seem like Martin maybe a little bit more aggressive on the feet here, and Rolson stepping back a little bit more defensively. Mat number 2, Clancy Meyer from Dickinson, a 2-0 lead, 30 seconds left in the first period against Hannah Larson from Northwood, and has that half in again and will turn her over. And the official swiping for some near fall points, and will get the pin there. Clancy Meyer from Dickinson on to the next round at 142 pounds. And Leah Martin on mat number 1 from Turtle Mountain with some heavy hands against Ellie Rosler from Hettinger Scranton, trying to make up that 8-0 deficit. Stoppage with 22 seconds left in the first period. And they will restart.
A lot of points so far between Schneider and Williams at 142 pounds on mat number 3. Schneider from Central Cass 5-4 over Williams here as we reach the midway point of period number 2. And then Reagan Ulmer from South Border at 142 pounds over Violet from Bismarck High 2-1 at 142 pounds on mat number 4.
Another takedown coming for Allie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton. A 10-0 lead. There is 2 seconds left in the first period of that matchup. Adriana Turner from Bismarck against Macy Tunheim from South Border. That's 142-pound JV over on mat number 2. And officially an end to the second period over on mat number 1. And the official kind of chuckling at the towel tapper who came out, but there had been the stoppage before, so he knew how much time was left. And as that one ends, a 10-0 into the period, and on top will be Ellie Roseland, who is trying to close this matchup out, trying to get some bonus points for her team. No score over on mat number 2 between Turner from Bismarck, Tunheim from South Border. JV 142-pound matchup over on mat number 2.
Ulmer currently 2-1 after one period of play. For South Border after one period of wrestling here. And Matthews from Fargo, the 8th grader at 142 pounds. Going up, it's Whaley against West Fargo United here. That one just currently underway on mat number 3. And Williams from Moorhead, the 8th grader, 142 pounds, wins via fall over Schneider from Central Cass with 3:27 mark.
Allie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton will get the pin over Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain, and a nice spin move by the official to spin around and put down his hand for the fall to end that matchup here at 142 pounds. First period is going to end on mat number 2 between Turner and Tunheim, and I don't think you're going to see any points, and it'll be a scoreless end to the first period over on mat number 2. We got a Mondack wrestler against a Grand Forks wrestler over on the first mat. Believe this will be another 142-pound matchup. We'll tell you who we have out here momentarily as second period begins on mat number 2. On top will be Tunheim from South Border against Turner from Bismarck. And that is Amanda Shields from Mondack on mat number 1 against Kaylee Kurz from Grand Forks. And a misstep from Shields lost her footing, and that puts Kurz on top for the takedown and a 2-0 advantage. Shields came out very, very aggressive and just lost her footing, tumbled backwards, and Kurz did a good job capitalizing on that as has the points and is now beginning to try to put in a move, some sort of a pinning combination here for some back points. 1-0 the score on mat number 2. Adriana Turner from Bismarck has the point against Macy Tunheim from South Border.
Match is over on mat number 4. Looks to see Ulmer is going to be advancing here over Weininger from Bismarck High. And then mat number 3 at 142-pound junior varsity, still scoreless after one period between Matthews and Whaley here. Whaley from West Fargo United, again Matthews from Fargo. That's at 142-pound junior varsity division.
30 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. And Kerr's getting some extension over Shields to try to set up something up. Now we'll try to tuck those arms inside. 25 seconds left on the second period over on mat number 2. And a 1-0 lead for Adriana Turner. Now an arm bar and a turn from Kerrs on mat number 1 and a fall. Kaylee Kerrs from Grand Forks will defeat Amanda Shields from Mondack, 142 pounds on mat number 1. Second period coming to an end on mat 2, and a takedown came from Turner, but it was too late as time had expired.
142 pounds on mat number 4. You have Peyton Miller from West Fargo United going up against Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That one is just currently underway. Weigel with 2 early points. And then at 100-pound junior varsity going on, Ava Crandall from Central Cass against Puppy here from Pembina County North.
Mat number 1 is Bailey Remfro from Napoleon Gackle Streeter against Molly Hahn from Kindred. This is a 100-pound JV. For the 100-pound JV bracket. I believe this is on the winner's side of the bracket. And that one coming to an end quick. Molly Hahn getting the victory. Mat number 2. That is Turner with a 3-0 lead. A minute to go. That's 142-pound JV.
100-pound junior varsity match number 4 just getting underway was Falcon from Turner Mountain Community High School against Cheyenne Moore from Pembina County North. Cheyenne Moore wins via fall in 10 seconds. Also at 100-pound junior varsity, you have Macy from Pembina County North wins via fall over Ava Crandall of Central Cass in 46 seconds.
So Bismarck Wrestle get the victory over on mat number 2, and we have some stoppage on mat number 1. It is Jasmine Schroeder from Carrington against Lucy Chervy against Dickinson. Chevrolet, there we go, Chase. There it is. She wasn't at the right mat assignment. So they're trying to track her down. Chevrolet will be wrestling over on mat number 1 against Schroeder from Carrington. And a quick victory over on mat number 2 from Lisbon. Let's see if we can get that update. I believe it's Bauman from Lisbon who got the win over there on mat number 1. So a quick match there on the 100-pound JV.
Also at 100-pound JV, Ivy Guy from Central Cass going up against Hensley from Standing Rock on mat number 4. And on mat number 3, Willow Hagan from Fargo wins via fall over Cora Lee from Northwood 40 seconds into the first period.
Mat number 2, it's Tessa Nelson from Mondack against Grace Coase from Central Cass. This is 100-pound JV. Still waiting for Lucy Chevrolet from Dickinson to make her way. There she is making her way to the scorers table for mat 1 against Jasmine Schroeder from Carrington. Again, this is both these matches 100-pound JV bracket matchups. And Schroeder almost having a takedown against Chevrolet, but she did a good job catching herself. And now both wrestlers scrambling, no one with clear control. And looks like the officials, they will give 2 to Lucy Chevrolet as she was able to come through. The 7th grader with the 2-0 advantage. 1-0 the score on mat number 1. Gracie Coase with the lead against Tessa Nelson from Mondack. Nelson going to shoot on the double and continues the drive. No points yet awarded from the official. Clasping called over on mat number 1. So someone's going to get a point out of the deal. And Jasmine Schroeder will get a point to make it 2-1 on the clasping call.
Hagen from Fargo wins via fall 46 seconds in over Lee from Northwood. Currently underway again, Ivy Guy from Central Cass over Hensley from Standing Rock. That one now is officially over. Let me take a look at the final on that one. Joel Guy wins by fall, and then you have Baumgartner from Bismarck High at 148 pounds going up against Lima from the Grand Forks Knight Riders. That one is currently underway on mat number 3 and period number 1 scoreless.
Mat number 2 into the second period. It is Nelson from Mondack 4, Coast from Central Cass 2. Nelson looking to add on another 2 more points. She will. Tessa Nelson's lead now at 6-2. 40 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. Chevrolet from Dickinson, a 2-0 lead against Schroeder from Carrington, and almost had her going for some back points, but able to belly down is Schroeder. As into the final 20 seconds of that first period. This is coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Third time this tournament has been held. Second time it's been held in that, I want to call it the sanctioned era of high school girls wrestling in the state of North Dakota.
Baumgartner from Bismarck High, 3-0 over Lima from the Grand Forks Knight Riders. 120 left in the second period at 148 pounds. Also at 148 pounds on mat number 4 now. You have Witcham from Moorhead going up against Ava Haroblom from Lisbon. Ava currently leads 3-0 in period number 1.
4-1 the lead for Lucy Chevrolet from Dickinson on mat number 1 against Jasmine Schroeder from Carrington's 100-pound JV. 6-3 the lead for Tessa Nelson from Mondack over Gracie Koss from Central Cass. That is on mat number 2. .20 seconds left in the second period at mat 2, and it's Tessa Nelson from Mondack with extension of the arm of Koss and the official swiping for some points. Five seconds left to go in the second period on mat number 2. And time runs out for Tessa Nelson, but does get 3 on the near fall and a 9-3 advantage. 55 seconds left in the second period over on mat number 1. 4-1 the lead. Lucy Chevrolet from Dickinson against Jasmine Schroeder from Carrington.
Currently underway now at 148 pounds on mat number 3. Jaden Jacobson from Central Cass, the freshman, going up against Olivia Marks from Bismarck Legacy, the 7th grader. That again, quarterfinal of 148 junior varsity division. And Baumgartner here from Bismarck High takes down Lima via fall at 148 pounds in the varsity at 250 left at 250 mark in that particular bout.
Tessa Nelson from Mondack on mat 2 adds 2 more for a adds 2 more, and then 2 more on a near fall for a 14-3 lead over Gracie Kost from Central Cass. That's a 100-pound JV. Mat number 1. Second period ends, and it's Lucy Chevrolet from Dickinson. Chevrolet from Dickinson, a 4-1 lead over Jasmine Schroeder from Carrington. Final minute, 10 seconds. It's going to be a major decision victory for Tessa Nelson, or I should say she's in line for a major decision victory, which some bonus points for her team and the overall scoring of the JV bracket, as now Tessa Nelson is going to get a turn, trying to secure that right arm of Gracie Kost. Third period underway on mat number 1, 4-1 the lead for Lucy Chevrolet.
148-pound junior varsity, mat number 4. Dorman from Dickinson going up against Fontaine from Grand Forks, the Knight Riders.
Tessa Nelson gets the win via fall on mat number 2 on to the next round of 100-pound JV. Mat number 1, it will be a pin for Jasmine Schroeder. Schroeder come around and get the pin. Yeah, nice job by Schroeder. Kind of happened fast on that move. Jasmine Schroeder comes back and gets the win here from Carrington, 100 pounds in the JV bracket.
Going on at 148 pounds, quarterfinal, mat number 3 in the junior varsity. Jaden Jacobson from Central Cass leads 5-0 over Olivia Marks from Bismarck Legacy. And then at 148 pounds again on the junior varsity, Dickinson's Dorman leads 2-0 over LaFontaine from Grand Forks Knight Riders here, also on that junior varsity mat number 4.
155 pounds on mat number 2, Emily Novak from Grand Forks, Colby McEwen from Dickinson. Mat number 1, 148 pounds, Kenley Hamley from Turtle Mountain against Isabel McLean from Fargo. And McLean right away with the takedown. Takedown on the other end for Novak for Grand Forks over on mat number 2. And an escape for Hamley, Kenley Hamley over on mat number 1 to make it 2-1. Now approaching a minute to go in the first period. And both of these are varsity bracket matches. There's, I believe all weight classes will have a counterpart JV bracket, some complete, some round robin format, and a pin for Emily Novak on mat number 2 from Grand Forks. Defeats Kobe McEwen from Dickinson at 155 pounds. 2-1 the score on mat 1, 39 seconds left in the first period there at 148 pounds. It's Hamley from Turtle Mountain trailing McLean from Fargo.
Christina Dorman from Dickinson advances via the fall at 114 in the first period against Jada LaFontaine from the Grand Forks Central Knight Riders. That again at the 148-pound junior varsity. She will go up against McDaniel from Bismarck High, who had a bye in the quarterfinals.
And a takedown for Hamley and into some back points from Turtle Mountain. Believe that's going to go down as a 4-point move. We'll see once all the scoring is totaled up. Yeah, will be a 4-point move. And now a 5-2 lead for Kenley Hamley from Turtle Mountain against Isabel McLean from Fargo. That is 148 pounds. Veda Carlbloom from Lisbon against Aubrey Locken from Stanley. That's 155 pounds. Over on mat number 2. And Locken, the takedown and a stoppage. I don't know if it's potentially dangerous or out of bounds. Out of bounds it's looking like, but a 3-point near fall. Locken right away, 33 seconds in, has 5 points for Stanley. That's 155-pound varsity.
And 148-pound junior varsity, Jada Jacobson from Central Cass leads 10-0 over Olivia Marks and Bismarck Legacy going into the third period. And it looks like Dizzy Kreischner as well via fall over Casey Gross from Williams County, that at 155 pounds on mat number 4.
Kenley Hamley gets hit with the clasping call, and that gives Isabel McLean a point. It is 5-3, minute 50 to go in the second period there, 148 pounds. 5-0 the advantage for Aubrey Locken from Stanley, trying to finish off Veda Carlbloom with a pin on that turn, and she does. Locken pins Veda Carlbloom as the first period was coming to an end. Locken on to the next round, 155 pounds. 5-4 the score over on mat number 1 as an escape for McLean. Cuts her deficit to a point with just under a minute and a half remaining in the second period.
Brentley DeWald from Napoleon Gackel Streeter at 155 pounds will go up against Russell from West Fargo United, the senior, going up against the sophomore Russell, the senior. And right now with 30 seconds left in period number 3, it looks like Central Cass's Jaden Jacobson will advance at 148-pound junior varsity over Olivia Marks.
Hamley gets a takedown and is back in front, 7-6. Under a minute to go in the second period over on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will be 155 pounds. Jalen Jetty from Devil's Lake against Clara Steffes from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, and a pin for Kenley Hamley from Turtle Mountain defeats Isabel Nuclean from Fargo at 148 pounds. Hamley, a nice job collecting herself mid-match, was taken down quickly and then just bounced back on a reversal on a near fall and was able to get things turned around for a win. Still no score over on mat number 2. Getting Jetty from Devil's Lake, Steffes from LLM.
Jacobson's going to advance over Olivia Marks here at 148-pound junior varsity on mat number 3. Mat number 4, 155-pound junior varsity now. Shorey from Bismarck going up against Kremnitz from Pembina County North. Chemnitz, excuse me.
Steffes going for the double leg. Jetty fighting that off. .49 seconds left to go in the first period over on mat number 2, and Jetty was able to change the tide, gets the takedown, and into some back points right away. If she can elevate the head, could see this one end. She does. Jalen Jetty from Devil's Lake, a win at 155 pounds, defeats Clara Steffes. Emerson from Central Cass against Sheila Baker from Standing Rock, a 2-0 lead for Emerson.
Chemnitz from Pembina County North now out early in period number 1, 8-0 over Danica Shorey with a 155-pound junior varsity.
A pin over on mat number 1 should help the team scoring now for the Central Cass Squirrels here in this Belle of the Brawl tournaments.
155 pounds, period number 1 going on. Also a Central Cass Squirrels. Helland from Central Cass Cheyenne going up against Claire Lathorpe from Breckenridge Wahpeton. And again, period number 1 at 155 pounds on mat number 3 over in the South Gym.
Ava Gullison from Central Cass against Via Spicer from Dickinson. That's 170 pounds on mat number 2. Mat number 1 is Nevaeh Sorensen from Carrington against Beth Olson from Grand Forks. That is a 155-pound JV matchup on mat number 1. And looking for the throw was Gullison. Spicer is able to get herself away as these two really coming at each other here to begin this matchup a minute into it here on mat number 2. A takedown from Sorensen and right into some back points and a potential fall, and it's Nevaeh Sorensen pinning Beth Olson from Grand Forks. 155-pound JV, Sorensen coming away with the win.
55-pound junior varsity as well over on mat number 4. Chemnitz from Pembina County North, 8-1 over Shorey right now over Danica Shorey in period number 2.
Takedown comes from Ava Gullison from Central Cass, and that was just a good sequence of wrestling as she'll get the pin over Via Spicer from Dickinson. So Gullison the win at 170 pounds, but good job of sensing just kind of going move for move between Gullison and Spicer on that catch wrestling style finish to that match. Audrey Fuhrer from EEK against Nevaeh Buffett from Lisbon. That is 170 pound in the varsity bracket.
£155 Lexi Belker from Bismarck High going up against Kiara from Bismarck Legacy. Currently scoreless 60 seconds into that one. And then as we get late into period number 2 at 155-pound junior varsity, Chemnitz again over Pembina County North, 8-1 over Shorey, and that's at the JV 155.
Mat number 2, Carly Lessman from Carrington against Ivy Griffin from Bismarck Legacy. Both of these, Mat 1 and 2, is the 170 pounds of this Belle of the Brawl tournament. Tying up over on mat 2, now tying up over on mat 1. inside of a minute to go on mat 1, inside of a minute now at mat 2. These two matches just kind of mirroring each other with the pace and the style and what either wrestler has tried to do. As shooting was Fuhrer, sprawling out is Buffett, and Fuhrer is continuing to drive, and Buffett trying to break down that arm to swing herself around to try to score some points here with 30 seconds left in the first period. Going on a single leg is Fuhrer, now switching to a double. Can't find the drive, and it looks like they're both going to come out of bounds. 30 seconds left in mat number 2. No score as that first period just about to come to an end.
How about this? At the 155-pound junior varsity, Ava Chemnitz was up 10-3 over Danica Shorey from Bismarck, but Shorey with the takedown 52 seconds into period number 2 to advance on the junior varsity side at 155. Currently underway at 170 now. You have Josie from Bismarck High against Paige Smomer from Bismarck Century. That one currently underway at 170 pounds and 155 pounds. Lexi Belkler here from Bismarck High takes a 5-0 advantage over Kiara from Bismarck Legacy in period number 2.
Both first periods will end on mat 1 and mat 2 with no score. Mat 2 will begin first. Lessman from Carrington, Griffin from Legacy, 170 pound. Buffett will be on top to begin the second period over in the top position to begin the second period over on mat number 1 against Fuhrer from Ellendale, Edgeley Cullum. You get the feeling we're going to get super low scoring matches here between the two, and maybe could be the pace we see moving on the rest of this, the weight classes as we continue to move up. I think a stall warning was given to Griffin over on mat number 1, and she may get a takedown. Takedown for Lessman. Lessman will get the takedown, and now trying to turn into near fall points. The official swiping up some points. Daylight on the shoulder blades of Griffin in the mat. 1-0 the score. Fuhrer got a point after a clasping call. Gets a point and a reversal on the restart. So Audrey Fuhrer now a 3-0 lead against Nevaeh Buffet at mat number 1. The pin comes from Carly Lessman on mat number 2. Lessman advancing with a win over Ivory Griffin from Legacy over on mat number 2. And a pin for Audrey Fuhrer on mat number 1 from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. Defeats Nevaeh Buffet from Lisbon. Again, those two matches, it seems like whistles were just moments apart. Time was just moments apart as two very similar pace, similar style matches. Another 170-pound matchup over on mat number 2. So this one looking like it's the 170-pound JV. Maya Hipsek from Central Cass.
Lexi Belkler from Bismarck High defeats Kiara from Bismarck Legacy at 155 pounds to advance to the quarterfinals at 155.
So Nevaeh Hipsek on mat number 2 against Gwen Kostelecki from Bismarck Century. 170-pound JV. In fact, both mats will now be 170-pound JV. Cheyenne Latrexer from Pembina County North against Kaya Wiley from Grand Forks. And Hipsek will get the takedown over on mat number 2. And Nevaeh Hipsek will get the fall and the victory at 170 pounds against Gwen Kostelecki from Bismarck Century.
Leo Willard from Bemidji at 170 pounds going on mat number 3 right now against Samantha Houghton against West Fargo United late in period number 1. Willard leads 2-0. And then at 170 pounds as well from Williston, Razda going up against Leatherman here from Mondak at 170 pounds on mat number 4.
Two new wrestlers over on mat number 2. We'll get you there momentarily. That's 190 pounds. Back over on mat number 1. Latrexer from Pembina County North, trailing Wiley from Grand Forks 2-0. That's the JV 170-pound bracket. Mat number 2 from Devil's Lake, Isabel Berg against Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. Thorpe a 2-0 lead again at 190 pounds. And Berg trying to secure a fall here with just over a minute left in the first period.
170-pound championship round. You have Smolmer from Century via fall 256 over Thor from Bismarck High.
And it will be a pin for Isabel Berg from Devil's Lake. She wins here in the 190-pound main bracket over Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. 2-1, Kyle Wiley from Grand Forks leads Cheyenne Latexer from Pembina County North. First period into its final 7 seconds, and we're going to get 2 more points from Kyle Wiley as she gets a late takedown, coming out victorious from that scramble between the two.
Final at 170 pounds over on the South Gym. Willard from Bemidji wins via fall over Houghton from West Fargo United at 139 in period number 1. And currently going on mat number 3, Kendra Erickson from Dickinson against Sullivan from Grand Forks Central. The Knight Riders at 170 pounds, again, junior varsity.
Second period beginning over on mat number 1. It is 4-1. The advantage for Kaya Wiley from Grand Forks over Cheyenne Latexer from Pembina County North. Minute and a half to go, and Nevaeh Youngbear from Mayport CG at 250 of the heavyweights against Phoenix Ligstead from Bismarck Legacy, and they're trying to track down the Bismarck wrestler. 6-2, Kaya Wiley extends her lead. Under a minute and a half to go in the second period over Cheyenne Latexer from Pembina County North, and we had a stoppage for potentially dangerous.
Mat number 4, 250 pounds, Riley Klein from Beulah Hazen going up against Ava Mosier from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That in period number 1, 170 pounds. And mat number 3, that one just going final between Sullivan and alongside Erickson. We'll get to a final here in a moment. As Erickson and Sullivan winning via takedown is Erickson from Dickinson, with the fall over Sullivan there in period number 2.
6-5 as Cheyenne Latexer has cut that deficit now to a point with a minute left in the second period. Over on mat number 2, it's a takedown for Lindstedt right away here in the heavyweight division of this girls tournament. Takedown and a pin. Phoenix Lindstedt gets the victory. 19 seconds into the first period. Phoenix Lindstedt next round, onto the next round of winners bracket of this tournament. Back over on mat number 1. 2 points on a reversal for Kaya Wiley, and she has an 8-5 lead. 30 seconds left in the second period. We'll have a wrestler, JVE heavyweights here on mat number 2 from Badger, Greenbush, Middle River, and Grand Forks. We'll tell you more about that matchup as they're about to get underway here, but 10 seconds left in the second period on mat number 1, and walking around is Kaya Wiley on Latexer. 4 seconds left, trying to get that half in on the turn. Time runs out. No points given. I thought might have seen a late potentially dangerous, but no points given there. It'll be 8-5. It's Lacey Whitmire from Grand Forks against Cheyenne Wergen from Badger, Greenbush, Middle River. Heavyweight JV division.
Update at 250, you have Ava Mosier from Napoleon Gackle Streeter wins via fall over Riley Klein from Beulah Hazen, advancing into the next round here at 250 pounds, the heavyweight division. Also going on right now at 190 pounds, Sky Kopp of Grand Forks Central, the Knight Riders, going up against Cora Oster from Lisbon, period number 1 at 190 pounds, going out on mat number 3 currently in the South Gym.
8-5 into the final period here on mat number 1. That's 170-pound JV. Wiley from Grand Forks, 8. LaTexture from Pembina County North, 5. No score with under a minute left in the first period on mat number 2, which is the JV heavyweight. That is between Wergen from Badger Greenbush Middle River and Whitmire from Grand Forks. Nine to 5 the score. Stalling was given to LaTexture. So Wiley trying to close out this final minute here, leading by 4. LaTexture to her feet, trying to clear the hands, and a sliding mat return there from Wiley, and we're going to see a clasping being called. Well, maybe not, but a reversal. Cheyenne LaTexture will get the reversal, and that will make it 9-7 with 39 seconds left. I'll make that 9-8. So it is a 1-point match over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, it is 2-0. Cheyenne Wergen from Badger Greenbush Middle River will lead at the end of 1 period.
Charlotte Croston from Pembina County North at 100 pounds going up against Cindy Huber from Bismarck Century, the 7th grader. That one currently just getting underway. And then at 190 pounds, Sky Kopp from the Grand Forks Knight Riders leads 3-0 over Cora Oster here from Lisbon, period number 2 at 190 pounds.
9-8, the lead for Wiley. LaTexture needs to get a point, and she will not, as time not on her side. Wiley from Grand Forks, the 9-8 win, moves on here at 170 pound in the JV division. Oregon still a 2-0 lead over on mat number 2. Make that a 4-0 lead. The junior from Badger Greenbush Middle River leads Lacey Whitmire from Grand Forks. I have a 190-pound matchup coming your way here on mat number 1 momentarily.
Maria Brossert from Rugby, the freshman at 100 pounds, quarterfinal round matchup against Beulah Hazen's Brindley Wilkins, the 7th grader. That one going on mat number 4, just getting underway. 190 pounds, period number 2, tied at 3 between Kopp and Oster. And again, 10 seconds left at 190 pounds in mat number 3.
45 seconds left in the second period. Oregon a 4-0 advantage. Over on mat number 1, it's 190 pounds of the main bracket. Clea Hager from Stanley against Cambry Anderson from Bismarck. And Anderson, a takedown and a fall. So Cambry Anderson will pin Hager. 45 seconds in here at 190 pounds. A victory for Wergen from Badger Greenbush Middle River, by the way, on mat number 2.
Going on the South Gym, Joel, Cindy Huber from Bismarck Century wins via fall over Charlotte Croston here. So Huber advancing to the semifinals in the 100-pound weight class. Also at 100 pounds right now, Wilkins from Beulah Hazen over Bossert from Rugby in the quarterfinals after 1 period. And then at 190 pounds, 50 seconds left in the third, Oster from Lisbon over Sky Kopp here in period number 3 at 190 pounds.
Mat number 2, it's defending state champion Anna White against Taylor Mershman from Bemidji. That is the 100-pound quarterfinals. Mat number 2, heavyweight. Azani Martin from Turtle Mountain against Ashley Lindberg from Carrington. Anna White has not lost this season, 29-0. Taylor Mershman, 19-9. And White comes up with the leg of Mershman, will take her down. Mershman was able to grab her head and is coming to slide through. Could hit a reversal here. The official says no change of control, so White will keep control, but a nice job by Mershman. Kept the headlock, drove through, And I think if she had just freed an arm or a leg, may have been given points on the reversal. Minute left in the first period between Martin and Lindbergh on mat number 1. No score there. That is the 250-pound heavyweight division.
100 pounds still going on mat number 4. Wilkins from Beulah Hazen 2-0 over Brossart here from Rugby midway through period number 2.
2-1 the score over on mat number 2 as Merchman will get the escape. 15 seconds left in the first period, 39 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2, scoreless over there. Looking for a throw is Mershman. White gets brought down, but there was no time.
Update 190 pounds cop from Grand Forks Night Riders via fall over Oster here from Lisbon 434 to advance at 190 pounds. Going on at 250 right now, Ella Sad from Lisbon going up against Perry from Bismarck Century on mat number 3, just getting underway.
First period ends on mat number 1 between Martin from Turtle Mountain, Lindbergh from Carrington. No score there at heavyweight. Anna White will get another takedown here on mat number 2. This is the quarterfinals of the 100-pound division. White, a 4-1 lead over Taylor Mershman from Bemidji. It's been a good matchup here of these two wrestlers. Both freshmen, both with impressive records. 2 points right now for Ashley Lindbergh from Carrington, but Martin able to come around with a reversal. Strike that. It was scored as the takedown. That will go to Lindbergh. I thought I saw the official apologize. Looked like he had put the red down for a reversal. As it will be 4-0. Ashley Lindbergh from Carrington on mat number 1. Minute 20 and counting left to go in the second period.
Brentley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen putting some separation between herself and Brossard here from Rugby. 7-0 with 1:40 left in period number 3.
50 to go in the second period. Over on mat number 1. A victory. Ashley Lindbergh will get the win via fall over Azani Martin from Turtle Mountain over on mat number 1. So Lindbergh gets the win. Mat number 2 still 4-1. Anna White hooks the arm of Merchman. Merchman able to turn over, but it will be 3 points and White a 7-1 advantage.
Final at 250 pounds from Bismarck Century. Perry over Sad from Lisbon via fall at 50 seconds. Also going on at 100 pounds now. You have Jenner from South Border going up against Vernon from Henninger Scranton. Vernon leads 4-1, 50 seconds left in period number 1, and about 50 seconds left in period number 3. Wilkins from Beulah Hazen over Brossett from Rugby, also at 100 pounds on mat number 4.
Anna White's lead extended to 7-1 against Taylor Mershman on mat number 2, and now into the final period. You know what? White has led almost the entirety of this matchup. As mat number 2, Marley Miller from EEK, Scout Fredericks from Lisbon. That is at 100 pounds over on mat number 1, and a quick 2 points. Fredericks will take the lead with a quick takedown. White lead now 9-1. And 9-1 I feel is deceiving as to how the match at mat number 2 went, because Merchman was able to really counter Anna White in that first period. But White ultimately has kind of shown her varsity experience here to close things out with that 9-1 lead.
Vernon wins over via fall from Henninger Scranton over South Border's Jenner at the 100-pound quarterfinals, so she's advancing. Also advancing in 100 pounds in the quarterfinals is Brinley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen, 9-4 over Brossart here from Rugby.
Fredericks a 2-0 lead going into the second period over on mat number 1. By the way, that is a wrestle background matchup on mat number 1. Anna White will get the win with a fall over on mat number 2. Anna White onto the semifinals now at 100 pounds. I'd forgotten we were into the wrestle back round. I was like, that's a very quick first period over on mat number 1. Scott Fredericks a 2-0 lead. Looks like we'll have a wrestle back round matchup on mat number 2. This one coming from the 100-pound variety.
Samantha Hansen from Moorhead going up against Kaylee Mueller, also in a wrestle back on mat number 4. And at 100 pounds, just about to get underway. 100-pound junior varsity, mat number 3. You have Lily Riley from Dickinson against Rinley Reams from Bismarck High, the 7th grader. That is currently scoreless, 30 seconds in.
Liliana Hammer from Standing Rock against Kimber Friddle from Stanley on mat number 2. This is a wrestle back in the 100-pound main bracket. 3-0 the lead for Fredericks over on mat number 2. Again, a wrestle back matchup at the 100-pound bracket as well. So both mats 1 and mats 2 wrestle backs for 100 pounds in the main bracket. And Friddle from Stanley will get the first points, a takedown against Liliana Hammer.
Mueller from Mayport CG leads Hansen against Moorhead 2-0 at 100 pounds. 20 seconds left in the first period. Still scoreless between Riley and Reams getting late in period number 1 in the 100-pound junior varsity side.
Kimber Friddle looking to put away this wrestle back round matchup. And gets the fall. Kimber Friddle pins Liliana Hammer from Standing Rock, gets the win via fall onto the next round of wrestlebacks. 5-0 the lead for Scout Fredericks from Lisbon on mat number 1 against Marley Miller from EEK. Second period of the wrestleback ends there. JV 100-pound quarterfinal matchup about to get underway over on mat number 2.
Riley and Reams currently scoreless at 100-pound junior varsity quarterfinal on mat number 3 in the South Gym. Haley Mueller still leads Samantha Hansen from Moorhead at 100 pounds in the wrestlebacks 2-0 midway through period number 2.
7-0 the lead for Scout Fredericks on mat 1. A minute and a half to go there at the 100-pound wrestleback round of the main bracket. Emma Shively from Rugby against Macy Brett from Williston, 100-pound JV quarterfinals. Brett will have a 1-0 lead.
Kaylee Mueller wins via fall with 124 against Hansen from Moorhead to advance.
And a win. Macy Barrett will get the pin from Williston over Emma Shively from Rugby on to the next round. Now onto the JV 100-pound quarterfinals. Scout Fredericks a 7-0 lead over Marley Miller.
100-pound consolation. Wrestle back from Bismarck. Chloe Collins, the 8th grader, going up against Stravia here from Dickinson Reagan on mat number 4. Mat number 2 still scoreless between Riley and Reams at the 100-pound junior varsity quarterfinal round match.
100-pound JV wrestleback match on mat number 2. It is Molly Hahn from Kindred getting the takedown here early against Jasmine Schroeder from Carrington. Final 40 seconds on mat number 1 of a 100-pound main bracket wrestleback. Scout Fredericks 7-0 lead against EEK's Marley Miller.
Taking the first points on the 100-pound junior varsity quarterfinal on mat number 3, and the match is over. As taking the points again was Rinlin Rhymes, and we'll see if she can finish that with the pin coming up here in a moment.
2-2 the score on mat number 2, and the first period of this wrestleback will end with Hahn and Schroeder all tied up in the JV round. A final over on mat number 1, Scout Fredericks from Lisbon 7, Marley Miller from EEK 2. That ends that wrestleback round at the 100-pound bracket.
Ryland from Bismarck did defeat Reams here, so excuse me. Reams able to pick up the victory over Riley from Dickinson to advance at the 100-pound junior varsity.
Second period begins on the 100-pound JV wrestle back on mat number 2. 2-2 the score. Coming in to shoot is Molly Hahn on the double leg. Sprawling out is Schroeder. Will Hagen from Fargo wrestling Ivy Guy from Central Cass, 100-pound JV wrestleback matchup.
Also a 100-pound JV wrestle back matchup on the third mat. Cheyenne Moore from Pembina County North leads Macy Puppy here from Pembina County North 4-0. Zarvia at 100 pounds from Dickinson over Chloe Collins from Bismarck High 3-0 into period number 2.
And Jasmine Schroeder will get a takedown here on mat 2 to extend to break that tie and take a 4-2 lead. Minute left in the second period of that wrestle back. Guy and Hagen tied up on mat number 1, and they may end this first period of the wrestle back with no scoring between the two. And that's looking how it's going to end there on mat 1 with no score after the first period. 4-2 the score over on mat number 2. 29 seconds left there in that second period of that 100-pound wrestle back from the JV bracket. Second period begins on mat number 1, still scoreless. Schroeder getting near fall points against Hahn. And the whistle comes for the period to end, but a 2-point near fall. Jasmine Schroeder, a 6-2 lead. And the wrestlebacks at mat number 2 will be on their feet, both of them, to begin that final period with Hahn, Molly Hahn from Kindred, some points to make up. Willow Hagen will get, there we go. Here comes the takedown. I was waiting for the official to officially score that one. Willow Hagen from Fargo gets the takedown of Ivy Guy from Central Cass. And that is a wrestle back from the JV. And a pin. Willow Hagen from Fargo will pin Ivy Guy from Central Cass. Gets the win there at the 100-pound JV wrestle back. And stoppage for potentially dangerous over on mat number 2. Molly Hahn will get a point. Trails Jasmine Schroeder 6-3 now. Minute 20 and counting left in the third period of this 100-pound JV wrestleback. Over on mat number 3, Taylor Laura from Carrington against Gabby Hannick from Valley City. That's a 106-pound quarterfinal. Wrestleback at mat 4, Reagan Stravia from Dickinson leads Chloe Collins from Bismarck. That one is in the third period, 100-pound consolation wrestleback matchup. And we have another whistle for potentially dangerous, so that means another point will come the way of Molly Hahn. That makes it 8-4. So 8-4 the score with 55 seconds left to wrestle. Mat number 1, it's Julianne Gunderson from Bemidji against Aurora Shelton from Lisbon. That's a quarterfinal of the 100-pound JV tournament. Mat number 2, Jasmine Schroeder, 8-4 the lead, 17 seconds left to go here in this matchup. So Schroeder looking like the win has been secured. It's just a matter if it's going to be a fall, and it is. Schroeder will get the pin here in the closing seconds. Jasmine Schroeder on to the next round of wrestlebacks at the 100-pound JV tournament. Mat number 1, JV 100-pound quarterfinal, 2-0 the lead for Julianne Gunderson from Bemidji over Aurora Shelton from Lisbon. And they had stopped there, and I thinking it's for injury purposes over on mat number 1, so there will be a stoppage there as the coaches and trainers will come out to attend to Aurora Shelton from Lisbon. Alicia Kenfake from Bismarck Legacy against Bailey Federer from Bismarck Century. This is the 106-pound quarterfinals. And we will continue over on mat number 1. So Julian Gunderson and Aurora Shelton will continue. Aurora Shelton saying that she is fine to continue this match after talking with her coach. And that one is into the final 40 seconds of the first period. Kenfake and Federer, no score. 30 seconds and some change into the first period there at the 106-pound quarterfinals. You're watching coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Joel Morgan, Chase Miller, and what is a very active North and South gym out here at Central Cass High School. Mats 1 and 2, the ones on your screen. Mats 3 and 4, which we are getting updates as we can throughout the day. Those will be over in the South gym. It's such a difference from what we saw last year on this Belle of the Brawl tournament. It was 3 mats all in the main gym, and now more teams, a whole nother set of brackets on the JV side. So growth in this Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament, as it's 5-0. Julian Gunderson from Bemidji over Aurora Shelton from Lisbon on mat 1. That's the JV quarterfinals. Second period beginning there. Alicia Kenfake from Bismarck Legacy, a 2-0 lead over Bailey Federer from Bismarck Century. That's 106-pound quarterfinals. And Kenfake, the 26-0 freshman, is getting a turn against Federer. And it's still time to end this with the fall in the first period. Julian Gunderson will pin Aurora Shelton to get a win onto the semifinals now at the 100-pound JV as the period ends on mat number 2, and it is 5-0 Alicia Kenfake from Bismarck Legacy.
Mat number 3 at 106 pounds, you have Rammerman from Lisbon going up against Bouts Elder from Fargo. That, again, the consolation wrestlebacks currently midway through period number 2. And on mat number 4 at 100-pound junior varsity, you have Rebsum here from Lisbon going up against Fuchs from Bismarck. Fuchs leads at 4-2 entering period number 2.
Mat number 1 will be another wrestleback matchup for 106 pounds. Avery Jacobson from Rugby, Kiera Hagman Nayaka from Bemidji will be wrestling over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, it is 6-0 Alicia Kenfake from Bismarck Legacy over Bailey Federer from Bismarck Century. They are in the second period of the quarterfinals at 106. And Kenfake another takedown, and it's 8-0. 30 seconds left in the first period over on mat number 1. No score. Both wrestlers dropping levels. It is Kiera Hagman Nayaka trying to get a takedown and swings around and will get the 2 points.
Latest team updates here, Joel. Bismarck High number 1 with 32 points. Bismarck Century number 2 with 29. And Central Cass number 3. That's your top 3 with 25 so far here for the 2024 Belle of the Brawl team points. Also mat number 4, 100-pound junior varsity. Fuchs 7-2 over Rebsum here from Lisbon. That is in midway through period number 2. And going to period number 3, you have Rammerman from Lisbon, 2-1 over Bouts Elder from Fargo here at 106 pounds.
Alicia Kenfake will get the pin over Bailey Federer, legacy wrestler over a Century wrestler, and it's Kenfake to the semifinals of the 106-pound main bracket tournament here at the Belle of the Brawl. Second period beginning on mat number 2. Hagman with the lead, 2-0. Avery Jacobson in the up position begin the period, but we're going to see 2 more coming on a reversal. Sakira Hagman Naka will get the 2 points on the reversal. It is 4-0.
106-pound quarterfinal about to get underway. Mat number 4, you have Racler from Kindred going up against Litzy from South Border. That's a freshman versus a 7th grader, 106 pounds. Rammerman again against Bach Elder from Fargo. 2-0 with 1:49 left in the third period. And Fuchs defeats Rebson from Lisbon via fall 2:47 in the 100-pound junior varsity quarterfinal round matchup.
Mat number 2, 106-pound quarterfinals. From Moorhead, Tia Kenny against Mallory DeVries from Central Cass. 7-1. Our score now on mat number 1. Pinkira Hagman and Avery Jacobson. That is a wrestle back at 106.
106-pound quarterfinal update from mat number 4. Ava Litzy from South Border up early, 3-2 over Taryn Racler here from Kindred. And 106-pound wrestle back on mat number 3. You have Rammerman from Lisbon, 4-0 over Bach Elder of Fargo with 30 seconds left in period number 3.
Restart over on mat number 1. Hagman a 7-2 lead over Jacobson at 106 pounds in the wrestle back. Mat number 2. Kenny will get the takedown over DeVries and leads 2-0. 37 seconds left in the first period. Again, that's the quarterfinals at 106 pounds. That chicken wing kind of being put in by Kenny from Moorhead.
And Rammerman from Lisbon wins via fall over Bach Elder in period number 3. And currently going on mat number 4 after one period. It's Ava Litzy 3, Taryn Racler 2 here in the 106-pound quarterfinal.
We had a stoppage, looks like potentially dangerous on mat 1 and at mat 2. Final 13 seconds to be wrestled out here on mat number 2. Mallory DeVries from Central Cass trailing Tia Canny from Moorhead 2-1. Minute 48 left to go on mat number 1, and Kiera Hagman from Bemidji a 7-2 lead over Avery Jacobson from Rugby.
Turner from Bismarck on the 106-pound wrestlebacks going up against Taylor Roliti from Williston. Turner currently leads 2-0 early in period number 1. Midway through period number 2, mat number 4, and again 106-pound quarterfinal. South Borders Litzy over Kindred's Racler still at 3-2.
9-2 the score on mat number 1, and it will be a final. Kiera Hagman Nayaka from Bemidji will pin Avery Jacobson from Rugby on to the next round of the wrestlebacks at 106. It is 2-1, make that 4-1. Tia Kenny from Moorhead leads Mallory DeVries from Central Cass. Quarterfinals of 106 pounds, and that is the second period. An escape for DeVries makes it 4-2. DeVries gets the escape right away, goes on the attack, and Kiana's just going to throw her weight over and come around. Should have 2 more coming her way. They will give her 2 more now, 6-2.
Also an update at 106-pound quarterfinal, mat number 4, Litzy from South Border, 5-3 now over Racler, and the match is currently just got over, Joel, so let's take a look at who ended up coming out on top on that one. Potentially could be South Border's Litzy over Racler, and it is via fall late in the second period as Litzy advances, and she will advance into the semifinals.
Mat number 1, wrestle back at 106. Addison Yates, Harvey Wells County, Elizabeth Ornis from Devil's Lake. Coming in to shoot on the single leg is DeVries, down 6-3, sprawling out. Kenny will sprawl out. DeVries trying to get her legs under there to continue a drive and a turn. Trailing by 3 with 20 seconds left in the second period. Shooting for the low single leg on mat 1 is Yates. And with that quick first period on the wrestleback, timeout on the side of Addison Yates as the first period will end. Neither wrestler will pick up points on mat 1. Mat 2 remains 6-3. Shooting on the single leg on the inside will be DeVries, but time runs out, and it is a 6-3 score over on mat number 2.
106 Junior Varsity quarterfinal. You have Brandy Weigel from Napoleon Gacko Streeter going up against Colin here from Bismarck Legacy. That one currently underway on mat number 4. Mat number 3 right now, you have Relighty from Williston, 4-2 over Turner from Bismarck High, and the Wrestlebacks at 106 pounds. That one going into the third period.
Scoreless on mat number 1 as a big mat return comes from Elizabeth Ornis from Devil's Lake. Wrestleback at 106. Mat number 2, I think it will be a potentially dangerous stoppage there. 6-3. Tia Kenny from Moorhead leads Mallory DeVries from Central Cass. Minute 33 left to go. That is a quarterfinal at 106 pounds.
£106 Junior Varsity quarterfinal update. As from Bismarck Legacy, Holland leads 4-2 over Brandy Weigel from Napoleon Gacko Streeter, getting late in the first period.
6-4 over on mat number 2. Minute to go. DeVries down by a pair. Takedown here obviously goes a long way. Kind of extends your life knowing that you at least have the tie. As 50 seconds left, Kenny knows she's going to have to go for 2 points. Waits for her to shoot, tried to come around. This time DeVries was expecting it, as Kenny has been very good at picking up points off missteps from DeVries. Has waited for her to make the first move, has come around and countered with the weight. As a restart now, 44 seconds left. 2-0 the lead. Addison Yates leads over on mat number 1 and a wrestle back at 106. 35 seconds now to go on mat number 2. Kenny leads 6-4. DeVries trying to set up a move here. Not a lot of time on her side, 20 seconds to go. Been a good matchup here in the 106-pound quarterfinals. $12 seconds left. And Tia Kenny from Moorhead will get the win, 6-4. She is on to the semis at 106. Mallory DeVries will find her way through the wrestlebacks here for the rest of this tournament. 5 seconds left in the second period on mat number 1. Addison Yates a 3-0 advantage against Elizabeth Ornis from Devil's Lake, and that second period of that wrestleback comes to an end.
106 Junior Varsity quarterfinal. You have Colin from Bismarck Legacy via fall over Weigel from Napoleon Gacko Streeter. 4 seconds left in the first period. Also at 106 pounds in the wrestlebacks right now. Turner from Bismarck High going on with a 6-5 victory. And at 106-pound Junior Varsity quarterfinal round matchup on the JV side, you have Nihill from Dickinson against Whiteford here from Williams County.
Getting ready for our matchup here on mat number 2. This is a JV quarterfinal at 106. Bryn Brueggemann from Grand Forks against Asa Rimechie from Carrington. This is a 106-pound quarterfinal. Addison Yates extends her lead to 5-0. A minute 28 left to go in the final period. A wrestle back at mat number 1 at 106. And that is a final. Addison Yates will get the win and on to the next round of wrestlebacks at 106. Our quarterfinal JV 106, mat number 2, Brueggemann from Grand Forks. Rimechie from Carrington. There's no score over there on yet on mat number 2. As a nice job by Rimechie to go over the top, but couldn't turn that into points against Brueggemann. Kind of like a duck over, I guess, if you want to call it that. Mat number 1, Jocelyn Corbel from Fargo against Aubrey Bunner from Newtown. It's a JV quarterfinal 106 on mat number 1.
106-pound junior varsity, you have Harper Brocher here from Dickinson, 5-0 over Alyssa Ross from West Fargo United. That is the wrestlebacks of the 106-pound junior varsity. 112-pound quarterfinal round matchup, Alyssa Nitschke from South Border, the 8th grader, going up against Barjula here from Bismarck Legacy. That one currently underway on mat number 4.
Bunner from Newtown, a 2-0 lead into some back points. Spladle right now on Jocelyn Corbel on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Reimke from Carrington may end this one here in this first round of the first period of the wrestleback, and she does. A pin comes with 3 seconds to spare in the first period of the, this was the quarterfinals, so she is on to the semifinals at 106 in the JV. 4-0 the lead for Aubrey Bunner from Newtown in the quarterfinals, the 106-pound JV as well.
Update at a 112-pound quarterfinal mat number 4, now midway through period number 1. Alyssa Nitschke leads 2-0, and then at a 106-pound junior varsity, you have Bocher from Dickinson, 7-0 still over Alyssa Ross from West Fargo United in the wrestlebacks. That one getting to the end of the second period.
Aubrey Bunner, a 6-0 lead, 35 seconds left in the first period of the wrestleback at mat number 1. Mat number 2, Adeline Hansen from Lisbon against Vivian Backer from Bismarck Century. That is the 112-pound quarterfinals, and both wrestlers out of bounds there on mat number 1. Still in the first period over on mat number 1. Aubrey Bunner, a 6-0 lead. That first period about to come to an end here. Mat number 2, I think I spoke of our mats moments ago, but mat number 2 is Hansen and Backer. And that is no score in the 112-pound quarterfinals. Now a minute left to go in this second period. Standing up right away is Corbel, but is brought down on a mat return from Bunner over on mat number 2. In quarterfinal 106-pound JV. Takedown comes to Adeline Hansen over on mat number 1. Now has Backer down on the mat.
Lesinitsky at 112 pounds moves on via the fall over Kula Barjula from a Bismarck Legacy, as Nitschke will be moving on into the semifinals.
15 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2. 2-0 Adeline Hansen, and was able to get a turn on Backer, and not enough for the official to start swiping.
Mat number 3 at 112-pound quarterfinal round matchup between Fredrickson Holm of Bemidji, the freshman, 25-9 on the season, going up against Ireland from Bismarck High, the sophomore so far, 26-13. That again, 112-pound quarterfinal round matchup.
Hansen was able to get some late back points to close out the first period. Now leads 4-0 against Backer from Bismarck Century. Quarterfinals 112 at mat 2. Mat number 1. Aubrey Bunner's lead 11-0, 25 seconds to go in the first period. Back over at mat number 1.
Mat number 4, you have Laidlaw here from Fargo in the wrestlebacks at 112 pounds, up 2-1 over Boyer from Northwood. That one going into the second period. An Ireland update for you from 112 pounds quarterfinals from Bismarck, 2-0 over Fredrickson Holm right now from Bemidji late in period number 1.
2 more points for Bunner over on mat number 1, 13-0 her lead over Jocelyn Corbel from Fargo. 6-0 the lead for Adeline Hansen from Lisbon over Vivian Backer from Bismarck Century. Again, that is a 112-pound quarterfinal matchup of the main bracket on mat 2. Mat 1 is a 106-pound JV quarterfinal matchup. And we'll get a stoppage over on mat number 1 as it's 15-0, and that will be a tech fall. So Aubrey Bunner will get the win via tech fall. Some bonus points coming for her team in tournament scoring. She'll move on to the semis at 106. And moving on to the semis at 112 in the varsity bracket, Adeline Hansen will get the win. She'll beat Vivian Backer, so she is on to the semis for the Lisbon Broncos.
112 quarterfinal round matchup into period number 2 now. Ireland from Bismarck over Frederickson Home from Bemidji. Currently 7-0 here in the second. Also at 112 pounds in the Wrestle backs, you have Laidlaw mat number 4 from Fargo going up against Jocelyn Boyer from Northwood. And Taya Laidlaw right now 4-3 over Boyer.
Mat number 1 will be a 112-pound quarterfinal. Emily Schilling from Dickinson against Celia Manisi from Bismarck Legacy. Mat number 2, wrestle back at 112, already underway. Crystal Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley. Mallory McMullen from Moorhead on mat number 2. And they're underway now, both mats 1 and mat 2. McMullen has a leg of Crystal Magnuson. Now switches to the double, gets her down, has not established control. Now will have control. Magnuson clears the hand as she tries to get back to her base. McMullen kind of opens up a little bit for her to set in a cradle, but the first period ending here on that wrestle back. Mat number 2, no score. Schilling and Manisi both have a appendage of the other as they stand up. And the official saying, yep, no one with clear control. Minute 17 to go here in that first period of the quarterfinals at 112 pounds.
As we enter the third period at 112 pounds, quarterfinal round matchup, mat number 3. Deja Ireland from Bismarck, 7-2 over Frederickson Home from Bemidji right now in the quarterfinals. Also at 112 pounds in the wrestlebacks, Boyer from Northwood, 5-4 over Laidlaw from Fargo.
So Manisi will get the takedown and trying to get the escape, or the reversal is Schilling, and she does, clears the head, and it's 2-2 now on mat number 1. Mat number 2, McMullen with a 2-0 lead over Magnuson. Magnuson trying to come around for a reversal. Magnuson not only hits the reversal, but right into back points. And Crystal Magnuson, a reversal, and then right into a pin. Magnuson on to the next round of wrestlebacks at 112 for the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros. Celia Manisi from Bismarck Legacy, 6-2 her lead over Emily Schilling from Dickinson. That's with 28 seconds left in the first period.
And 112 pounds right now. Ireland starting to stretch out her lead over Frederickson Home with 90 seconds left in that bout. 12-2 right now, Ireland in 112 quarters. And in the 112 wrestlebacks, Laidlaw now with a 6-5 advantage over Boyer from Northwood.
6-2 with 5 seconds left in the first period on mat 1. Not easy with the lead. Mat number 2, that will be a quarterfinal of the 112 JV tournament. Emma Dutt from Central Cass against Jalen Kiernan from Pembina County North. Kiernan with the takedown and trying to secure a pin to move on to the semis. Dutt trying to get an arm, her inside arm free to take away the leverage from Kiernan.
And a final at 112-pound wrestleback, Laidlaw from Fargo, 8-6 over Jocelyn Boyer from Northwood at 112 pounds. Also at 112 pounds in the quarters right now, Ireland 2 points away from a tech fall against Frederickson Home.
Minute and a half to go in the second period on mat number 1, which is a quarterfinal at 112. Manisi from Bismarck Legacy with a 6-2 lead. Carignan from Pembina County North will get the win via fall over Emma Dutt onto the semis at the 112-pound JV tournament. At number 1, it is still a 6-2 matchup, a minute to go in the second period. That is 112 pounds of the varsity bracket. 118-pound quarterfinal matchup about to get underway over on mat 2.
Layla does advance over Boyer 8-6 in the 112-pound consolation wrestlebacks. And then 112-pound junior varsity quarterfinal going underway. You have Addison Van Hoven from Carrington going up against Fidley here from Dickinson, 112-pound JV quarterfinal on mat number 4.
Stoppage over on mat number 2 as there's a discussion right now. It is 6-2 with 40 seconds left in the second period.
Mat number 3 right now, Danica Bennett from Pembina County North over Von Eden here from Badger Greenbush Middle River, 2-0 going into period number 2.
No score on mat number 2. Sarah Novak from Grand Forks against Elizabeth Ubati from Bismarck Legacy. That's a quarterfinal at 118, while mat number 1, 15 seconds left in the second period. Celia Menezi from Bismarck Legacy against Emily Schilling from Dickinson. And that second period coming to an end over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, 2-0. Elizabeth Ubati from Legacy getting the takedown. Sarah Novak from Grand Forks just trying to base up. Elizabeth Ubati from Bismarck Legacy, 21-9 this year. "19 seconds now left to go in the first period on mat 1. Mat 2, third period beginning. And Menezi from Legacy, the 112-pound quarterfinals with a 6-2 lead. On the bottom position right now, Emily Schilling trying to get the points back.
Final at 112 pounds, you have Ireland from Bismarck defeats Frederickson Home 18-5 to advance to the semifinals.
Mat 2, the first period will end. Emily Ubati with the 2-0 lead. It'll be neutral position to start the second period. Minute 10 left to go in the third period on mat number 1. 6-2 the lead. Celia Menezi from Bismarck Legacy against Emily Schilling from Dickinson.
£112 junior varsity quarterfinal round matchup. You have Praska from Bismarck High going up against Grossa with Napoleon Gackel Streeter. That is on mat number 3 in period number 1 right now.
44 seconds left on mat number 1, 7-2. Celia Menezi leads Emily Schilling. Mat number 2, it is 2-0. Elizabeth Ubati still leading Sarah Novak. Make that 4-0. Ubati another takedown.
118-pound quarterfinal going on mat number 4, just getting underway. Alexa Schneider from Napoleon Gackel Streeter, 34-0 on the season, going up against Gillespie here from Lisbon. Currently 2-0 Schneider early on in period number 1. Praska with a 2-1 advantage over Gross in the 112-pound junior varsity quarterfinal, getting into period number 2.
Stalemate called on mat 1. They'll restart. 21 seconds left, and Schilling does not have time on her side, down by 5. And Menezi knows she just needs to keep her moving to set up a move, and she will continue to do that here as there's 7 seconds left. And maybe some late points coming from Schilling, but not enough to overcome that deficit. She will get the takedown, so we'll end 7-4. But it's Celia Menezi from Bismarck Legacy to the semis at 112 pounds. Mat number 2, Emily Ubati from Legacy, a 4-0 lead against Sarah Novak from Grand Forks. And that second period ends. I believe the decision is Novak's, and she'll discuss it with her coach as to how they are going to begin that third period. Mat number 1 will be 112 pounds of the JV quarterfinals, it is looking like here over on mat number 1. You're watching coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament here on this Saturday on yourliveevent.com. Mats 1 and 2 here in the gym, mats 3 and 4 in the South Gym, so main gym here with the 2 mats. Of course, things will continue to be whittled down as wrestlers get eliminated, and we'll have the place matches going on here in this main gym. Mat number 1 is Katie Bynum from Pembina County North against Grace Kozowski from Breck Wap in the JV quarterfinals at 112. Third period beginning on mat number 2 of the quarterfinals at 118 pounds. Emily Ubati got an early escape to lead 5-0 with a minute and a half to go against Sarah Novak from Grand Forks.
Schneider from Napoleon Gacko Streeter improves to 35-0 on the season with a fall over Gillespie here in the 118-pound quarterfinals, as she'll be advancing to the semis. Also at 112, a JV Praska 5-1 over Gross from Napoleon Gacko Streeter here in the second period.
Katie Bynum will get the win via fall over Grace Kozowski from Breck Wap. Katie Bynum into the semis of the 112-pound JV tournament. Minute 10 left to go in the third period on mat number 2. Emily Ubati a 5-0 advantage.
Currently in mat number 4 right now, Hayden Lloyd from Northwood 2-1 over Kubat from Linton HMB in the wrestlebacks at 118 pounds after one period. And at 118 pounds also in wrestlebacks, Isabel Erickson from Northern Cass just getting underway with Allie Grant from Turtle Mountain. That one just getting underway on mat number 3.
And mat number 2, Marley Stremick from Pembina County North against Brianna Erickson from Dickinson. Cuts quarterfinals at 118. In fact, mats 1 and 2, both quarterfinals at 118. Elizabeth Ubati, a 7-1 lead, 10 seconds left. She will defeat Sarah Novak here, so Emily Ubati into the semis at 118. Marley Stremick has 2 on the takedown, leads 2-0 in the early goings of that 118-pound quarterfinal matchup.
After one period, Allie Grant 2-0 over Erickson going in his second. And then at the 118-pound consolation wrestlebacks, you have Lloyd and Kubat currently tied at 3 midway through period number 2.
.55 seconds left to go in the first period. Stremick still with that 2-0 advantage. It'll be a 118-pound quarterfinal matchup coming up on mat number 2. We're waiting for both wrestlers to report to the scorers table there at mat number 2.
Allie Grant wins via fall over Isabel Erickson in the wrestlebacks at 118 pounds. 50 seconds into that bout.
Ella Wald from Bismarck Century against Maggie Thielgis from Bismarck. That is what's going to be at mat number 2 in the 118-pound quarterfinals. Final 20 seconds of the 118-pound quarterfinal matchup on mat number 1. Stremick leading 2-0.
Shayla DeBlair at 124 pounds quarterfinals from West Fargo United leads Cassidy Monroe from Bismarck High early, 60 seconds into the first period, 2-0. So still tied at 3 in the 118-pound wrestlebacks between Lloyd and Kubat as we're nearing the end of period number 2.
As the first period ended on mat number 1, Marley Stremick got hit with a clasping, which means Brianna Erickson will get a point to make it 2-1 as the second period begins, and it will be Erickson who will begin in the down position. Mat number 1, Maggie Thielgis will score the first 2 on a takedown against Ella Wold, 118-pound quarterfinals. And we have a final over on the first mat. And it will be Stremick, who led the entirety of the match, will come away with the win on a fall. And Stremick onto the semis at 118 pounds. Getting ready for 124-pound semifinals now on mat number 1. And not sure what the conversation is, but it's Ember Waters from Dickinson, Carissa Mettinger from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
£124 quarterfinal. Shayla from West Fargo United. The Blair right now 4-0 over Monroe from Bismarck as we have about a minute 30 left in period number 2 at 118 pounds on mat number 4 in the South Gym. 5-4 Melody Kubat over Hayden Lloyd in the Wrestlebacks at 118 pounds with 90 seconds left in that third period.
And the first 2 points on mat number 1 go to Carissa Menninger, the sophomore. She will take down Ember Waters and now is picking up some back points. A lot of time left in that first period. And we'll get it out of bounds on mat number 2. It's Maggie Thielges from Bismarck, a 3-0 lead against Ella Wold from Bismarck Century. Mettinger will get 3 points on the near fall and has a 5-0 lead with under a minute to go on the first period on mat number 1. That is quarterfinals at 124 at mat number 1, quarterfinals at 118 on mat number 2.
Sheila DeBar from the West Fargo United advancing with a fall over Cassidy Monroe as she will be going to the semifinals upcoming. Also out west in the East-West Classic right now, Lisbon, Velva, and Williams County 1-2-3 in the latest team polls. For the Belle, the Brawl, latest team points, that is. Bismarck High 1, Bismarck Legacy 2, and South Border at number 3.
Five nothing Mettinger's lead over mat number 1. Final 5 seconds of the first period about to end there. 30 seconds left of the second period on mat number 2. Thielges with the 3-0 lead. Second period now to begin on mat number 1. And Ember Waters from Dickinson needs to make up some ground, down 5-0. Second period about to end on mat number 2, and it will be Maggie Thielges going into the third period, leading 3-0. Again, 124 pounds at mat 1. Mat 2 is 118 pounds.
Kuban able to win via decision at a 118-pound consolation wrestleback. 12-6 over Lloyd from Northwood.
And it looks like Ember Waters could be getting some back points. She will get 2, so now it's 5-2 on mat number 1. Lost her grip of Carissa Mettinger, but the official was able to get a few swipes in before that, so it's 5-2 there. 5-0 advantage for Thielges over Wald, and the official indicating 3 more near fall points will be coming if she does not get the fall, as back to her belly is Wald. And it will be 8-0 advantage Maggie Thielges. A minute left in the third period there at the 118-pound quarterfinals. Carissa Menninger is going to be warned for stalling over on mat number 1. as there's 5 seconds left in the second period, and Menninger leads 5-2.
Over at mat number 4, after one period in the 124-pound quarterfinals, Ybarra and Bredal are currently scoreless.
8-0 the lead for Theelgis. And she'll secure the pin. Maggie Theelgis onto the semis at 118. Will defeat Ella Wald from Bismarck Century. A fall with 19 seconds left in the third period at the 118-pound quarterfinals. Mat number 1. Krista Mettinger, a 5-2 lead over Embry Waters. That is the third period of the 124-pound quarterfinals. Menninger led 5-0 going into the second period, and Waters was in the up position to begin the period and was able to turn on a near fall to make it 5-2, and that is where our scoring has been up until this point there on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will be a JV 118-pound second round matchup. So this is a bracket that will be around robin style, and it's Felicia Haas from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, Kaylee Lavelle from Northern Lights. That is at mat number 2.
Mat number 3, 124-pound wrestle back. Currently Wagner from Harvey Wells County, 5-0 over Christensen from Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 40 seconds left here in the second period.
Five to 4, the score. Embry Waters has cut it down and will get a fall. So Embry Waters was down 5-0, comes back and will pin Carissa Mettinger. And Embry Waters onto the semis of 124 pounds. No score on mat number 2. That is a round 2 matchup at 118 pounds of the JV brackets.
$124-pound quarterfinal between Bredal from Des Lacs Burlington and Yasmin Ybarra, currently scoreless in period number 2. Also at 124 pounds, but on the JV side, in the wrestlebacks, Leah Dahl from Devil's Lake, and you have Amanda Kingston from Williams County, currently scoreless.
Mat number 1 will be a 124-pound consolation round. Jocelyn Coronado from Lytton HMB, Olivia Lindstrom from Devil's Lake. Scoreless at the end of the first period over on mat number 2 in the second round of 118-pound JV tournaments. Two to 1, just like that, over on the wrestleback round matchup at mat number 1. Quick scoring in those that 1 minute of that first period as that period about to come to an end. Second period there with a minute and a half to go on mat number 2. Haas has the takedown, has control, and is getting some near fall points coming her way.
Leah Dahl from Devil's Lake takes a 2-0 lead over Amanda Kingston here from Williams County after one period with a 2-point takedown.
Minute 20 to go in the second period on mat number 2. Coronado a 2-1 lead over Olivia Lindstrom. Mat number 2, it's that lead for Felicia Haas now at 5-0. 27 seconds left in the second period. And that is a wrestle background matchup on mat 1. Mat 2 is a round 2 118-pound JV matchup.
Final at 124 pounds, Casselton Brito from Des Lacs Burlington defeats Jasmine Ybarra from Carrington. So at 124 pounds, then Delabar from West Fargo United will be going up against Brito from Des Lacs Burlington in one of the semifinals at 124 pounds.
Third period beginning on mat number 2, 7-0. Felicia Haas from Napoleon Gackle Streeter leads Kylie LaVale from Northern Lights. Mat number 1, all tied up, 4 apiece, 7 seconds left in the second period. Clasping call looks like it's given over on mat number 1, so now an 8-0 score.
£124 junior varsity, Megan Zines from Bismarck Legacy and Danica Mitt from Killdeer currently scoreless in period number 1. The same can be said at the 124-pound quarterfinal on mat number 4 between Simmons of Killdeer and Olson of Henniger Scranton.
Third period beginning on mat number 1. Jocelyn Coronado from Lytton HMB is in the down position. Olivia Lindstrom from Devil's Lake in the up position. It is 4-4 there in that wrestle-back matchup. 8-0. Felicia Haas from Napoleon Gackle Streeter leading Kaylee LaVale from Northern Lights. That is a round 2 JV 118-pound matchup, and Haas is in the down position there, so Kaylee LaVale will need to really at this point down 8-0 is get a fall if she wants to come back and get the win here in this round 2 matchup. And a reversal comes from Felicia Haas, so that is now going to be a 9-0 score. 25 seconds left to go, so Haas will get a turn and maybe get a fall. She does. She'll get the fall, and Felicia Haas will get a win here via fall. Meanwhile, mat number 1 still tied at 4. There is 40 seconds left to go.
124-pound quarterfinal on mat number 4. Alicia Olson from Henniger Scranton 5-0 over Simmons right now. That again on mat number 4. And Megan Zins is going to win via fall over Danica Mitt from Killdeer at the 124-pound junior varsity quarterfinals.
Final 10 seconds over on mat number 2. And it's Coronado who got the point for the escape. And a late takedown comes to Olivia Lindstrom, who will take the lead 6-5, and that'll be the final. So an exciting finish to this match over on mat number 1 as Coronado got the late escape, and Lindstrom turned right around and got the takedown to regain the lead, get the win 6-5 on to the next round of the wrestle back for the Devil's Lake Wrestler.
Mat number 4, Olson 5-0, quarterfinal. Currently going on right now, period number 2 over Nell Simmons, excuse me. Then 124-pound junior varsity first period. Tangdale over Schneider right now as this one continues. Currently on mat number 1 in the junior varsity quarterfinals, Lincoln Capon from Central Cass will be going up against McKenna Jones from Stanley here on mat number 1. That again is the 124-pound junior varsity. Mat number 2 at 124 pounds in the wrestlebacks. You have Kremper from Bemidji going up against Maria Rojas from Devil's Lake. And 124-pound junior varsity quarterfinal, mat number 1. Capon going for the single leg right now, going up against Jones from Stanley. Jones trying to swipe out of that single leg. That's Capon, the 7th grader, able to get a 2-point takedown here and take the first points of this 124-pound junior varsity quarterfinal. Rojas and Kremper on the other side at 124 pounds, currently scoreless in period number 2, just getting underway in period number 2. Simons from Killdeer trailing against Olsen and mat number 4 in the quarterfinals at 124 pounds, 5-0 late in period number 2, as that one is now going into period number 3. Also 124-pound junior varsity quarterfinal, Schneider and Tangdahl from Devil's Lake, Schneider from Central Cass, currently scoreless after 1 period. Against 124-pound junior varsity of mat number 3 here on mat number 1. Capon 2-1 over Jones right now. They're going to get another 2-point takedown here. And they're off the mat. So 1-point escape so far on the board for McKenna Jones from Stanley. Capon with a couple of takedowns to have a 3-point advantage late here in period number 1. As McKenna Jones trying to see if she's going to get awarded a point before the period, but the horn runs out as we go to the second. Well, mat number 2 right now. Maria Rojas trying to get the pin of Amber here from Bemidji. Maria from Devil's Lake, the sophomore, 13-8 on the season. Amber, the junior, at 20-16 here on mat number 2. And there's the pin. Maria Rojas earns the pin to advance here in the 124-pound bracket. Quarterfinals, Tangdahl and the 124-pound junior varsity advances over Schneider from Central Cass via fall with 234. And Rojas advances with a fall as well. And here on mat number 1, Lincoln Capon from Central Cass over McKenna Jones, 4-1 currently going on right now. Out on mat number 4 on the South Gym, 124-pound quarterfinal, Alicia Olsen from Henninger Scranton, 7-1 over Simons here from Killdeer with a minute left in the 3rd period. As we'll have a fall here for Stanley. McKenna Jones comes back after trailing 4-1 against Capon here in the 124-pound junior varsity. McKenna Jones comes back and earn a fall here in the 2nd period. Mat number 2 now at 124 pounds. Christina Day from Mondak going up against Josie Kensinger from Dickinson, the 8th grader. Currently from Mondak right now. Christina trying to work the edge of the mat to her favor. Currently has a 2-point takedown, leads 2-0. She's trying to bring Josie back into the center of the mat. As Josie will get a 1-point escape. Mat number 1 right now. Mackenzie Burke at 124-pound consolation. Wrestle back from Beulah Hazen going up against Marissa Rao from Pembina County North. And Burke right now working on top, trying to see if she can earn a fall here in this 1st period. Has about another 37 seconds. While we do have a fall on the 124-pound junior varsity mat number 2, Christina Day here from Mondak over Josie from Dickinson. 20 seconds left in 124-pound junior varsity here in the 1st period. And there's the fall. Mackenzie Burke will be moving on in the wrestle backs here at 124 pounds from Beulah Hazen. Taking the mat now, mat number 2, Tori Barr from Bemidji, the senior. This is the 130-pound quarterfinal on the Belle the Brawl tournament. Fisherman here from Valley City, Deegan, will be continuing here. And some hand fighting right now on mat number 2. As Olsen from Henninger Scranton at 124 pounds defeats Simon here 7-4 in the quarterfinal. So Olsen from Henninger Scranton will be moving on. Taking the mat here on mat number 1 in a moment. At 130-pound quarterfinal will be Garcia from Carrington going up against Meyer from Dickinson. And then a couple of consolation wrestle backs in the South Gym at 130 pounds on mat number 3. You have Kovar from Carrington going up against Allron here from Bismarck. And then at 124-pound junior varsity, you have Johnson from Fargo against Newman from Carrington. That's the 124-pound in junior varsity. Currently scoreless right now, 60 seconds in. Increin Krishman and alongside Barr. Mat number 2. Mat number 1, Meyer going up against Garcia. That one just currently getting underway. It's the 2024 Belle the Brawl Girls Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Also going on is the East-West Classic with Brent Dick out in New Salem. And next week we will get into postseason wrestling coverage continues, but for postseason in North Dakota with the girls duels here in Carrington on Friday starting at 1. And then the Class B Region 1, Region 2 duels from Lisbon and Larimore will get underway on Saturday morning. Barr here from Bemidji. Krishman here from Valley City, currently scoreless as we're going into the second period. While on the opposite side, Garcia has a chance. Turn the fall here. Going to get some near fall points coming. Currently down 2-0, but she's still working. Meyer here from Dickinson. It will be 2 points here for Garcia, but she's working to try to get that fall. There it comes with 47 seconds left in the period. Garcia here at 130 pounds from Carrington. Kendra will be moving on to the semifinals. Tori Barr right now and Krishman again, currently scoreless as we're in the second period. Kovar and Allron from Bismarck currently tied at 2 in period number 2 in the 130-pound consolation side of the bracket. And Newman from Carrington leads 2-0 over Ivy Johnson from Fargo in the 124-pound junior varsity division. Wrestlebacks on mat number 1 now taking the mat from Central Cass. Isabel Duchuk going up against Taryn Gores from Northern Lights here. That's 130 pounds again in the wrestlebacks, and Taryn Gores is going to get a 2-point takedown on mat number 1. Deegan from Valley City working for some points here on mat number 2, and potentially looking for the fall here against Tori Barr from Bemidji. Trying to see if she can bring that shoulder around and try to earn the pin. Deegan's able to earn the pin here for the Highliners at the 130-pound quarterfinal. She will be advancing to the semis. And currently on mat number 1 right now, Northern Lights, Taryn Gores leads 2-0 over Isabel Duchuk here from the Central Cass Squirrels. 130 pounds on mat number 3, still 2-2 going into the third period between Kovar and Allren. And at 124 pounds, junior varsity, Newman 2-0 from Carrington over Johnson from Fargo. That one with about 1:40 left here in the third period. 2-1 Gores from Northern Lights over Duchuk here from Central Cass. Well, right now, Sophia Johnson from Bismarck Legacy on mat number 2 working for a fall against Vargas here from the Moorhead Spuds. This is the 130-pound wrestlebacks, and there it is. 39 seconds left in the first period. Sophia Johnson improves to 14-7 now on the season with a fall over Vargas. While on mat number 1 right now, you have Gores 3-2, a 3-1 advantage over Duchuk in the 130-pound wrestlebacks. Mat number 4 at 124 pounds, Newman 4-0 from Carrington over Johnson with about 60 seconds left. Mat number 1 again, Taryn Gores from Northern Lights, still with a 3-1 advantage as we're nearing the midway point. With a headlock, though, is Isabel. Going for a shot on the leg there is Taryn Gores. Trying to bring her down to the mat. Now with the one leg Taryn Gores has on Isabel, is trying to bring her down to the mat for a takedown. And there's the 2-point takedown as Taryn Gores now leads at 5-1. Gores rolls over Duchuk here now looking for the fall. While mat number 2, Hugley here from Pembina County North, goes up against Chastity Shurik here, the 7th grader, and 130-pound junior varsity quarterfinal on mat number 2. Taryn Gores leads at 5-1, 20 seconds, going to get a couple more points, make it 3 points for the near fall. Taryn Gores right now working the top of Isabel. As we're nearing the end here of period number 2. So going into period 3, Taryn Gores from Northern Lights at 130 pounds on mat number 1, 8-1 advantage over Isabel from Central Cass. Mat number 2 on the bottom right of your screen. It's still scoreless between Hugley here from Pembina County North and Chastity here from Bemidji. But there's a couple points and the takedown. So quickly working around here from Pembina County North is going to be Hugley to earn the fall here with 53 seconds left in the first period at the 130-pound quarterfinal. Consolation on the 130-pound side in mat number 3. Madeline Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Column leads Gemma Inger from Moorhead 6-0. 9-1 is now Dutchek is working up top here on Gores, trailing it now 9-3 after a 2-point takedown. As Isabel continues to work here and trying to see if she can bring Taryn Gores around. Gores with the advantage by 6. Mat number 2 just getting underway. Colin here from Bismarck Legacy in a 136-pound quarterfinal round matchup going up against Cunningham from Dickinson. A pair of West wrestlers out west making their way to the quarterfinals here, while Taryn Gores on mat number 1 on the 130-pound consolation side earns the fall with 56 seconds left in the third period. So at 5:04 earns the fall as Taryn Gores advances here from Northern Lights. 130-pound junior varsity quarterfinal underway. Period number 1 and mat number 4. Doyle from Dickinson 2-0 over Amanda Aguilar from Stanley. That again is the 130-pound junior varsity. Cunningham and Cullen right now working around. As Cullen looking for that 2-point takedown. The reversal trying to get out of it, though, is Cunningham from Dickinson, and she comes back with the 2 points as they're working at the edge of the match here. So Cunningham able to get 2 points as they work to the edge of the mat. Puffy here from Bemidji in the 130-pound junior varsity quarterfinal on mat number 1 going up against Naomi Miller from Kindred. And working on top right away is Miller with a 2-point takedown. Leads at 2-0, 30 seconds into the first period. Miller trying to get Puffy over to see if she can put her on her back. Puffy doing a good job trying to get back to her base. Now looking for the 2 points against Miller. Able to get the 2 points for the reversal. Tied at 2 on mat number 1. It's Puffy trying to see if she can work a little bit on that chicken wing on the right side of the arm. Well, on mat number 2 right now, Cunningham, 10 seconds left in period number 1, has a 2-0 advantage here over Bismarck Legacy's Cullen. Update for you on the consolation 130-pound junior varsity matchup here. As we're going to the consolations now with Riley Linton and McKeeben here at the 130-pound junior varsity. 136-pound quarterfinal round matchup. Yeah, Madison Reams from Bismarck against Lucy from Fargo. Two-point takedown on the way for Legacy's Cullen. While Kindred right now with Naomi Miller runs out of time looking for that fall, but she will get a couple more points for the 3 points for the near fall. It's now 7-4 going to period number 2 here between Puffy and Miller on mat number 1. On mat number 2 right now, still tied at 2. Working up top is Holland right now. Able to bring her down, now working for the fall. And there's the pitfall with 1:11 left in the second period in the 136-pound quarterfinal. Colin from Bismarck Legacy defeats Cunningham from Dickinson. On mat number 1 right now, Miller on the bottom as Puffy from Bemidji working up top in the 130-pound junior varsity quarterfinal. As Naomi Miller leads at 7-6 right now. Bout number 224 so far here this morning on the Belle the Brawl that got underway just after the 10 o'clock hour here in Casselton. All right, 36-pound quarterfinal. Reams again from Fargo over Kronowski. From Fargo. Well, Reams is from Bismarck. It advances at the 136 pounds via fall. Mat number 2 right now. Lexi Ray from the Grand Forks Knight Riders in the 136-pound quarterfinals going up against West Fargo United's Harchach. Brindley with a 2-point takedown leads 2-0 early on mat number 2. While on mat number 1 right now making their way Miller and Puffy. And Puffy is looking for the fall here, 30 seconds left in this second period. Miller almost had the fall against Puffy in the first period but ran out of time. And right now Puffy trying to bring Miller down. Well, Miller trying to see if she can ride out the last 15 seconds and get to the third period. And that'll instead be a fall coming here for Puffy from Bemidji, and she will advance to the semifinals of the 130-pound junior varsity semifinals. While mat number 2 again, Brindley from West Fargo United leads 2-1 as she goes for a leg, comes across with a 2-point takedown on Lexi Ray here for Grand Forks Knight Riders. That again is going on mat number 2. 4-1 right now. Mat number 3, 130-pound junior varsity. Linton here from Fargo over McKeeben from Carrington. And then on mat number 4 in the consolation part of the bracket, 136 pounds, Wilkie and Bartz. Bartz from Harvey Wells County going up against Wilkie from Turtle Mountain. And again on mat number 4. As Harch right now, Brindley from West Fargo United leads at 4-1. Over Lexi Ray from the Grand Forks Knight Riders as we go to period number 2. And on mat number 1 from Dickinson, Karski, 130-pound junior varsity going up against Hagen from the Knight Riders. Working up top right now is Karski, has a 2-point takedown, continues to work against Hagen on mat number 1. All 5-1 advantage with the escape here for Harch against Lexi Ray on mat number 2. And that is a 136-pound quarterfinal round matchup here in West Fargo United's. Harch is trying to get to the semifinals, locking horns right now with Ray. 30 seconds into period number 2. Are you going to get 2 points coming down for Brindley here? Now Brindley working for the fall. Brindley brings that arm across, and there it is. 1:15 left in period number 2. Brindley Harch from West Fargo United moves on in the 136-pound division to the semis. While on mat number 1, you have currently Karski from Dickinson also looking for a fall here on Hagen of Grand Forks Knight Riders. Hagen trying to see if she can ride out the last 10 seconds and get it to period number 2. Five seconds left here is getting back to her stomach. There is Hagen. And we'll get a couple more points on the way awarded here to Karski. It'll be 3 points for the near fall. 136 pounds on mat number 2 now. Rachel Dahl from Napoleon Gacko Streeter going up against Emily Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley. That again in the wrestlebacks on mat number 2. As Hagen currently works up top on Karski on mat number 1. Going in for a leg on mat number 2 is Smith. Rachel Dahl continues to work up top as Smith currently has the left leg of Rachel Dahl. On the opposite side, on mat number 1, Karski with a couple more points coming down, 2-point takedown now looking for the fall on Hagen, working that arm on the left shoulder. Well, Hagen's done a good job here just somehow escaping the fall in the first period, now doing it again here in the second. But 3 more near fall points coming down for Anna. So Karski with a 10-0 advantage, getting closer to a tech fall. While on mat number 2, Rachel Dahl from Napoleon Gacko Streeter leads 2-0, starting the second period and working on top on Emily Smith. Rachel Dahl trying to get Smith down to the mat. Emily trying to get back to her base. As Rachel trying to see if she can turn her over here to get a couple of points. As we'll get a stalling warning on mat number 1 for Hagen here against Karski. And that's a 130-pound junior varsity quarterfinal going on mat number 1. While on mat number 2 right now, it's the 136-pound wrestleback on the varsity side. And Karski does get the fall with 5 seconds left in the first period here on the first mat. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring Joel Morgan back in here. It's the 2024 Belle the Brawl Girls Wrestling Tournament here in Casselton.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey Swatch autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough.
At Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, they remain committed to their original mission of providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life. Residents can enjoy hobbies, socializing, programs, and more at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House communities. For more information on Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, call 218-456-2105 or log on to halsteadlivingcenter.com. Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents, fans, and community members who work together to build team and community spirit. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club supports Hillsborough and Central Valley students in their school activities and encourages all students to be involved in the activities at your school. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club takes great pride in uniting the communities to support the boroughs, encouraging everyone to promote school spirit, sportsmanship, and to support the Hillsborough Central Valley students. It's the Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Hillsborough Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsborough Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. 3 main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get the CT. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsborough Dairy.
H509, proud to be North Dakota's largest Dollars for Scholars chapter. If you're already a member, you know how important H509's presence is to the graduating seniors in our community. Because of your generosity, every graduating student that completes an application will receive a scholarship. I'd like to invite you to join H509 to help continue these amazing gifts for further graduates of the Hillsborough High School. For more information on H509, visit our Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars website or our Facebook page.
Hillsborough Drug and Gift is your area full-service pharmacy with prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough, cold, and flu medications, health and beauty items, and more. They offer mail-out service and free delivery in Hillsborough and Halstead. And remember, you can now text Hillsborough Drug anytime for your prescription refills at 701-636-5231. There's always something new with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions at Hillsborough Drug and Gift. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsborough Drug and Gift.
The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with IRE Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get IRE Insurance. Go to ireinsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
At Ironhide, we like to have our sales guys cater to the owners of the businesses or the customers that they're trying to help out to actually find a solution to their problem. We understand that customers have a job to do, and we strive to keep that job going without interruption.
We've invested so heavily in this facility, but bigger than that, in the people.
Welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com and our coverage of the Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament. Let's get you updated here after we took our short break. Mat number 1 is the 142-pound quarterfinals. 50 seconds left in the second period. And is Webeline Nakleen from Fargo leading 3-0 over Clancy Meyer from Dickinson. Mat number 2 is the 142-pound semifinals. That is in the second period with a minute 20 left to go. And Miley Christensen from Valley City 4. Reagan Ulmer from South Border, no score yet in that one. Mat number 3 is the consolation semis. of the 136-pound JV tournament. Phoebe Wadeson from Bismarck, a 1-0 lead against Willie Swadney from Dickinson. Well, mat number 4 is 136-pound semifinals of the JV. Rosalina Chapa from Bismarck Legacy 4. Lexus Baker from Northern Lights 0. So that is, again, where we're sitting here right now as we continue to get through our matches here on this day of wrestling. Championship and place matches will all move to this one gym here once we reach that point. Of course, some of the matches, some of the brackets more so on the JV side, all on the JV side. There are a few of them that are just round-robin style tournaments, so they will not have what would be your traditional place matches to determine the winners of those brackets. 13 seconds left in the first period at mat number 1. Clean still with that 4-2 lead. Mat number 2, there's 10 seconds left in the second period, and it's Smiley Christensen with a 4-1 lead. Clean tries to come around on mat 1 for the takedown, does not, as time does expire on mat number 1. Second period or third period begins on both mats, and they're both close. Miley Christensen's lead at 4-3. Reagan Ulmer from South Border, the 8th grader, comes around to try to get some back points, is unable to. While on mat number 1, it is 4-3 in favor of Not Clean, as Meyer did get an escape to make it a 1-point match.
Quick update for you here, Joel, from the team perspective. Bismarck High leads, followed by Bismarck Legacy and South Border. That's 1-2-3. And then Lisbon right now currently in 4th. Well, in the East-West Classic, the Lisbon Broncos lead it with Velva 2nd and New Salem Alma 3rd. Again, out west with Brent Dick also on YourLiveEvent.com. It's just wrestling today on Your Live Event here, Joel, on this Saturday.
We're at tournament season right now. I mean, this is what the last few weeks and the next few weeks are going to look like here to close out the wrestling season.
£142 quarterfinal. You have Ellie Roseland here from Henniger Scranton over Weigel from Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Again, that's at 142 pounds on mat number 3. And then mat number 4 right now, Limburg and Weininger currently scoreless at 142 pounds in the wrestlebacks.
50 seconds left in the final period on mat 1. It is 4-4. 19 seconds left in the final period on mat 2. It is 4-3. Both of these matches now right down to the wire, and Reagan Ulmer needs to find a way to bring down Christensen and come around to try to get 2 more points here, which would be going for the win. If she can pop her head and drive, she'll get the win. Christensen knows that and is just putting weight down on her and hangs on Miley Christensen onto the semis at 142 pounds. Meanwhile, on mat number 1, there is 20 seconds left to wrestle, and it is 4-4, and both wrestlers know next move will decide this matchup.
Quickly, 142 at a mat number 3 in the quarters. Jaslyn Weigel from Napoleon Gacko Streeter advances against Ellie Roslin here from Henniger.
And Clean was maybe 2 extra seconds away from coming away with the win in this matchup, and now we'll have an extra period here of 1 minute. And Not Clean will come around and get 2. And it will come to an end. So hopefully Not Clean from West Fargo, or from Fargo rather, move on to the semifinals. Clancy Meyer into the wrestlebacks, but a good matchup between those two.
So take a look at mat number 4 right now. Violet Weininger here from Bismarck High over Jasmine Lindberg from Williams County. That's 2-0, 142 pounds going on again on mat number 4. Mat number 3, currently Paige Baumgartner here from Bismarck High at 148-pound quarterfinal going up against Riley Dewalt from Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Again, the 148-pound quarterfinals on mat number 3.
Mat number 2, 142-pound quarterfinals. Callie Williams from Moorhead, Kaylee Kurz from Grand Forks. Wrestle background on mat number 1, Hannah Larson from Northwood, Madeline Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River. And 2-0 our score on mat number 2 as Kaylee Kurz will get a takedown, and it puts Williams right into back points and gets the fall. So Kaylee Kurz gets a fall, a minute 18 into the first period. She is on to the semis at 142 pounds. Two nothing our score on mat number 1. Madeline Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River has the takedown of Hannah Larson of Northwood. Again, it's a wrestle back round, so that first minute is so quick. You know, so many matches, so many seasons when you get later on to the state wrestling tournament are decided in that first minute, in that minute of that wrestle back, as this one ends in Madeline Polk a 2-0 lead, as we'll move on to round 2 of the 142-pound JV tournament on mat number 2 here in this Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament in Casselton.
Lois Schneider at 142 pound on the wrestle back period 1, and mat number 4 from Central Cass leads Amanda Shields from Mondak 2-0 as we're getting closer to the second period. Also on the South Gym on mat number 3 in the 148-pound quarterfinals at 6-2 now. Paige Baumgartner here from Bismarck High over Riley Dewa of Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
Mat number 2 is Alyssa Whaley from West Fargo United. Macy Tunheim from South Border. Mat number 1, it is 4-0 Madeline Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River. Has that arm in. And it gets the pin. Madeline Polk will get the fall here in the second period, and she is on to the next round of wrestlebacks at 142 pounds. And that's something when we go into our round robin style weight classes, is that you don't have those short wrestleback style matches later in the tournament. You're getting all 2-minute periods for your full length of your stay or full length of your competition in that tournament, all guaranteed matches. So a little bit of a different approach, different mindset, different situation for those wrestlers, as it's 2-0 Whaley from West Fargo United, 47 seconds left in the first period. Mat number 2 is another wrestleback round, 142 pounds. Peyton Miller from West Fargo United, Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain.
142-pound wrestleback Lois Schneider now leads 4-2 over Amanda Shields from Mondak. Ellen Lois from Central Cass here, that 142-pound wrestleback with a minute left in the second period. Also a minute left in the second period in the quarterfinals at 148 pounds. And mat number 3, Paige Baumgartner here from Bismarck High. 6 make that now 8-2 over Riley Dewald of Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
Aaliyah Martin gets a takedown and trying to get those leg hooks in on Miller and just kind of break Miller down. She's not allowed Miller to belly down, and that's what she's looking for. She drives the knee to the shoulder, gets the fall, and it's Aaliyah Martin with the win via fall in the wrestleback round, 142 pounds. Back to mat number 2, first period ends. Alyssa Whaley from West Fargo United, a 2-0 lead against Macy Tuman from South Border.
And a final, Amanda Shields from Mondak defeats Lois Schneider via fall, as Amanda Shields from Mondak will advance in the consolation wrestlebacks. Also, Paige Baumgartner right now in control going into period number 3 over Riley Dewald and mat number 3. That's 148-pound quarterfinals at 10-2. And Cadence Cook from Bismarck Century will go up against Kinley Hamley from Turtle Mountain in the 148-pound quarterfinal as well. That'll be mat number 4.
It is 2-0 over on mat number 2. Alyssa Whaley still with the lead there in that wrestleback matchup. JV semifinals at 148 pounds. Raina McDaniel from Bismarck against Christina Dorman from Dickinson. So this will determine who will go to that 180 or 148 pound championship match in the JV bracket. And a takedown coming for Dorman. And she'll swing around. Is held that crossface on McDaniel the entire time, now trying to set in a cradle. Mat number 2 is tied at 2. Whaley and Thunheim, 2-2. That is a round-robin matchup here in the 142-pound JV. And we may have a fall coming here as Whaley will get a reversal and gets the fall. So Alyssa Whaley hits a reversal right into a pin and gets the victory at 142-pound JV tournament.
148-pound quarterfinal, extending her lead. Paige Baumgartner here now leads at 11-2 with 30 seconds left in the third period against Riley Dewald, and currently scoreless in the first period between Kinley Hamley and Cadence Cook again in the other 148-pound quarterfinal going on in the South Gym.
Christina Dorman has 25 seconds left in this first period of the JV semis to try to add on to her 2-0 lead. As we're getting quickly now further into our matches here. It's a 148-pound quarterfinal matchup over on mat number 2. I'll tell you about that one in a moment as the final 10 seconds winding down over on mat number 1. And Christina Dorman will take a 2-0 advantage into the second period of that 148 JV semifinal.
Final Paige Baumgartner from Bismarck defeats Riley Dewald 13-2. She will go up against either Cook or Hamley here in the semifinals.
Emerson Flaherty from Central Cass against Gabrielle Martinez from West Fargo United. And Emerson has I believe she'll get credit. Yeah, she will get 2 for that takedown. Back over on mat number 1, and a quick takedown into an armbar from Christina Dorman to try to get the fall to move on to the championship at 148 pounds in the JV division. Emerson now will get the fall, and she is on to the semis at 148 pounds for Central Cass.
Also at 148 pounds, just getting underway from Lisbon, Ava Carl Bloom going up against Sophia Meyer from Bismarck Legacy on mat number 3. Mat number 4 right now, Kinley Hamley from Turtle Mountain leads 2-1 over Cadence Cook from Bismarck Century, also on a 148-pound quarterfinal round match.
Mat number 1, Christina Dorman's lead now at 6-0. Just over a minute to go. That is the semis. Again, 148 JV. Now has McDaniel on her back, needs to get that shoulder down. The official in there close, finding a little bit of daylight. Cheyenne Helen from Central Cass against Desi Crisser from Delax Burlington. 155-pound quarterfinals going on at mat number 2.
Sophia Meyer with a 2-point takedown late on mat number 3. Leads it against Ava here from Lisbon as we go to period number 2. Also on 148 pounds in another quarterfinal, Cadence Cook 6-2 over Kinley Hamley. Now make it 8-3. Just an update here late in period number 2. Gotta love those updates when you come in, Joel, midway through, and they kind of have the refresher from the other gym.
And we're going to have a win over here. Christina Dorman will get the victory. She's on to the championship at 148 pounds in the JV. Yeah, sometimes I wish there was a way for us to see into that second gym sometimes. Still no score. Actually, there will be points. Krisher will get some points over on mat number 2. Krisher from Delax Burlington against Helen from Central Cass. Quarterfinal, 155 pounds, about to get underway on mat number 1. We have a Bismarck wrestler against a West Fargo United wrestler.
Midway through period number 2, Carl Bloom from Lisbon able to tie it up with Sophia Meyer, now 2-2 at 148 quarters. Also again at 148 quarters, getting closer to midway of the third period. It's Cadence Cook 9-3 over Hamley here. Cook again from Bismarck Century.
First period will end on mat number 2. Mat number 1, 155-pound quarterfinal. Lexi Beckler from Bismarck against Amia Russell from West Fargo United. And Russell really came out aggressively had the shoot and reshoot and brought him out of bounds. Is now just looking for a straight throw against Beckler, and almost stepped into Beckler being able to come over the back. And they're both on the mat, and they're both kind of in that 50-50 position. If one is able to slide over the back, they will get some points coming here. As turning around the front is Russell, and probably the good move on her end as Beckler. All she had to do was slide that head through, and she would have had 2 points. 2-0 Krisher on mat number 2, a minute 45 to go. Helen will get the escape, now 2-1 with a minute 40 to go in the second period.
148-pound final, Cadence Cook 11-3 over Kinley Hamley from Turtle Mountain. So Cook will be going up against Bumgarner here from Bismarck High in one semifinal round matchup. And underway now at 155 pounds on mat number 4. You have Novak from Grand Forks going up against Aubrey Locken from Stanley in a 155 quarter.
Amaya Russell will get the win on a fall as she brought down Lexi Beckler, and these two 155-pounders really wrestling like heavyweights. They were just looking for throws and using their body weight on a takedown. So Amaya Russell gets the throw and the takedown and the pin, and is able to get the victory and move on to the semis of 148 pounds. Mat number 2, it is still 2-1 in favor of Krisher. 47 seconds left in the second period over there at mat number 2. Again, that is the quarters at 155. 155-pound wrestleback about to get underway on mat number 1.
Quarterfinal still at 148 pounds. Sophia Meyer 7-3 over Ava Harlblum right now. And then in period number 1 just getting underway again at 155, Emily Novak against Aubrey Locken on mat number 4.
Colby McEllen from Dickinson against Veda Carlblum from Lisbon. Wrestle back at 155 on mat number 1. Mat number 2, second period coming to an end. Desi Krisher from Des Lacs Burlington 2. Cheyenne Helen from Central Cass 1.
Sophia Meyer leads over Carlblum 7-4, 90 seconds left in the third period.
And Veda Carlblum will get a takedown. But McEwen, she got the takedown because she brought her down with control, but McEwen was able to bounce right back up. And they will give her a point for the escape as they went out of bounds. But had they had stayed in bounds, she would have been able to keep control for the reversal. But we'll take the escape there as it's 2-1 with 5 seconds left in the wrestle back there at mat number 1. Mat number 2 into the third period, looking like we're having blood time, but Cheyenne Helen trails 2-1. Actually, okay, it is 2-2. They had misgiven the points. It is 2-2. It is tied and it's blood time in the third period.
At 155 and mat number 4, still scoreless between Locken of Stanley and Novak here of Grand Forks at, again, a quarterfinal period 2 at 155.
3-2 the score on mat number 1. Colby McAllen with the 3-2 lead. Now gets a turn against Veda Carlblum. Might get 2 on the near fall as she tries to drive that shoulder. Carlblum back down, gets the fall. Colby McAllen will defeat Veda Carlblum via fall.
And a final at 148 pounds, a good one. Sophia Meyer from Bismarck Legacy, 7-6 over Ava Carlblum here from Lisbon. So you have Sophia Meyer advancing to the next round as she will go up against Emerson from Central Cass in the semis at 148.
Minute 10 left to wrestle in the quarterfinals on mat number 2 of 155 pounds. Cheyenne Helen 4, Desi Krisher from Des Lacs Burlington 3. And Helen almost had a takedown but came over the top of Krisher. And they're out of bounds, gave a little bit of a soft restart to the match. 50 seconds to go, and Krisher just needs a takedown to win. JV semifinals of 155 at mat number 1. It's Aubrey Poitra from Northern Lights against Danica Shorey from Bismarck. Coming to shoot is Krischer. Sprawling out is Helen, and I think she got hit with a stall warning. 27 seconds left. Krischer tries to go for the underhook. Helen felt it, was about to stand up. Now gets a 2-on-1 on her leg and tries to hobble her opponent out of bounds. She has her down to the mat, but no one has control as there is 10 seconds left. You can see the Delax Burlington coaching staff trying to implore the wrestler, hey, you got 10 seconds, get that head free, and passing through is Krischer, and Krischer gets the takedown. Time expires. Deshi Krischer from Delax Burlington moves on to the semis at 155, getting the late takedown with about 5 seconds left to go. And a winner in Aubrey Poitra from Northern Lights via fall on mat number 1. She is on to the championship at 155-pound JV.
Also at 155 pounds on the varsity, Emily Novak from the Knight Riders with a fall over Aubrey Locken of Stanley to advance to the semifinals here. As she will go up against Fisher just moments ago, so it'll be the semifinal round matchup at 155.
Mat number 1, quarterfinals at 170 pounds. Paige Spomer from Bismarck Century against Carly Lessman from Carrington.
Currently underway right now on the South Gym. Sarah Pollock from Badger Greenbush Middle River going up against Jetty from Devil's Lake. 6-2 Pollock in the first period. Now make that 8-3 in the first period.
Mat number 2, it's the consolation round, 155 pounds. Claire Lathrop from Breckenridge Wahpeton against Casey Gross from Williams County.
Kiera from Bismarck Legacy going up against Brindley Dewald from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. That'll be a 155-pound wrestle back, and points of flurry right now in that first period between Sarah and Jaylee over on mat number 4. Still got 20 seconds left in the period. 13-4 right now. Sarah Pollock from Badger Greenbush Middle River.
No score on mat number 1, no score on mat number 2. The first period will end quicker, of course, on mat number 2, with that being a wrestle back matchup. .19 seconds left to go in the first period. Coming in to shoot is Spomer. Has elevation against Lessman, but they will be brought out of bounds with 12 seconds left.
And Pollock from Badger Greenbush Middle River with a fall at 148 over Jetty from Alex Burlington. So able to move on there is Pollock from Badger Greenbush Middle River. And excuse me, Jetty from Devil's Lake.
1-0. Claire Lathrop from Breck Wap was able to get an escape to begin the second period, and the 155-pound wrestle back over on mat number 2.
Over on mat number 4 at 170 pounds, quarterfinals, Ava Gullison from Central Cass going up against Victoria Pastres here from Delax Burlington. That again, 170-pound quarterfinals, 155 wrestle back, period number 2. Dewald from Napoleon Gackel Streeter tied at 2 with Kiera from Bismarck Legacy.
Minute and a half to go on mat number 1. Spomer from Century, Lessman from Carrington, no score. In quarters at 170. 1-0 the score for Lathrop on mat number 2, and Gross now has the, Lathrop had the single leg of Gross, and Gross was able to kind of sprawl out and create some separation, but continuing to drive is Lathrop. Has the double leg, and Gross is just trying to free her legs right now. .50 seconds left in the second period on mat number 1. Spomer and Lessman still no score. If Gross can come around, she'll take a 2-1 lead, but Lathrop is not letting go of that leg, and they're going to call a stalemate over there on mat number 2, as there was a good sprawl for both of them.
After one period, you have Ava Golfson tied up and scoreless with Victoria from Delax Burlington going to the second at a quarterfinal again at 170.
Going to shoot on mat 1 was Spomer. Sprawling out was Lessman. Approaching the final 10 seconds of the second period of that matchup on mat number 1.
Also just getting underway on mat number 3, another 170-pound quarterfinal. Jordan Radissa from Williston going up against Myers from Bismarck Century.
Third period began on mat number 1. It's a 170-pound quarterfinal, and it has been a scoreless battle between those two. Final period underway on mat number 2, which is a 155-pound wrestle back. 1-0 Claire Lathrop from Breckenridge Wahpeton leads Casey Gross from Williams County. And through with the escape is Paige Spomer on mat 1. She will score the first points of that matchup. It is 1-0, minute and a half left to wrestle.
And Jordan Radissa from Williston defeats Myers from Bismarck Century via the fall in the first period. So Jordan will be moving on from the Williston Coyotes.
Minute left to go on mat number 1. Carly Lessman from Carrington needs to get some points here, down 1-0. Still 1-0 on mat number 2. And Claire Lathrop trying to get some more separation. She does. As it's now 3-0.
And Victoria Pasteres defeats Ava Gullison from Central Cass, also at 170 pounds. So Victoria will be moving to the semifinals.
"20 seconds and change left on both mats. Mat 1 still active as there has been no stoppage. 19 seconds left to go. 1-0 Paige Spomer from Bismarck Century, and Carly Lessman needs a takedown. Lessman comes to shoot. Spomer will get on top of her, will come around and gets 2 more, makes it 3-0, and that's how the score will end. Paige Spomer on to the semis at 170 with a 3-0 win against Carly Lessman. Mat number 2, there is 12 seconds left, and it is 3-1 Claire Lathrop, and that point could come up big because 12 seconds, you get a quick escape, you turn around, get a takedown, you got the match. Or you got the tie at least, as there is now 5 seconds left to go.
170-pound junior varsity semifinal going on mat number 3. You have Hipsack from Central Cass in the first period going up against Wiley from the Grand Forks. That one currently scoreless. Also at 170 pounds on the varsity side in wrestlebacks, you have Trio from Bismarck going up against Griffin from Bismarck Legacy, currently scoreless going into period number 2.
Quarterfinal 170 on mat number 1. Abby Fuhrer from LEEK against Leah Willard from Bemidji. Final on mat number 2, it is 3-2 Claire Lathrop. Will get the victory over Casey Gross from Williams County. So on to the next round of wrestlebacks for Claire Lathrop from Breckenridge Wahpeton. Kind of some pumbling. Looks like the pumbling drill going on mat number 1 as Fuhrer and Willard just switching underhooks and over-unders. Fuhrer looks like she's in a good position for a throw. Willard felt the same thing and steps back. JV semis at 155 underway on mat number 2. Nevaeh Sorensen from Carrington. Ashley Michelson from South Border. And a takedown for Nevaeh Sorensen. That's the 155-pound JV semifinals. And a whole flurry of scoring happening here with 40 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. It was a takedown for Willard. Rather, it was a takedown for Willard, and then points in a reversal and a near fall coming the way of Fuhrer. And as it's now 5-2.
Griffin defeats trio here from Bismarck Legacy over Bismarck via fall 136 in the first period. Going on right now, mat number 4, 190-pound quarterfinal. You have Carly Stanton from Hillsborough Central Valley going up against Cambry Anderson from Bismarck, currently scoreless. 170-pound junior varsity semifinal. Nevaeh Hipsack 2-1 right now over Kaya Wiley from Grand Forks.
2-0. Sorensen still leading on mat number 2, 47 seconds left in the first period there. Mat number 1, first period ends. It is 5-2 Fuhrer. So Fuhrer with the takedown near fall, and then Willard with the reversal. I think I misspoke on who had what points in that process of the match.
Cambry Anderson earns a fall over Carly Stanton of Hillsborough Central Valley to advance the semis of 190 pounds.
Sorensen victory over on mat number 2, on to the next round in the JV tournament. 5-3, Willard gets an escape, and we'll get a takedown. So it is 6-5. Willard with the takedown and the win. So the Bemidji wrestler Leah Willard will pin Aubrey Fuhrer, and she is on to the semis at 170.
Wiley over Nevaeh Hipsack from Central Cass as we go to the third period. 7-2 Wiley from Grand Forks in that 170-pound junior varsity match. Also going on in the South Gym at 190-pound quarterfinal now. You have Sky Kopp of Grand Forks going up against Stordalen here from Bismarck Century. That one just underway.
Mat number 2, Gwen Kostelecki from Bismarck Century against Cheyenne Latexhier from Pembina County North. A consolation semi-wrestleback matchup on the 170-pound JV tournament. 170-pound JV semifinal in the championship round. Kendra Erickson from Dickinson, Isabel Dutt from Central Cass. That is over on mat number 1.
Also, Leah from Bemidji, Joel, she's holding up a sign. 50 wins in her career just underway, so that's kind of cool to get that at a tournament like this.
Yeah, that 100 milestone, get that halfway point. I was wondering, I saw them pulling out the sign.
For a second, I was like, it wasn't 500. That'd be a lot of, that'd be too many.
That would be, I think if you wrestle 12 months out of the year, you'd, maybe. You'd have to have a really good 12 months of the year wrestling competitively. Minute left to go in the first period on mat number 1 in the 170-pound semifinals of the JV tournament. No score there between Erickson from Dickinson, Dutt of Central Cass. Mat number 2, it is Latexhier taking down Kostelecki, and will get the takedown and the pin. So she is on to the next round of wrestlebacks, is Latexhier.
Going to the second period at 190-pound quarterfinal, mat number 4. Stordalen 4-2 over Sky Kopp here over Grand Forks. That again going into period number 2. 170-pound junior varsity semifinal, 30 seconds left. Wiley 7-2 over Hipsack here, and that again was on mat number 3.
Could have our first points. I wouldn't want to declare the points until it actually happened. It was Kendra Erickson taking down Isabel Dutt. It's one of those, if Dutt is able to get leverage and turn the shoulder, she has the 2 and probably near fall points. If Erickson cleared the head, which she did, she would have the 2. And 2-0 is how the first period will end there in the JV semifinals. 190-pound JV semifinals. Sophia Peterson-Fargo against Sheena Locke from Bismarck.
170-pound junior varsity semifinals. Wiley over Hipsack via decision, 7-4. And going on mat number 4 right now, Stordalen leads 6-2 over Sky Kopp in the quarters midway through period number 2. Well, on mat number 3 now, you're going to have a 190-pound quarterfinal round matchup. You have Brooke Bundy from Valley City going up against Isabel Burke from Devil's Lake.
Into the second period on mat number 1, Kendra Erickson, a 2-0 lead against Isabel Dutt.
And a final via fall Michaela Stordalen from Bismarck Century wins over Sky Kopp of Grand Forks, so they'll be moving on in the quarterfinals. While at 190 pounds, again, Bundy and Berg just getting underway on mat number 3.
2-0 on mat number 2. It is Sheena Locke with the takedown and the pin, the 8th grader onto the championship at 190 pounds in the JV Belle of the Brawl tournament. 2-0, Kendra Erickson in the semis of the 170-pound JV tournament. The Dickinson wrestler leads Isabel Dutt from Central Cass. And Dutt comes around with a reversal, ties it up at 2.
Getting underway at 250 pounds, quarterfinals, mat number 4. You have Phoenix Linseth from Bismarck Legacy against Kiara Williams from West Fargo United. That one is just currently getting underway.
Two on mat 1, mat 2, heavyweight quarterfinals. Brindley Buchler from Bismarck against Ava Moser from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, and Buchler will get the victory via pin. She is on to the semis for the heavyweight division. 17 seconds left to go in the second period, and getting back points it's Isabel Dutt, and she'll get the fall. Isabel Dutt onto the championship at 170 in the JV tournament.
190 pounds going into the second period. Isabel Berg from Devil's Lake takes a 2-0 advantage over Brooke Bundy from Valley City. Again, 190-pound quarterfinal going on a 250-pound quarterfinal. 2-0 Phoenix Linseth over Kiara Williams midway through the first period.
This is coverage of the Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Again, we're on to the some of the JV brackets, onto the semis, to the quarterfinals for some of the varsity brackets. Mat number 1 is a JV semi. Lily and Lugo from Bismarck against Eris Davis from Devil's Lake. That's a 190-pound semifinal. Mat number 2 is a heavyweight JV second-round matchup. Jersey Danielle from Bismarck against Cheyenne Wergen from Badger Greenbush Middle River.
Isabel Berg defeats Brooke Bundy from Valley City via the fall at 190 pounds in the quarterfinals, so she'll be moving on to the semis to go up against Anderson from Bismarck High.
No score on mat 1 or mat 2.
Also, Phoenix Linseth via the fall over Kiara Williams against West Fargo United. That at 250 pounds. She'll go up against either Sullivan or Lindbergh here in the semifinals at 250. That one currently underway, scoreless, 190-pound quarterfinal. You have Leadall from West Fargo, Gravargo from Fargo, as that one currently just got over, and you got Gravargo from Fargo with the fall over Leadall from West Fargo United.
2-0, Eris Davis the lead on mat number 1. No score on mat number 2. 30 seconds left in the first period on mat 1, 20 seconds left in the first period on mat 2. Down to the final 5 seconds on mat 1. That period will end. It'll be 2-0. No score at the end of the first period on mat 2.
After one period in the 250-pound quarterfinal, Catherine Sullivan from Grand Forks and Ashley Lindbergh scoreless going into the second. Lindbergh from Carrington. 100-pound wrestleback, you have Jenner from South Border leads 2-0 over Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG midway through the first period.
Blood time over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, it is Wergen from Badger Greenbush Middle River with a 2-0 lead, securing a takedown here in the second period. Jersey Danielle from Bismarck to her base, and you got Wergen just breaking down that arm right now. Trying to go for the for the pin or the near fall points. A little bit of a stoppage over on mat number 1 as we continue on with this coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Joel Morgan, Chase Miller with you here on this Saturday. And tournament time, really, wrestling. It's all seems like it's all tournaments here moving forward as we get ready for Class B regional stuff coming up here in the next week. Class A individual regional tournaments coming up. State wrestling right around the corner at the Fargo Dome. Match will resume on mat number 1, and coming through for the escape, Aries Davies will come through and has a 3-0 lead. Minute 45 left to go in the second period there. Mat number 2, 29 seconds left in the second period, and Cheyenne Wergen with the 2-0 lead.
After 2 periods, Catherine Sullivan from Grand Forks 1-0 over Ashley Lindberg of Carrington at 250 as they go to the third. 100-pound wrestlebacks. Jenner from South Border leads Mueller from Mayport CG 2-0 midway through period number 2. That again going on mat number 3.
And second period ends. It is 2-0 Cheyenne Wergen from Badger Greenbush Middle River, one of the Minnesota teams out here at this Belle of the Brawl tournament. Final minute to go in the second period on mat number 1. Aries Davies from Devil's Lake 3, Lily and Lugo from Bismarck 0. And another takedown comes from Davis. Davis gets a takedown. Going for that high headlock. Near fall points beat it, added up there. 2-0 still over on mat number 2 as it's in the third period of the second round of the JV heavyweight. That 2-0 lead is in favor of Cheyenne Wergen of Badger Greenbush Middle River. And the period will end on mat 1, 2 near fall points will go to Aries Davis. Well, it was 3. 3 will go her way. It's 8-0 going into the third period. Minute left to go in the final period on mat number 2. Jersey Danielle from Bismarck down 2-0 in the up position. Will get a turn and some back points coming her way and gets the fall. So Danielle was trailing the whole matchup and then gets a pin with 50 seconds left to go in the third period here in the JV heavyweight tournament.
20 seconds left at 250 on the varsity side. Ashley Lindberg against Catherine Sullivan, 5-1 right now. Lindberg leads with 20 seconds left in the third period. If that one holds, Lindberg would be going on to the semifinals.
We are having a wrestle back round matchup of the 100-pound tournament beginning here on mat number 2. And that one will feature Reagan Stravia from Dickinson against Charlotte Croston from Pembina County North. 10-0 the score on mat number 1. And Aries Davis here in the third period. At least we'll get 3 more out of this one.
And Lindberg does move on to defeat Sullivan at heavyweight. So Lindberg from Carrington will be going up against Linseth from Bismarck Legacy in one of these semifinals at 250.
And Aris Davis will finish with the pin, and she is on to the championship of the 190 JV tournament. It is 2-0 Reagan Stravia from Dickinson. Stravia from Dickinson in the wrestle background at the 100-pound tournament over on mat number 2.
Some of the updated team scores here from the Belle of the Brawl. Bismarck high number 1 with Legacy 2 and Century 3. The Knight Riders number 4 tied with West Fargo United so far here in the overall team numbers. From the East-West, New Salem as they're getting a little bit closer to their final round. Lisbon up top, number 1, followed by New Salem, Alma 2, and Velva number 3 from the East-West Classic.
2-2 the score at mat number 2. It's been a lot of scoring. There was a lot of scoring through that first period and some change here. This, Stravia was kind of locking into Croston and just changing levels, looking to hopefully catch her off balance. Didn't go in her favor. 30 seconds into the first period of the quarterfinals of the heavyweights varsity division. Jalen Foray from Pembina County North against Belinda Perry from Bismarck Century.
£100 wrestle back going on mat number 4 right now. Kimber Friddle from Stanley leads 5-0 over Brossart from Rugby. And 100-pound junior varsity wrestle back right now. Currently scoreless between Schrader from Carrington and also Emma from Rugby.
Final 50 seconds in the second period on mat 2. Final 40 seconds of the first period on mat number 1. And a takedown from Croston will break the tie on mat 2. Croston now leads 4-2, 27 seconds left in the second period of that 100-pound wrestleback. Wrestlebacks are where tournaments are won and lost as they scramble over on mat 1, and finding her way around was Foray. Will get 2 on the takedown, and then a reversal right away from Belinda Perry. 2-2 at the end of the first period there at the 250-pound quarterfinals as the first period officially coming to an end on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will be Charlotte Croston getting the pin at 100 pounds from Pembina County North, defeating Reagan Stravia from Dickinson. That was a wrestleback round at 100.
So at this point, a lot of wrestlebacks will be coming up. Joel is at 250 is the last one, I believe, of the quarterfinals before we kind of get to some of the semis a little bit later on.
And a reversal right off, nearly right off the whistle in the second period on mat 1. Belinda Perry, a 4-2 lead, trying to set the cradle into Jalen Foray. Scout Fredericks from Lisbon against Taylor Mershman from Bemidji. That is a wrestleback 100-pound matchup underway on mat number 2.
Mat number 3, Jasmine Schrader from Carrington, 4-0 over Shively from Rugby.
And Belinda Perry will get the pin over on mat number 1. And she will move on now to the semis in the heavyweight division. Jalen Foray into the wrestlebacks. So, again, more wrestleback matchups coming your way here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coverage of the Belle the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Values for gyms. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents, fans, and community members who work together to build team and community spirit. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club supports Hillsborough and Central Valley students in their school activities and encourages all students to be involved in the activities at your school. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club takes great pride in uniting the communities to support the boroughs, encouraging everyone to promote school spirit, sportsmanship, and to support the Hillsborough Central Valley students. It's the Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Hillsboro Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsboro Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. 3 main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get to see Teak. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsboro Dairy.
H509, proud to be North Dakota's largest Dollars for Scholars chapter. If you're already a member, you know how important H509's presence is to the graduating seniors in our community. Because of your generosity, every graduating student that completes an application will receive a scholarship. I'd like to invite you to join H509 to help continue these amazing gifts for further graduates of the Hillsboro High School. For more information on H509, visit our Hillsboro Dollars for Scholars website or our Facebook page.
Hillsboro Drug and Gift is your area full-service pharmacy with prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough, cold, and flu medications, health and beauty items, and more. They offer mail-out service and free delivery in Hillsboro and Halstead. And remember, you can now text Hillsboro Drug anytime for your prescription refills at 701-636-5231. There's always something new with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions at Hillsboro Drug and Gift. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsboro Drug and Gift.
The Hillsboro Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsboro Vets Club.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with IRA Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get IRA Insurance. Go to ireinsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
At Ironhide, we like to have our sales guys cater to the owners of the businesses or the customers that they're trying to help out to actually find a solution to their problem. We understand that customers have a job to do, and we strive to keep that job going without interruption.
We've invested so heavily in this facility, but bigger than that, in the people.
The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Don't just watch today's game, immerse yourself in it with new furniture from Lee at the Furniture Mart in Fargo. Get the ultimate fusion of styles with unmatched comfort, all at the best prices. We are now offering up to 5 years no-interest financing. So you can now get the furniture you want at the best prices with low monthly no-interest payments. The next time you need furniture, come see Lee at the Furniture Mart in Fargo. Make sure to ask for Lee for your live event discount.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
The team at Maple River Grain and Agronomy wishes the best of luck to the players in today's game. Maple River Grain and Agronomy is proudly serving producers, accessing markets, and building relationships in eastern North Dakota and western Minnesota. They offer a variety of grain marketing and agronomy solutions. See the latest updates by following MRGA on social media. They're active on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Check out the website at mrga.com to learn more about Maple River Grain and Agronomy and how they can serve you and your operation.
You've got a lot more going for you in 2024 with Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank. No matter how many times your New Year's resolutions change, Mayport Hardware's tools and supplies will aid your goals and dreams. Let their staff help you turn those scratch paper scribblings into reality. Paint the bathroom, fix the deck, finally get that garden going. You may not be able to do it all this year, but you can check any of those off your list with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
MLGC offers ultra-high-speed broadband, streaming TV, telephone, advanced business services, and commercial-grade video surveillance services. MLGC has a goal to continue to deliver future technologies that make rural communities in North Dakota vibrant places in which to live and do business in. They're your local provider who prides itself on its unmatched customer service with a small-town touch. MLGC has offices in Enderlin, Cooperstown, and Kindred. For more info, go to mlgc.com.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. Coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. And coming back here from this break as we are kind of rolling through some of these wrestleback matches here. On mat number 1, it's a wrestleback match at 106. Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County, Bailey Federer from Bismarck Century. 5-0 the lead from Addison Yates, and Yates just needs to hold out a pin from Federer to get the victory, and them coming out of bounds is going to help her here. She leads 5-0, 17 seconds left. Mat number 2, 30 seconds left in the first period of 106-pound wrestleback in the JV tournament. It is Jocelyn Corbel from Fargo leading Callie Martin from Turtle Mountain. Mat number 3 is JV consolation matchup. Levy Montez from Pembina County North 2. Brandy Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. No points there. And on mat 4, it's Melina Rebson from Lisbon 6. Willow Haugen from Fargo 4. That one did become a final. And we do have a final on mat number 1. Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County, the victory, and the wrestle back at 106. 2-1 the end of the first period score. Corbel from Fargo leads. Callie Martin will choose to be down to begin the second period. Mat number 3, Danica Bennett from Pembina County North against Vivian Backer from Bismarck Century. Again, that is another wrestleback matchup at 112 pounds. Mat number 4, 106-pound wrestleback, Kellyanne Turner from Bismarck. Taryn Raisler from Kindred. Raisler with a 2-0 lead. That one in the first period just about to come to an end. Team scoring right now, our top 4 leaders: Bismarck 87, Legacy 67, Century 59, Grand Forks 38. Ivanova from Carrington wrestling against Brueggemann from Grand Forks. That is a JV wrestle back at mat number 2. 2-1 still our score on, at mat number 1, on to mat number 2. There we go, a minute left in the second period. Corbel from Fargo still leading Martin. That is 2-1. Mat number 3, Danica Bennett from Pembina County North 2, Vivian Backer from Bismarck Century 0. First period ending there. And mat number 4, Hallianne Turner from Bismarck 3, Taryn Raisler from Kindred 2. That one is into the second period. Ivanova and Brueggemann just really going forehead for forehead. A lot of hand fighting as the first period ends. They are not afraid to initiate the contact with any between each other there. And second period begins. They'll remain on their feet. And they're really, at mat number 1, they're just picking up where they left off at the end of the first period. And we'll get a stop, potentially dangerous. There had been a warning already. So Callie Martin will get a point. 2-2 now tied up on mat number 2 between Corbel from Fargo, Martin from Turtle Mountain. No score remaining on mat number 1. Mat number 3, 2-0, Bennett over Backer. Turner 3, Raisler 2. That is on mat number 4. And Ivanova will get the first takedown and turns it into a pin. So she is on to another round of wrestlebacks in the 106-pound JV tournament. It's just been match after match as they've continued to roll through these matches. It's so constructed so well here at this Belle of the Brawl tournament. Travis Lamar and company, Travis Lamar and the boys doing a good job of really the logistics. I can't even imagine the logistic that goes into putting together a tournament like this, and they keep things rolling as they should be. As Jocelyn Corbel, 4-2 lead over Callie Martin. That one has a minute and a half to go in the third period. Taryn Raisler from Kindred 4, Hallianne Turner from Bismarck 3. Second period wrapping up on mat number 4 and 106-pound wrestleback. Wrestleback on 112 on mat number 1, Mackenzie Borer from Stanley. Bryn Allen Fredrickson Holm from Bemidji against Borer on mat number 1. 4-2 the score on mat number 2, a minute left to wrestle. Raisler with control. Fredrickson Holm from Bemidji gets the first takedown, a 2-0 lead over on mat number 1. .40 seconds left to wrestle there. Mat number 1, a restart after wrestlers going out of bounds. And a stalling point will be awarded to Jocelyn Corbel, and she'll get the pin. So Corbel, point didn't matter because she got the pin and on to another round of 106-pound wrestlebacks. First period ends on mat number 1. Fredrickson Holm from Bemidji 2, Borer from Stanley 0, 112-pound wrestlebacks. Taya Laidlaw from Fargo wrestling in a wrestleback at 112 on mat number 2. Kalua Barjua from Bismarck Legacy will be Laidlaw's opponent. Mat number 3, 112-pound JV matchup. Emma Dutt from Central Cass, Summer Chrysler from Turtle Mountain. Chrysler a 2-0 lead. Taryn Raisler with about 40 seconds left, a 6-4 lead over Hallie Ann Turner from Bismarck on mat 4 at 106-pound wrestleback. Frederickson Home got an escape and now a 3-0 lead with a minute and a half to go on mat number 1. Frederickson Home in a good position for a takedown. She will get that takedown and has that inside cradle coming. Takedown. Jewel will get a takedown and a 2-0 lead, and then there will be a clasping call, and that will give a point to Taya Laidlaw from Fargo. Summer Chrysler from Turtle Mountain 4, Emma Dutt from Central Cass. Oh, a big update there. Chrysler 7 from Turtle Mountain, Dutt 2 from Central Cass. That one in the second period. Raisler gets the win over Turner 9-4, the 106-pound wrestlebacks. Frederickson Home on mat 1 extends her lead to 5-0 with a minute left in the second period. 2-1's the score at the end of the first period on mat number 2. .47 seconds to go. Second period on mat number 1. Frederickson Home is getting the turn, and the officials say no near fall points are coming. Actually, she will get 2 for the last turn she had, so it's 7-0. Or Jewel will get a reversal, has a 5-1 lead. Laidlaw gets to her feet, but a mat return after sweeping down the legs, and she is back down on the mat. A victory for Bernal and Frederickson Home over on mat number 1. The Bemidji wrestler on to another round of wrestlebacks at 112. Minute and a half to go in the second period on mat number 2, 112-pound wrestlebacks. Mat number 3, 112-pound JV wrestlebacks. Grace Kozowski from Breck Wap 2, Presley Johnson from Lisbon 0. Mat number 4, Crystal Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley 0. Emma Schilling from Dickinson 0. That's a 112-pound wrestleback matchup. Mat number 1 is a 118-pound wrestleback. Emma Wald from Bismarck Century right now with a 2-0 lead over Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass. And a pin, Ella Wald, a victory there with the pin with 32 seconds left in the first period of the wrestleback. Injury stoppages now across both mats. So some injury time. Injury time on the mat. We're going to step aside for that. We'll be back on yourliveevent.com.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
And we are back here on yourliveevent.com. Kalua Barjua got the win via fall in the 112-pound wrestlebacks. Another match has got underway on mat number 1. It's a wrestleback at 118. Brianna Erickson from Dickinson, a 2-1 lead over Melody Kubat from Lint HMB. And another takedown comes from Erickson, and she has a 4-1 lead, and that first period comes to an end.
112 pounds on mat number 4. Crystal Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley leads 2-1 over Emma Schilling from Dickinson right now. 112 junior varsity wrestlebacks going on. Presley Johnson from Lisbon 6. You have Grace Kozowski from Breckenridge Wapiton 4. That is going into the third period.
JV 112 wrestleback. Tess Gross from Napoleon Gackro Streeter against Ella Leifelman from Bemidji. And another takedown for Erickson. 6-1 her lead and gets 2 on the near fall. 8-1 now her lead. 19 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2. No score there, and Leifelman grabbed the head of Gross like she was going to set her up for a throw. And first period ends on mat number 2. Mat number 1 is 8-1 lead, 1:09 and counting left. Second period there. It's Brianna Erickson with the advantage from Dickinson and trying to set in a half against Kubat.
After 2 periods, Emma Schilling and Crystal Magnuson going to the third period. Magnuson leads 4-2 at 112 pounds in the wrestlebacks.
Trying to get a fall is Tess Gross, and she does. Tess Gross gets the win in the second period in the wrestleback at 112-pound JV via fall. Defeats Ella Leifelman from Bemidji. It is 8-1 over on mat number 1, and Brianna Erickson trying to end it with a pin. And she does. Brianna Erickson, victory in the wrestleback round of this tournament.
118-pound wrestleback on mat number 3 from Moorhead. Apparel going up against Novak from Grand Forks Night Riders. That one just currently underway at 118 pounds, at 112 pounds now with about 60 seconds left in the 112-pound wrestlebacks. Krista Magnuson still leads Emily Schilling 4-2.
Mat number 1, 124 pounds. Crystal Lee Wagner from Harvey Wells County. Jasmine Ibarra from Carrington. Mat number 2 is Allie Grant from Turtle Mountain and Layla Gillespie from Lisbon. And both wrestlers are just extended and sprawling out on mat number 2. And I think with the short wrestleback period, the official a little bit hesitant to maybe call that stalemate. Both wrestlers are able to get some movement, and yeah, he's going to call it here, so it will be a stalemate, and they will reset here for the final 24 seconds. Meanwhile, on mat number 1, it seems to be Wagner who's just aggressive against Ibarra and has the single leg trying to get elevation. Goes for the sweep, can't get there. And a takedown right into back points for Allie Grant from Turtle Mountain. Grant will get 2 as the first period of the wrestleback ends there. 2-0 end of the first period on both mats 1 and mat 2.
And a final from Hillsborough Central Valley. Crystal Magnuson able to defeat Emily Schilling from Dickinson 5-2 in the wrestlebacks at 112 pounds, and will move on against Barjolo from Bismarck Legacy upcoming later today. And Novak from Grand Forks leads 2-0 over Apparel here from Moorhead. 1:30 left in the second period.
Allie Grant had a 5-0 lead, and then Layla Gillespie from Lisbon gets a takedown and right into a cradle here on mat 2. We have a minute 37 left to go. Second period there. It's 2-0 still on mat number 1. Crystal Lee Wagner with the advantage.
Ava Ness from Barnesville going up against Badenhoven from Carrington, 112-pound junior varsity wrestlebacks. Also at 124 pounds on mat number 3, Simons from Killdeer going up against Lindstrom from Devil's Lake.
Layla Gillespie will get the pin and the victory at 118 pounds. She'll defeat Allie Grant from Turtle Mountain. So Gillespie victorious over on mat number 2. Mat number 1, minute left in the second period. Ibarra has the leg of Wagner and does get a takedown, cannot keep her in bounds. And they will reset here with 58 seconds left in the second period. It's Emma Schneider from Central Cass against Leah Dale from Devil's Lake. 124-pound JV wrestleback match over on mat number 2. Ibarra is able to get 2 over on mat 1 on that takedown, and it is tied at 2-2.
Mandy Hoven from Carrington now leads 2-1 over Ava Ness from Barnesville. And after one period at the 112-pound junior varsity wrestlebacks. And at the 124-pound, you have Simons of Kildare able to win over Lindstrom at 124 pounds wrestlebacks on the junior varsity side.
2-0 on mat number 2. Leah Dale from Devil's Lake will get the pin against Emma Schneider, and she'll get the win here. That's 124-pound JV. And Ibarra will get the victory over on mat number 1.
124-pound junior varsity wrestleback on mat number 3. Kelsey Newman from Carrington going up against Josie Kissinger here from Dickinson. And going on mat number 3.
Maria Rojas from Devil's Lake against Cassie Monroe from Bismarck. 124-pound matchup. These are all wrestleback matchups over on mat 1. Mat 2, 124-pound JV. Mackenzie Burke from Beulah Hazen. Danica Mint from Kildare.
Carissa Meininger from Lemoore Litchfield Marion wins via wrestleback via fall at 130 pounds over Lydia Wolf. Going on mat number 4. Newman right now from Carrington, 2-0 over Josie from Dickinson, also in a wrestleback at 124 junior varsity.
Danica Mint from Kildare will get a takedown and then a reversal from Mackenzie Burke from Beulah Hazen. And they'll award a takedown to Maria Rojas of Devil's Lake over on mat number 1. And both matches will end just about the same time. At least they'll get through that first period just about the same time. Mat 1, Rojas a 2-0 lead. Mat 2 is a 2-2 score.
Now mat number 4, 130-pound wrestleback Bryn Larson from Grand Forks scoring off with Sophia Johnson from Bismarck Legacy. That just getting underway. And in period 2 right now, Kelsey Newman from Carrington still leads 2-1 over Josie from Dickinson in the 124 junior varsity wrestlebacks.
Cassie Monroe gets an escape, and the official checking the score. Because it says 1-0 in favor of Monroe, but it should be 2-1 in favor of Rojas over on mat 1, and they're about to change that over there. It is 3-2 on mat number 2. Burke leading Mint. Minute 37 left in the second period, and we may have a fall coming here as Burke has that headlock in tight. The official seeing some sort of daylight there on the shoulder. I'm wondering if it's the elbow of Burke that's creating that separation. Maybe need to tighten up that elbow just a little bit. And there she goes. She tightens it up, gets the turn, and gets the fall. It's Mackenzie Burke from Beulah Hazen, the pin against Danica Mint from Kildare. Burke, a victory at 124 pounds in the JV. Mat number 1, it is 2-1, over a minute left to wrestle in the second period. Rojas and Monroe wrestling over there on mat number 1.
Mat number 4, Bryn Larson from the Grand Forks Knight Riders now leads 2-0 over Sophia Johnson in the second period. Well, on mat number 3, we do have a final. Kelsey Newman and Kissinger able to defeat Newman from Dickinson over Carrington in the 130-pound wrestlebacks.
35 seconds left in the second period on mat number 1. Mat number 2, it is Madeline Thorpe from EEK, Tori Barr from Bemidji. That is 130 pounds. And both wrestlers out of bounds. 17 seconds left in the second period on mat number 1.
£130 now, mat number 3, Natalie Meyer and the 130-pound wrestlebacks, and also all in from Bismarck. They go scoreless after 1 period, and getting close to after 2 periods, it's Bryn Larson 2-0 over Sophia Johnson from Bismarck Legacy in the 130-pound wrestlebacks as well.
Third period beginning on mat number 1. It is a 2-1 score in favor of Maria Rojas. Mat number 2 is a 2-0 lead. Tori Barr from Bemidji leads as the second period of the wrestleback begins, and Thorpe will be in the down position. Rojas trying to get her head free, reaching in on the single leg is Monroe. And Monroe able to keep him in bounce. 20 seconds left to go here in this matchup. And wrestlers out of bounds. This is the coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. As we are going to be wrestlebacks here for a little bit. The wrestleback matches here for a little bit until we start getting back into those semifinal rounds of this tournament. A little bit staggered in terms of where the JV and varsity brackets, also depending on weight class, kind of where they're sitting. Some are at JVs already decided their championship. Some JVs need to decide who's going to be in their championship. Well, varsity has a lot of semis coming up. 4-1 the score on mat number 1. Tori Barr from Bemidji gets 2 more with 50 seconds left in the second period. 33 seconds left to wrestle over on mat number 1. And it is a 4-2 score in favor of Maria Rojas against Cassidy Monroe, and the officials will stop it because of Monroe's headgear sliding down her face.
Bryn Larson leads at 3-0 with a minute left in the third period over Sophia Johnson. If she can hold on to that for Grand Forks, they'll move on in the 130-pound wrestlebacks. Also in the 130-pound wrestlebacks, still scoreless late in the second period between Natalie Meyer and Allren here from Bismarck, Meyer from Dickinson.
And Tori Barr trying to get a pin. Going for the fall right here. And gets it. Tori Barr a win at 130. And the wrestlebacks from Bemidji defeats Madeline Thorpe from EEK. 10 seconds left to wrestle over on mat number 2, and is a 4-2 lead for Rojas over Monroe. And that is how it ends. Maria Rojas will get the win.
And Bryn Larson's going to advance over Sophia Johnson at 130 pounds. And the wrestlebacks also update score at 130 pounds after 2 periods. Natalie Meyer of Dickinson, Allren of Bismarck. Currently it's Meyer 3-0 with 1 period left.
Mat number 1, it's Emily Larson from Northwood against Lake and Capon from Central Cass. That's 124-pound on the JV. Mat number 2, Naomi Miller from Kindred against Riley Litton from Fargo. 4-0 the lead for Miller. Got a takedown and a near fall here in the first 30 seconds of the wrestleback. Now she's starting to get a turn against Riley Litton, and we'll get the pin. So Naomi Miller from Kindred, a victory here at 130 pounds. Back over to mat number 1, no score, 30 seconds left in the first period between Copon and Larson at 124 in the JV.
130-pound wrestleback on the JV side on mat number 4 right now. Hagen from Grand Forks leads at 2-0 over Bierkley from Napoleon Gacko Streeter early on in period number 1.
Lake and Capon will get the pin. defeats Emily Larson-Copan from Central Cass, Larson from Northwood.
Taking a look at the bout numbers so far, Joel, we're 300 and teens, 320s, which means we're that heavyweights about at 525 or so. So about 200 bouts left here before we get going. It's crazy to think we're already 60% of the way done since we got going just after 10 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, just how many matches we've continued to roll through, how well timed things have been. More teams than this tournament's ever seen, and a whole nother set of brackets that this tournament hasn't had before. So a lot of new things coming here this season. Lucy Chernowski from Fargo against Rachel Dahl from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Chernowski leads 2-0. 17 seconds left in the first period there. And we have a quick start over on mat number 1. It's Jocelyn Carpenter taking down Amanda Aguilar from Stanley. And we could have a fall. Close over here on mat number 1. We do have a fall over on mat number 2. Chernowski gets the win via fall, and then Carpenter gets the win via fall on mat 1.
Well, a win, but not via fall. Natalie Meyer able to go on with it, a win. The 130 pounds, it is 6-2 over on mat number 3. Mat number 4 at 130 pounds in the junior varsity wrestlebacks. Hagen from Grand Forks leads at 4-0 over Berkeley from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Taking the mat now on mat number 3 at 130-pound wrestlebacks. Taryn Gores from Northern Lights going up against Fike here from Harvey Wells County.
Ava Hughes from Moorhead against Hope Mittleiter from Lytton HMB on mat 2. That's 136 pounds. Mat number 1, Chloe Knott from Bemidji against Jamia Cunningham from Dickinson. That is 136 pounds. So mats 1 and mats 2, both 136 pounds in the varsity brackets. And Hope Mittleiter was about to put the warm-up back on because they had not seen Ava Hughes. Hughes then able to check in at the scorers table. Tying up is Knott and Cunningham, both keeping each other active. Cunningham comes out of bounds, and right away Knott will make contact with her in the middle of the mat.
Late in the second period at the 130-pound junior varsity wrestlebacks here, Hagen from Grand Forks, 7-2 now over Berkeley from Napoleon Gackle Streeter as they're getting their way to the third period. After one period at 130-pound wrestlebacks on the varsity side, Fike from Harvey Wells County, the 8th grader, 2-0 over the freshman Taryn Gores from Northern Lights.
No score at the end of the first period on mat 1. Mat 2, 30 seconds left in the first period. Hughes and Mittleiter, no one yet to register a point there. And Mittleiter, as I say that, Mittleiter is able to drive through and get a takedown, and maybe a time to pick up some near fall points as she's trying to get that arm back for that chicken wing. Now trying to turn her and drive, but time will not be on the side of Mittleiter. Oh, she'll get the fall as there was maybe 1 second left on the clock. So Hope Mittleiter gets the win, gets the via fall, and she is on to another round of wrestlebacks at 136.
She even asked the official there, Joe, did I get that right?
It was just so close. These clocks don't go down a tenth of a second, but it was a tenth of a second. Mat number 1, no score there, as a lot of riding time from Jamia Cunningham. She's just able to stick with Chloe Knotts.
130 pounds, mat number 3. Getting midway through the second period right now. Fike continues to add on to her lead. 6-0 over Gores from Northern Lights. 130-pound junior varsity wrestleback right now. Hagen 10-2. Hagen from Grand Forks. Berkeley, Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 2.
Mat number 2, 142 pounds. Ellie Roslin from Hentner Scranton. Madeline Pluck from Badger Greenbush Middle River. And that is 142 pounds. 43 seconds left in the second period on mat 1 as both wrestlers come out of bounce.
And a final, Hagen of Grand Forks defeats Berkeley 12-2 to advance into the wrestlebacks of the 130-pound junior varsity division.
Knott is able to get to her feet and get away from Cunningham, so Knott a 1-0 advantage, 30 seconds left in the second period. Over on mat number 1, it's Rosalind who gets a takedown and right into back points. 10 seconds left in the first period of this wrestle back against Polk. Needs maybe squeeze a little bit further there to get that shoulder in. Time runs out. We won't have what we saw with Mittleiter, who got that takedown in the pin and like a 10th of a second left. Instead, it will be Rosalind who will get 5 points on that move to take a 5-0 lead. Mat number 1, I think they're going to adjust the score. It says 2-2. That's what I thought. So I don't know. There is a discussion about the score. Yeah, 2-0. So Knott will get 2. No, now they're taking the 2 off. We'll wait till they settle the score on that, Matt. But it's 5-0 over on mat number 2. Ellie Rosalind with the lead in the second period begins on the top position in the second.
At mat number 3 right now going to the third period. Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County 8-0 over Taryn Gores of Northern Lights. And at 130-pound junior varsity wrestle back after one period scoreless between Hazelton of Team Fargo and Skierkiek of Bemidji.
Mat number 2 and Ellie Rosalind will get the pin. A victory at 142 pounds on mat number 2. Mat number 1, it is 2-1. Third period beginning, and it is the up position for Jamia Cunningham, who has a 2-1 lead against Chloe Knott. And potentially dangerous will give Knott a point, and now it is at 2-2. So 2-2 the score with 1:29 left on mat number 1.
Bismarck School's having a nice showing so far here today, Joel, and the team numbers 1, 2, 3. Again, Minot High's not here. They've had a quality girls program as well. Grand Forks 4th and Carrington 5th so far, tied with West Fargo United.
Yeah, you think about this was one team at one point in Bismarck, and how good they've shown as 3 separate teams. How good were they as one team?
And Minot North will be interesting in years to come, too, with girls wrestling, with all those Minot wrestlers. If you have about 30, 40 girls from Minot that are wrestling, you can easily fill Minot North over the next couple of years for both individual and obviously having a dual team moving forward.
Man, I think that obviously with coaches knowing that Minot North is, what's their mascot?
Let's see, Spartans, I believe.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
But Minot North, I think you keep that in mind when you know that you have a whole other team that's potentially going to be coming from that with another school.
Take a look at 130-pound wrestle back. Again, Fike now 9-2 over Gores. 30 seconds left in that third period. And then at 142-pound wrestle backs going on at mat number 4, Williams from Moorhead, Kaylee scoreless with Violet here from Bismarck. Again, that is early on in period number 1.
Sentinels.
Is that close to a Spartan?
I think so. Our final on mat number 1, it is Jamia Cunningham who gets the win 6-3 at 136 pounds. The Dickinson wrestler defeats Chloe Knott of Bemidji. Mat number 2, it is Gabriela Martinez from West Fargo United against Giovanna Lima from Grand Forks. No score through a whole period of wrestling. Now on to period number 2, just about halfway there at the 148-pound weight class.
Fike able to move on with a 11-4 win, moving on in the wrestlebacks there, and then at 142 pounds again, scoreless between Williams and Violet.
Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain against Clancy Meyer from Dickinson at the wrestleback at 142 pounds. That's 142 pounds of the varsity.
136-pound wrestleback going on mat number 3, just underway. Lexi Ray of Grand Forks going up against Chloe Bartz of Harvey Wells County. That's a sophomore, and Ray against a freshman in Bartz.
Mat 2, Martinez and Lima will come out of bounds. Martin and Meyer ready to go on mat number 1. Nine seconds left in the second period on mat number 2. 35 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. And that period will end on mat 2. Mat 1, no score there. Mat 1 is 142 pounds. Mat 2 is 148 pounds.
For one period, Ray and Bart's currently scoreless at 136-pound wrestle back. 2-1 Violet from Bismarck over Williams of Moorhead at 142 pounds in the second period.
Scoreless first period on mat 1 between Martin and Meyer. Minute and a half to wrestle is all that is left there in period number 3 on mat 2, and there is no score there. And now there'll come a point for an escape that goes to Giovanna Lima from Grand Forks. And going for the throw is Martinez. Lost her grip, tries to come around for the takedown, will get 2 for the takedown and gets the lead, but needs a mat return here against Martinez. Martinez gets away, and now it's tied at 2. Even though Martinez got points for a takedown, you never felt like she had clear control of Lima, and Lima able to get away there, make it 2-2. Minute and a half to go in the second period on mat 1. 1-0 the lead for Clancy Meyer from Dickinson Wrestling, Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain. Another throw coming and a takedown for Martinez. This time, Martinez clear control with the headlock in and going for the pin here. And the official getting in there close. 25 seconds left in that final period. So points-wise, Martinez has the victory secured with control right now, but wants that fall, wants that bonus points for her team, and wants to add to her pin total. 10 seconds left. 47 seconds left in the second period on mat number 1. 1-0 the lead for Clancy Meyer. And it will end a 7-2 win, a decision in favor of Gabriela Martinez from West Fargo United over Giovanna Lima from Grand Forks.
2-0 Chloe Bartz from Harvey Wells County over Lexi Ray here from Grand Forks going into the third period in the 136-pound wrestleback. 142-pound wrestleback Kaylee Williams with a takedown now leads it 5-3 over Violet over Bismarck as we get later into the second period.
3-0 the lead for Clancy Meyer. 10 seconds left in the second period on mat 1. That is for 142 pounds, 148-pound matchup coming up on mat number 2. Lydia Witchman from Moorhead against Kenley Hamley from Turtle Mountain. That is on mat number 2. Third period beginning on mat 1. 3-0 the lead for Clancy Meyer. Takedown on mat 2, Kenley Hanley, a 2-0 lead.
Still 2-0 Bartz over Lexi Ray with 60 seconds left in period number 3 in the 136-pound wrestleback. 142-pound wrestleback just getting the third period underway. Williams again 5-4 over Violet. Williams from Moorhead. Bismarck's Violet again in the 142-pound wrestleback.
First period ends on mat 1, 2-0 Kenley Hamley with the lead. Mat number 2, a minute left to go in the final period. 3-0 Clancy Meyer. Now, Witchman got a point at the end of that first period on mat 1, so it is 2-1 as Wichman comes up and around. Has not yet gotten away for an escape, and it puts Hamley in a good position. I think that mat return is better than coming from the hips as it goes right into back points. So Wichman tried the quick move, tried the quick stand-up on the whistle, and got turned around and gave Hamley those underhooks, and she turned them into 2 points and a 4-1 advantage. Make that a 7-1 advantage, and we're going to get a call for clasping. And a point goes to Wichman, and it is 7-2. Final on mat 1, Clancy Meyer from Dickinson 4, Aaliyah Martin from Turtle Mountain 2. That is 142 pounds. This matchup on mat 2, which is 148 pounds, is 7-1 Hamley leading Wichman.
136-pound wrestleback final, Chloe Bartz 5-3 from Harvey Wells County over Lexi Ray of Grand Forks Knight Riders. That again is a final. Also a final, Justin Williams from Moorhead over Violet from Bismarck, 10-6, 142-pound wrestleback. Going on across the way at 142 pounds, Amanda Shields from Mondack over against Ulmer from South Border, and then Baker from Standing Rock going up against Dewald from Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. Baker's at 148-pound wrestleback, and Shields and Ulmer at 142.
Mat 1, Ava Carl Bloom from Lisbon, Isabel Naclean from Fargo. That is the 148-pound wrestleback. Second period just about to wrap up on mat 2, and it's a 7-3 lead for Kinley Hamley from Turtle Mountain over Lydia Wichman from Moorhead.
After one period at 142-pound wrestleback, Reagan Ulmer from South Border, the 8th grader, 4-2 over Amanda Shields from Team Mondack. At 148 pounds on the wrestleback after one period, Riley Dewald of Napoleon Gackle-Streeter on front early, 2-0 over Shaylee Baker from Standing Rock.
Carl Bloom and Naclean, neither of them register a point on mat 1, so they'll go on to the second period of their wrestleback. Third period about to begin on mat 2 between Wichman and Hamley. Hamley a 7-3 lead. And nice job by Hamley grabbing that headlock, almost turned that into a reversal. Again, that's one of those, it's probably about a 4-5 point move if you hit that reversal. But sliding her head through was Lydia Wichman to get back from behind, and now on her feet, Hamley and Wichman. And a mat return coming from Lydia Wichman. Minute and a half to go in the third period. Under a minute and a half in the second period, remaining on mat 1, Carl Bloom from Lisbon, Naclean from Fargo, no score there. Naclean goes to shoot on the double leg, and Carl Bloom will just roll on top for the takedown and hits her with the crossface, trying to set a cradle. We'll have a clasping call on mat 2, and Lydia Wichman had some ground to make up and makes it just a little bit deeper for her as she will surrender a point on that clasping, and it is 8-3.
142-pound wrestleback Reagan Ulmer from South Border, 4-2 over Amanda Shields, 30 seconds left in period number 2. Also in a wrestleback, but at 148 pounds on mat number 4, 4-0 Riley Dewald from Napoleon Gackle-Streeter over Shaylee Baker here with 30 seconds left in period number 2.
Kinley Hamley will get away, and it's 9-3, and she is close now to a major decision victory here with just under a minute left to wrestle. Another takedown comes from Ava Carl Bloom over on mat number 1. Carl Bloom leads 4-1, 19 seconds left in the second period. Again, that is 148 pounds there. .35 seconds left to wrestle on mat 2. Second period ends on mat 1. It is 4-1 Carl Bloom leading Naclean.
Riley Dewald defeats Shaylee Baker via a fall, able to move on in the wrestlebacks at 2:22. Currently going on at 155 right now. Lexi Beckler from Bismarck against Lathorpe from Breckenridge Wahpeton at 155 wrestleback.
Hamley did not get the fall. Okay, time ran out. I wasn't sure if she got the fall or not. She got 3 more on that near fall, a 14-3 decision, major decision victory coming for Kinley Hamley from Turtle Mountain, 148 pounds over Lydia Witchman from Moorhead. Mat number 1, a minute 47 to wrestle. Isabel Not Clean was down 4-1, will be on top, and then Ava Carlblum will hit her with a reversal, and it is 6-1 with over a minute and a half to wrestle.
After one period, you have Lexi Beckler and Claire Lathorpe scoreless at 1:55 in the wrestlebacks. On mat number 3 right now, Reagan Ulmer from South Border leads 5-2 over Amanda Shields of Mondack with 60 seconds left in period number 3 at 142-pound wrestleback.
Mat number 2, Jaylee Jetty from Devil's Lake against Kobe McElwin from Dickinson. That is 155 pounds. Carlblum gets the fall on mat 1. Ava Carlblum from Lisbon defeats Isabel Not Clean from Fargo at 148 pounds. Mat number 2, there is a takedown for Jaylee Jetty, and she'll get the pin. Jetty victorious at 155 pounds.
Mat number 4 at 155 pounds in the second period. Taking the first point, Lexi Beckler here from Bismarck. 1-0 over Thorpe of Breckenridge Wahpeton. About 60 seconds left in period number 3 at 142-pound wrestleback. Still 7-2 Reagan Ulmer over Amanda Shields in the third period.
Mat number 1, 155 pounds, Cheyenne Helen from Central Cass. Kiara Sharfarouz from Bismarck Legacy. That is at mat number 1. And mat 2, Aubrey Fuhrer from Ellendale Edgley Cullum against Aliva Spicer from Dickinson. And Helen a takedown right into back points. Got 3 on the near fall, so a 5-point move to start this first period of her wrestleback for Cheyenne Helen.
Mat number 4, Lexi Beckler from Bismarck High. 6, Claire Lathorpe from Breckenridge Wahpeton scoreless. 30 seconds left in period number 2. Period number 3, Reagan Ulmer still holding on to a 7-2 lead over Amanda Shields with 40 seconds left in the third period.
First period nearly coming to an end on mat number 1. Not before a takedown by Spicer. Spicer will get 2. Not enough time to secure back points or attempt a fall. First period ends on mat 1. Cheyenne Helen a 5-0 lead.
Final at 142-pound wrestleback, Reagan Ulmer 9-4 from South Border over Amanda Shields from Mondack at 142 pounds at 155 pounds going to the third period. Lexi Beckler from Bismarck High leads Claire Thorpe 6-1.
Both wrestlers on their feet to begin the second period on mat 1. And Helen attempted to throw and coming back on her. Shaforos came around on her, but did not get the takedown. And Helen was able to pass through, and she will get the 2 instead at 7-0. Fjord picking up near fall points on mat 2. And gets the pin. Audrey Fuhrer from Ellendale Edgley Cullum, a victory on mat 2 at 170 pounds. Cheyenne Helen will get a victory over on mat number 1.
Final at mat number 6, Lexi Beckler advances for Bismarck 6-1 over Clara Thorpe. And going on mat number 3 right now, Clara Steffes from Lamorlich O'Marion, the freshman, going up against Aubrey Locken from Stanley. It's 2-1 in the wrestlebacks at 155 pounds. That again is going on mat number 3.
Samantha Houghton from West Fargo United against Ava Gullison from Central Cass. 170 on mat 1. Mat 2 at 190. Charlie Leadall from West Fargo against Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgley Cullum. Gullison a takedown of Houghton and a pin. Gullison a victory via fall at 170 on mat 1. Mat 2. Charlie Leadall is up 2-0, 30 seconds left, trying to get a turn here against Anna Thorpe.
Over on mat number 4, you have Maddie Leatherman from Team Mondak going up against Carly Lessman from Carrington. As we get to the first period here, and it is a final. Maddie Leatherman wins via fall in the first period. And on mat number 3, still 2-1, Claire Steffes from Lemoore Litchfield over Aubrey Locken from Stanley here as we get going in period number 2.
Mat number 1, Taylon Boder from Central Cass against Brooke Bundy from Valley City. It's 190 pounds. And Bundy almost had a throw, had that headlock throw, almost had her down. And this time we'll work her down as Bundy has 2 into back points and a fall. Brooke Bundy with the victory. Second period on mat number 2, Charlie Leedahl from West Fargo United leads 2-0 against Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. Leedahl with that power half in right now.
190 pounds getting underway on mat number 4. Sky Kopp of Grand Forks going up against Hager from Stanley. Also a final winning via fall at a 148. Clara Steffes from Lemoore Litchfield over Aubrey Locken with the win.
To a heavyweights wrestle back match, Ella Sad from Lisbon against Kiera Williams from West Fargo United. That's about to get underway. Mat number 2, it looks like Leedahl in a position for a fall here. Trying to finish Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum here at 190 pounds.
And excuse me, Locken defeats Steffes. So Locken from Stanley at 155 pounds over Steffes from Lemoore Litchfield.
And there's a pin from Charlie Leedahl, defeating Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll continue on here with these wrestle backgrounds next on YourLiveEvent.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Insurance answers should come easily from local agents you know and trust. Someone down the road, not across the country. From Watford City to downtown Fargo, Nodak Insurance agents know the protection you need. From the Peace Garden to the geographical center of North America. We're focused on North Dakota's farms, ranches, small towns, and cities, so the answers are right in front of you. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
As we jump into tax season, let's approach it with the same enthusiasm as your favorite sports teams. Olson Accounting dribbles through piles of paperwork and pins down deductions like a pro. They aim to come out on top and stick a refund. Tax season is about strategy and teamwork. Olson Accounting trains to be the best in class. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
And we're back on YourLiveEvent.com. More wrestleback action here of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. Mat number 1, it is Ella Sad from Lisbon 2, Kiera Williams from West Fargo United 4. That one in the second period. Mat 2, and a wrestleback. It's Riley Klein from Beulah Hazen against Catherine Sullivan from Grand Forks. Sullivan leads 2-0. 15 seconds left in the first period of that wrestleback. And we're going to get a stoppage from the official. And I don't know if it's a discussion about clasping or not, but we'll have a stoppage on mat 1. Mat 2 will begin the second period. Sullivan will be down. On the up position will be Riley Klein.
Mat number 3, Ivy Griffin from Bismarck Legacy, 170-pound wrestleback, 4-0 over Myers from Bismarck Century after 2 periods. After 1 period at 250 in the wrestleback, you have Ava Mosier from Napoleon Gackel Streeter over Martin from Turtle Mountain.
And a pin on mat 2. It is Catherine Sullivan pinning Riley Klein. A pin on mat 1. It is Kiera Williams pinning Ella Sad.
And we'll continue with that, a pin on mat 4 with Ava Mosier from Napoleon Gackel Streeter over Martin.
And this, I believe, will now be for our next few bouts will just be championship semifinals. Our first one on mat 1, Anna White from Central Cass against Sydney Huber from Bismarck Century. Mat 2, Macy Bruette from Williston against Rylan Reams. That is the JV 100-pound semifinal. And there we go, underway both mat 1 and mat 2. Anna White, defending state champion in that weight class. A takedown. Briette will get the takedown over on mat number 2.
Mat number 3 a little behind at 170 pounds right now. Third period, Griffin of Bismarck Legacy 4-0 over Myers of Bismarck Century in the wrestlebacks. Also at mat number 4, 100-pound wrestlebacks. Friddle from Stanley 2-1 over Jenner from South Border after 1 period.
Two nothing on mat number 2. Mat number 1, no score between White and Huber. Huber 30-0 on the season and has control of the back legs of Huber, but has not established enough control for a takedown. She'll get it there. And then Huber will come up to her feet. Mat return for White with 40 seconds left in the first period. Meanwhile, on mat number 2, Briette was trying to come around for a pinning combination and almost lost Reams on a reversal. Now Reams will get that reversal, and it's 2-2. 37 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1.
And speaking of final, Joel's out in the East-West Classic, they are getting to the finals at 107 pounds out in New Salem right now. Also on yourliveevent.com with Brent Dick.
Anna White cannot hang on to Huber on mat 1. Sydney Huber gets the escape, makes it 2-1. 17 seconds left over there on mat 1. Mat 2, first period ends. Briette 2, Reams 2. So Briette and Reams all tied up. That is, again, all of these are semifinals moving forward on mat 1 and 2. First period officially coming to an end on mat 1, 4-1. Anna White's with the lead.
Ivy Griffin from Bismarck Legacy with the fall over Myers from Bismarck Century at 170-pound wrestlebacks. That on mat number 3. And currently have Friddle from Stanley 2-1 over Jenner at 100-pound wrestleback in the second period on mat number 4.
At mat 1, Anna White has that chicken wing in, but can't quite tuck in that elbow and shoulder of Huber to get a turn. She tries the other underhook, and it is near fall points. Official coming inside looking to see if she has both of those blades down. 2-2 our score on mat number 2. Minute 10 left in the, actually Mat 1 and Mat 2, exact same times right now on their clocks. As Anna White couldn't keep down Huber, but does get a 3-point near fall and a 7-1 advantage for the Central Cass freshman. Briette goes for the double leg, gets it, and it is 4-2 advantage for the Williston 7th grader.
Jenner from South Border wins via fall over Friddle from Stanley to keep moving on. The 100-pound wrestle back. So now it's one win for contending for third.
And there's the fall for Anna White. White gets the win. She'll wrestle for the championship at 100 pounds, defeats Sydney Huber from Bismarck Century. Huber will now find herself down in the wrestle backs.
100 pounds on mat number 3 now. Charlotte Croston from Pembina County North going up against Mershman from Bemidji. 8th grader against a freshman. 100-pound wrestle back. 100-pound junior varsity consolation semifinal. You have Cheyenne Moore from Pembina County North 2. Rebsum from Lisbon scoreless.
And here's the other 100-pound semifinal on mat 1. Bellini Wilkins from Beulah Hazen against Jennifer Verdeen from Henninger Scranton. Winner will face Anna White for the championship at 100 pounds. And there's the takedown from Verdeen from Henninger Scranton. Can't get the fall, but does get 2 on the near fall. Back over on mat 1, the third period just underway. It is 4-2 in favor of Macy Bruette from Williston. And that is the JV 100-pound bracket.
Updating the JV 100-pound bracket in the wrestle back. Cheyenne Moore from Pembina County North wins via fall over Rebsum from Lisbon to move on.
And Wilkins has both arms down on the hooks. And Verdeen will get a 3-point near fall and then gets the fall. Took about 3 attempts, kept tilting. Finally got the angle that she needed for the fall. So Jennifer Verdeen from Henninger Scranton should be a good one against Anna White for the 100-pound championship. 5-2 is the lead. Macy Briette from Williston leads Rylan Reams from Bismarck. That is the JV 100-pound semifinals.
Mat number 4, 100-pound junior varsity consolation semi. Edison Bauman here from Lisbon leads 2-0 over Jasmine Schrader from Carrington. That is early on in period number 2.
Alicia Kenfeck from Bismarck Legacy against Ava Litzy from South Border. That is the 106-pound semifinals. Alicia Kenfeck, the freshman, 27-0 on the year. Ava Litzy, not too shabby herself, 29-9, and Kenfeck, the takedown and right into a near fall. And a win, Alicia Kenfeck will be in the championship for 106 pounds. So we've had 3 semifinal matches on mat number 1 have winners and losers. Meanwhile, on mat 2, Macy Briette and Rylan Reams still going at it here. It's a 7-2 lead. Briette in a position to move on to the championship of the 100-pound JV, and she does, as she'll get the win. And that's how wrestling goes.
106 pounds. Mallory DeVries for Central Cass in a wrestle back here at 106 pounds, going up against Kiara from Bemidji. 100 pounds junior varsity right now. Addison Bauman from Lisbon, 6-0 as we're getting late in period number 2 in a wrestle back against Carrington's Jasmine Schrader. Yeah, sometimes you can win in 30 seconds, right, Joel? Other times you get blood time and it feels like it takes 30 minutes.
Yeah. A little bit of one of those extra wrinkles or extra nuances that wrestling gets is that you can have that. Not much. In baseball, maybe you can have that where you have a game. You can have a 90-minute game compared to a 3-hour game, right? But wrestling just so much different. Mat 1, 106-pound JV semis. Emma Marie Collinon from Bismarck Legacy Aisha Remke from Carrington. And we're going to have a stoppage, and I'm wondering if we are slightly just ahead of schedule for proper rest, and I believe that might be the case. So what we're going to do is we'll take a break, and we'll get you right back when these matches begin right here on yourliveevent.com.
Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Hillsborough, North Dakota invites you to experience the love of God. Our Savior supports all youth with academics, athletics, music, art, dance, and drama, and offer meaningful opportunities for people of all ages. Join us for worship at 8:30 or 10:30 each Sunday morning, in person or watch on television, HTC Channel 34, or online, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or at oslchillsboro.com.
Otto Egg wants you to be prepared, no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. Otto Egg offers seed, fertilizer, and chemical options to best fit your operations. They also provide scouting to help find weeds and disease, and track crop stands to help producers get a better idea what's going on with their fields. Contact Nick Otto at 701-520-0825 or Kylan Kostreski at 701-520-9875.
Back on yourliveevent.com, and they were able to figure out how to get through that little delay we had here. But now we're underway. Mat 1, Emma Marie Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy, Aisha Remke from Carrington. That is the 106-pound JV semis. In fact, JV semis, both Mats 1 and 2. Mat 2 is Julian Gunderson from Bemidji against Lorelei Fuchs from Bismarck. Mat 1 is 106, Mat 2 is 100. And Cullinan looking to end this one here with a pin early.
106 pounds after 2 periods. Mallory DeVries leads 1-0 over Kiara from Bemidji. And at 106-pound also in the consolation round wrestlebacks, Taryn Raisler from Kindred, 7-0 over Addison Yates from Harvey, Wells County, going with about a minute left in period number 2.
.30 seconds left to go in the first period on Mat 1. It's a 5-1 lead for Emma Marie Cullinan. No score on Mat 2, 30 seconds left. Gunderson and Fuchs both standing high on their feet. And there's a takedown. Fuchs will get a takedown. Comes with 15 seconds left. Trying to put in a power half. First period ends on Mat 1, and Cullinan leads 5-1.
And Raisler from Kindred, that is Taryn Raisler, wins via fall over Yates from Harvey, Wells County at 146. So Raisler now is one win away from competing in the third place match here at 106 pounds. Currently underway, you have Montez from Pembina County North at 106 pound. Your junior varsity, Ivana, going up against her from Carrington.
(5-1) the score on mat number 1. It's period number 2. Just under a minute and a half to go. Another takedown. Emma Marie Cullinan adds to her lead. She leads 7-1. Mat number 2. 4-0 the lead for Lorelei Fuchs from Bismarck. A minute and a half to go in that second period. Up position is Julian Gunderson from Bemidji.
Kiera from Bemidji and Mallory DeVries from Central Cass tied at 2-2 as they will be going to overtime in that wrestle back coming up at 106 pounds.
35 seconds left in the first period on mat 1 and a 7-1 lead for Emma Marie Cullinan. Mat number 2, a 6-0 lead for Lorelei Fuchs from Bismarck. And Jillian Gunderson is able to get away to make it 6-1 on mat 2. 15 seconds left over on mat number 1.
Montez from Pembina County North in the 106-pound junior varsity wrestle back here 4-0 over Ivana from Carrington with 1 minute left in the second period.
Second period ends on mat 1 at a 7-1 lead for Emma Marie Cullinan. Asa Remke from Carrington trails 7-1. 10 seconds left in the second period on mat 2. It's a 6-1 lead for Lorelei Fuchs. And a takedown for Gunderson. She'll get points for the takedown. Almost had a near fall, and now the wrestlers to their feet as time expires, and Fuchs will get an escape. It is 7-3. Mat 1 is now 9-1. Cullinan picks up another takedown with a minute and a half to wrestle. Second period getting set up on mat 2. It is 7-3. Lorelei Fuchs leads.
106-pound junior varsity Montez still 4-0 over Ivana. Montez from Pembina County North. And with a minute left in the second period.
Cullinan will get another takedown, a reversal. A reversal comes around for Alyssa Remke, and she will actually, Aisha Remke, and she'll actually get near fall points as well. Makes it 9-6.
A final in overtime. Overtime one, Kiara from Bemidji. 4-2 over Mallory DeVries from Central Cass at 106 pounds.
These are the semifinals of the JV tournament happening right now. And a big comeback over on mat number 2. Jillian Gunderson was down and rattled off a bunch of points, ends up winning via the fall, so she will be on to the championship at 100 pounds. A win over on mat number 2, another comeback. Asa Remchi will come back from Carrington. She'll get the win. So 2 come from behind wins in the semifinals.
Libby Montez from Pembina County North 4-0 over Ivana from Carrington in the Consolation Junior Varsity. Also in the Consolation Junior Varsity at 106 pounds, Jocelyn Corbel from Fargo leads Harper Bocher from Dickinson 2-0 right now after one period.
Mat 1 is a JV 106-pound matchup from Newtown. Aubrey Bunner against Corey Whiteford from Williams County. Mat number 2, Tia Canny from Moorhead against Gabby Hannig from Valley City. That's 106 pounds on both matches. Mat 1 JV, Mat 2 varsity.
Mat number 4 now at 112 pounds after one period. Danica Bennett from Pembina County North going up against Frederickson Holm, a freshman from Bemidji. And it is Danica Bennett 2-0 after one period.
And it's Whiteford with the takedown from Williams County at a 2-0 lead. No score yet on mat number 2.
Latest updated team score still Bismarck High 1, Legacy 2, Century 3, Central Cass 4, and Bemidji now cracking the top 5.
And Whiteford in a cradle right now, picking up some near fall points. Kane will get a takedown over on mat number 2 and into a near fall. We do have a final. Corey Whiteford will get that pin, and she moves on to the championship at 106 pounds in the JV division. Kane trying to get a pin here against Gabby Hannig. And there's the fall. And Tia Kane from Moorhead will get the win. Kane onto the championship at 106 pounds. Mat number 1, Adelaide Hansen from Lisbon against Deja Ireland from Bismarck. That's 112-pound semifinal. We'll see. It'll be I think she'll be a 112-pound semifinal. Yep, on both mats 1 and mat 2 now. Celia Menaze from Bismarck Legacy against Alicia Nitschke from South Border.
Winning via fall at 112-pound wrestleback, you have Danica Bennett from Pembina County North defeating Bemidji's Frederickson Home.
Hansen and Ireland both just tying up. And you're seeing Menaze very aggressive right now as Nitschke goes for the single leg. And Nitschke, there we go, gets the takedown and a 2-0 lead.
112-pound junior varsity consolation semifinal. Emma Dutt from Central Cass going up against Tess Gross from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. 106-pound junior varsity consolation semifinal. Third period, Harper Bocher over Jocelyn Corbo from Fargo. Harper from Dickinson leads at 10-5.
And Easy will able to get away and get an escape. Now it's 2-1 over on mat number 2. A minute left in the first period there. So winner of these two matches will square off against each other. The losers will maybe potentially face each other in the wrestlebacks as they will fall into that side of the bracket. And Nitschke getting back points. And Easy rolls through. We'll get a reversal. So let's see if they add up the points. It should be, I believe it's going to be 4-3. Yeah, there it is, 4-3 with 17 seconds left. And another 3 on a near fall. And Easy was down and now has a 6-4 advantage.
Remember, Bocher wins via fall over Jocelyn Corbel to move on. And then also moving on is Emma Dutt from Central Cass via the fall over Tess Gross from Napoleon Gackel Streeter on the wrestleback side.
Celia Manizzi up 6-5. Well, they're going to get a correction on the score, but she is leading regardless. Just a matter of by how much. Going into the second period. No score into the second period on mat number 1 between Adelaide Hansen from Lisbon and Deja Ireland from Bismarck.
112-pound wrestleback Crystal Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley trails it to Koala from Bismarck Legacy after one period, 2-0. Starting at 118 as well on a wrestleback from Bismarck Century, Emma Wald and Brenna Erickson currently scoreless.
So I was wrong on the scoring. Didn't realize there was a late reversal. So Nitschke is the one with the lead. She leads Manizzi 7-6. That is into the second period. Well, mat number 1 still no score. Just over a minute left to wrestle in the second period there.
Gula takes a 5-1 lead over Crystal Magnuson after one period at 112 pounds on the wrestlebacks on mat number 3. Scoreless in mat number 4 between Wald and Erickson. Wald from Century, Erickson from Dickinson, and a 118-pound wrestleback.
Seven to 6 the score on mat 2. Nitschke with the lead and in the up position. And very active, Manizzi on the bottom and just moving around, and not giving her an opportunity to try to turn. Doing enough to not make herself vulnerable and enough to not be called for a stalemate as she figures out what her strategy is going to be here. Meanwhile, on mat 1 still, neither wrestler has gone for that big move as there's 7 seconds left to go in the second period there. Both trying to set up throws. As now reaching in for the leg is Ireland, but the period will expire. It'll be scoreless going into the third period of the 112-pound semifinal matchup on mat number 1.
Mat number 3 now will have another 112-pound junior varsity consolation semifinal. Ava Ness from Barnesville going up against Presley Johnson from Lisbon. That one just currently getting underway.
And Nitschke finally able to turn Manizzi. And easy with the bridge, but not enough, as it will be Alyssa Nitschke onto the championship at 112 pounds. Opponent to be determined, as it's a battle of a matchup over on mat number 1. No score, minute and a half to wrestle in the third period. Adelaide Hansen in the bottom position, Deja Ireland in the top position.
Ava Ness wins via fall over Johnson from Lisbon in the first period to advance in the 112-pound junior varsity wrestlebacks.
Adelaide Hansen will get an escape and has a 1-0 lead with just over a minute to go. So Deja Ireland wrestling from behind for the first time in this match. 112-pound JV semifinals on mat 2. Katie Bynum from Pembina County North. Violet Fiddley from Dickinson. .39 seconds left to go here on mat 1, and all that Adelaide Hansen has to do is not give up points. Now, whether that means if your defense is an offense or what, but you cannot give up points here in the next 25 seconds. 20 seconds left to wrestle. Deja Ireland knows she needs to make a move, shoots on the defensive is Hansen, 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 left, and Adelaide Hansen will go on to the championship at 112 pounds. Well, she'll face Alyssa Nitschke from South Border, and they will give a point. Supposed to give a point on the stall, so now we'll have this extra period tied at 1. Well, called it just a second too soon, as the next point here in this next 45 seconds wins it. Or else we're going to have to go to decision after this. 2-0 the score. Katie Bynum on mat 2 from Pembina County North, the lead right now there with 10 seconds left in their first period. And if Hansen comes around, she will get that win, comes around and gets it. So Adelaide Hansen does move on to that championship at 112 pounds.
124 pounds consolation round. You have Ybarra from Carrington going up against Rojas from Devil's Lake. That's currently scoreless after one period. Also, getting late in the third period right now at 118 pounds in the wrestlebacks, you have Erickson from Dickinson 3-1 over Wald against Bismarck Century.
And Bynum victorious over on mat number 2 in the 112-pound JV semifinals. The other side of that about to get underway on mat number 1. Jalen Carignan from Pembina County North against Briley Praska from Bismarck. Mat 2 is 118-pound semifinals. Marley Strumick from Pembina County North against Maggie Thielgis from Bismarck.
It was Brenna Erickson looking to hold on from Dickinson against Ella Wald. 3-1 late in period number 3 in the 118 pounds. Match is over, and the final coming here 3-1. 124 pounds in the wrestleback. Yasmin Ybarra over Rojas from Devil's Lake at 124 pounds in the wrestleback.
Praska gets the first points on mat 1 on the takedown 112-pound JV semifinal, so he has a 2-0 lead. 2-0 the score on mat 2. Maggie Thielgis from Bismarck with the advantage. So both Bismarck wrestlers leading in their respective matches.
.118 pounds, you have Gillespie from Lisbon in the wrestlebacks going up against Novak here from Grand Forks. That one currently getting underway on mat number 4. Mat number 3 right now. Ybarra from Carrington, 1 minute left in the second period, leads Rojas against Devil's Lake at 124 pounds in the wrestlebacks. And coming in late, Erickson does defeat Wald. So Dickinson's Erickson with a fall over Wald with just seconds left in that match.
Mat 1 have about 10 seconds left to go in the first period. And that will come to an end. Briley Praska with the 2-0 lead. Mat number 2, a 2-0 lead for Maggie Thielgis, and that is how that first period comes to an end.
Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights over Tristan Miller from Williams County, and 107 pounds at the East-West Classic to take first place. Also, congrats goes out to Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gacko Streeter, defeating Drew Carr from Carrington at 114 pounds in the East-West Classic.
Another takedown on mat number 2 for Maggie Thielgis. She extends her lead to 4-0. 15 seconds into the second period there. On mat number 1, it is Briley Praska with a 2-0 lead against Jalen Caranon from Pembina County North.
Sarah Novak now leads over Gillespie here in the 118-pound wrestlebacks. Novak 2-0 over Gillespie. 1 minute left to go in the second period. And then in the third period right now, Ybarra is still hanging on to a 1-0 lead over Rojas at 124 pounds.
Just over a minute left on both mat 1 and mat 2. Both Bismarck wrestlers with leads. Briley Praska leads 2-0. Maggie Thielgis leads 4-0. And we're going to have a fall over on mat number 1. Might have one coming up here on mat number 2 as well. As it's a win, Jalen Caranon will come back and get the win via fall at the 118-pound JV semifinals. A 3-point near fall comes from Maggie Thielgis on mat 2 at the 118-pound semifinals. Her lead at 7-0, 20 seconds left in the second period.
Novak wins over Fall via Gillespie at 231, so Novak moves on at 118 pounds. 124 pounds, Ybarra right now, 2-0 over Rojas.
And Maggie Thielgis on to the 118-pound championship with a pin over Marley Stremick from Pembina County North. And the other 118-pound semifinal, Elizabeth Ubadi from Bismarck Legacy against Alexia Snyder from Napoleon Gackel Streeter, undefeated with 30 wins on the season is Snyder.
Mat number 4 just getting underway in a wrestle back. You have Simons from Killdeer going up against Meidinger from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
And Schneider is bringing down Ubadi. Ubadi was able to get back to her feet. Schneider this time is going to carry the leg up with her and grabs a head, takedown right into a cradle, and it'll be a fall. Alexia Schneider gets the pin. 48 seconds into the first period. So Alexia Snyder to the championship, Elizabeth Ubadi into the wrestleback of this tournament. Mat number 2 is the 124-pound semifinals. Sheila DeBlair has a takedown already and a 2-0 lead against Cashton Breedall from Delax Burlington.
A final via decision, Ybarra from Carrington moves on the 124-pound wrestlebacks over Rojas 2-0 via decision. Currently underway at 124-pound junior varsity wrestleback. You have Newman from Carrington and Dull from Devil's Lake. And on mat number 4 right now, update for you, Carissa Meidinger from Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Simons from Killdeer here, a 5-0 after one period.
Mat number 1 is the 124-pound semifinal as well. Alicia Olson from Henninger Scranton against Ember Waters from Dickinson. And Waters with the takedown on mat number 2. Takedown for DeBlair on mat number 1. 34 seconds left there in that first period. On her feet getting the escape, Celia Olson from Henninger Scranton. Celia Olsen will get the escape and has 2-1, 50 seconds left to wrestle in that first period.
After one period at the 124-pound junior varsity wrestle back mat number 3, Leo Dahl 2-0 over Kelsey Newman from Carrington going to the second period. And with about 50 seconds left in period number 2 at 124-pound wrestle back on mat number 4, Carissa Meininger from Lamar Litchfield Marion still with a 5-0 advantage.
Second period to begin on mat number 2. Shayla DeBlair from West Fargo United leads 2-0. There's a 4-1 lead on mat number 2 with 10 seconds left in the first period, with Ember Waters from Dickinson having that 4-1 lead over Celia Olsen from Hettinger Scranton. DeBlair will be in the up position to begin the second period on mat number 2. Thanks for joining us for our coverage here of the 2024 Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. Into the semifinal round, still more wrestlebacks coming up after this, and then the placing round of this tournament.
Final on mat number 4, 124 pounds, coming back from Lamar Litchfield Marion, Carissa Meininger with the fall over Simons from Killdeer.
Both of these matches, 124-pound semifinals, so winners of these will square off. Waters from Dickinson, 4. Olsen from Hettinger Scranton, 1. That is on mat number 1 in the second period with a minute 27 left. Mat number 2, under a minute left to wrestle. DeBlair from West Fargo United, 2. Cashton Breedall, scoreless. And here comes DeBlair with the with the chicken wing, walks it around, and is trying to get that inside shoulder. Breedall will get the pin, so Shayla DeBlair will wrestle for the championship at 124 pounds with the pin of Cashton Breedall. Ember Waters leading 4-1 on mat number 1.
Update from mat number 4, 130 pounds wrestle back here. We have Natalie Meyer and Bryn Larson scoreless. Larson from Grand Forks, Meyer from Dickinson. 124-pound wrestle back after 2 periods. Leah Dahl 8-3 over Newman from Carrington.
Mat number 2. JV semi at 124, McKenna Jones from Stanley, Megan Zins from Bismarck Legacy. And the second period ends on mat number 1, and it's Waters, the 4-1 lead over Celia Olsen, who was close to getting a turn for some back points to try to make up that deficit. She'll be in the bottom position to begin the final period. No score yet on mat number 1 as we are 40 seconds into the first period.
Still scoreless on mat number 4 right now between Meyer and Larson. And Larson just picks up a 1 point for an escape with 50 seconds left in the second. That's again 130-pound wrestling back at the 124-pound junior varsity wrestling back. Leah Dahl 8-3 over Newman. Dahl from Devils Lake, Newman from Carrington.
(4-2) the score on mat number 1. Advantage Ember Waters over Celia Olsen. Minute and a half to go there in that final period. 2-0 the score on mat number 2. It's Megan Zins from Bismarck Legacy leading McKenna Jones from Stanley.
Congratulations goes out to Brock Johnson of Kindred defeating Jager Sand of EEK in the East-West Classic at 127 pounds.
We're approaching a minute left to wrestle in mat 1, and Ember Waters looking to punch her ticket onto this championship at 124 pounds. Has led the entirety of this match.
Newman with the fall at the 5:18 mark from Carrington comes back and defeats Dahl at 124-pound junior varsity constellation semis. Getting underway now is Burke from Beulah Hazen going up against Capon from Central Cass in the other 124-pound junior varsity constellation semis.
Ember Waters getting some back points over on mat number 1. There's 19 seconds left, so she has time to get a fall. But at least we'll add to that 4-2 lead. It'll be 7-2 once those scores make their way over to the scores. Those points, make their way over to the scorers table. 4-0 the lead for Megan Zins on mat number 2. That one 15 seconds into the second period, and we do have a final on mat number 1. It'll be 7-2. Ember Waters from Dickinson into the championship at 124 pounds.
Mat number 4, it's 3-1 Meyer from Dickinson against Bryn Larson from Grand Forks. That has 80 seconds left in that third period. That's on mat number 4. Mat number 3 right now, currently scoreless going to the second period between Burke and Capon at the 124-pound junior varsity wrestleback.
Zinn's lead is at 4-0, minute 20 to go in the second period. Zins is able to turn McKenna Jones from Stanley and at least has some back points on the way. Mat 1 is Christina Day from Mondack against Bella Tangdal from Devil's Lake. That is 124-pound JV semifinals. And Megan Zins will get the win at 124 pounds and will face the winner of mat number 1.
You have Capon from Central Cass coming back to defeat Burke of Beulah Hazen 132 via the fall in the 124 JV Constellation semifinals. Also, good start here for Hagen from Grand Forks against Miller from Kindred, up 2-0 early in period number 1 at the 130-pound junior varsity constellation semis.
130-pound semifinals from Bismarck, Julia Arujo against Deegan Kirscherman. Kirscherman from Valley City, 35-0 versus 21-11 as Arujo was able to get the takedown. 2-2 the score on mat number 1.
Going to overtime between Meyer and Larson at 130 pounds on the consolation round on the wrestlebacks.
And Julia Arujo will get the win. She'll be on to the championship at 130 pounds. Able to pin Deegan Kirscherman from Valley City, who will now move into the wrestlebacks.
After one period, 130-pound junior varsity wrestlebacks here. Naomi Miller from Kindred 5-2 over Hagen from Grand Forks now after one period.
And Christina Day hits a reversal and then is able to get the pin and is victorious at the 124-pound semifinal, so ends it with 10 seconds left in the first period. So went right from the reversal to pick up that pin. Mat number 2, it's Tia Hughley from Pembina County North against Cormy Doyle from Dickinson. And right away, Hughley will get the takedown. That's 130-pound semifinals. £130 semifinals on mat number 1. Emerson Schwab from Lisbon. Kiara Garcia from Carrington. This is coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. It's been off from the word go as soon as we get over to the first matches, which began around 10 o'clock this morning. And we have just rolled through where we're at now, which is the semifinals of both the JV and varsity bracket, with some of the wrestlebacks going on over in gym, the South Gym on mats 3 and 4. Two-0 the lead over mat 1 for Kendra Garcia from Carrington over Emerson Schwab from Lisbon. That is the 130-pound semifinals. 130-pound JV semifinals right now. Tia Hughley from Pembina County North leads Doyle from Dickinson.
Update at 130-pound junior varsity consolation semifinals. Naomi Miller wins via the fall at 152 over Hagen from Grand Forks. Bartz and Kronowski currently squaring off in the 136-pound wrestlebacks at mat number 3, and going to the third overtime, Joel, between Meyer and Larson at 130 pounds in the wrestlebacks. And Larson able to pick up the win at 4-2-3 from Grand Forks over Meyer from Dickinson.
2-2 the score over on mat number 1 as Emerson Schwab is able to come away with the reversal. Trying to pick up an escape to regain the lead is Garcia. Garcia gets away with 15 seconds left in the first period. First period ends on mat number 2. Hughley a 2-0 lead against Doyle. And first period ends at mat number 1, and it's Kendra Garcia with the advantage of 3-2.
Tori Barr, the mat number 4 from Bemidji, going up against Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County, 130-pound wrestle back. Fike leads 2-0 early in period number 1. Period number 2 at 136-pound wrestle back on mat number 3. Kronowski from Fargo, 3-0 over Chloe Bartz from Harvey Wells County.
And a clasping point will be given to Garcia, who extends her lead to 4-2 against Schwab on mat number 1. Minute 40 left in the second period there. Mat number 2, just over a minute left to go. And it's Tia Hughley with the 2-0 lead over Doyle from Dickinson. Hughley is in the top position right now with just under a minute left to wrestle. Garcia now with the 5-2 lead. At number 2, Hughley leads 5-0. Clasping over on mat number 2, and Doyle gets the win. Doyle was down 5-0 and was able to pass through Hughley and comes away with the victory on a pin. So Doyle to the championship for 130 pounds. Hughley on to the wrestleback round.
Mat number 3 now tied at 5 between Bartz and Kronowski. That's at 136 pounds. Going to period number 3 again. Then 130 pounds going to period number 2 right now. Fike with a 2-1 advantage over Tori Barr, Bemidji Fike from Harvey Wells County. That again, wrestlebacks at 130 pounds.
15 seconds left to wrestle in the second period on mat number 1. And the wrestler's out of bounds. No one able to get control before the fact. Garcia a 5-2 lead over Schwab, and a neutral position for the restart. And second period ends on to the third. That's the 130-pound semifinals. 136-pound semifinals over on mat number 2. Calling on from Legacy. Madalena from Carrington. And that one, again, just underway here on mat number 2.
Just about to go to the third period at 130 pounds on mat number 4. Bristol Fike 4-1 from Harvey Wells County with the advantage over Tori Barr. And then 8-5. Ganowski leads over Bartz from Fargo. Lucy again leads 8-5, 30 seconds left in period 3, and the wrestlebacks at 136.
40 seconds left on mat 2. No score there. Mat number 1 will get stopped for a stalemate between Garcia and Schwab. Garcia from Carrington 5, Schwab from Lisbon 2. In the top position is Garcia. So Schwab looking to benefit. You know, you get an escape, you get that point back, and then you're ready to go on the offensive. And Garcia keeping that in the back of her mind as she's trying to break down her opponent. We will have 2 points to Cullinan from Legacy over on mat number 2. Cullinan will get the points in a 2-0 advantage. Inside of a minute now to go on mat number 1, and Schwab, time working against her here, down by 3 on her feet, and high hands from Garcia, and she tries to roll through Garcia. She's able to. She'll get a point for the escape, and now a chance here for a takedown.
Kronowski 8-5 over Bart's 136-pound Wrestle back.
So Schwab down by a pair on mat number 1. 20 seconds to go. A takedown, Elise ties it and guarantees you some overtime. And she had a throw but lost it. 10 seconds chance really to set up one more move if you're Schwab. 5 seconds go. You can hear the coaching staff, Coach Revere, telling her, hey, you got to pull that move off. Tries to set up a throw. No time left. She'll end up on the losing end of this one as Garcia hangs on for the victory. 5-3. Garcia to the championship at 130. Schwab to the Wrestle back.
Mat number 3, Cunningham from Dickinson up early 2-0 over Mittleiter from Linton HMB after one period at 136 in the Wrestlebacks, at 130 pounds in the Wrestlebacks. 1 minute left in the third period. Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County 6-2 over Torrey Barr.
Getting ready for our next few matches here on mats 1 and 2. JV semifinals 130. Pufey from Bemidji against Karski from Dickinson. That is on mat number 1. Mat number 236-pound semifinals. Burnley Hartstoch for West Fargo United against Madison Reams for Bismarck.
At 133 pounds out in New Salem, Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley defeats Noah Anderson from Lisbon at 133 pounds in the championship, 12-5.
And Hartstoch and Reams on mat 2 just kind of scrambling around, and Reams gets the elevation on Hartstoch, clears the head and gets 2. Hartstoch is able to grab a head and an arm, but now gets put on her back and has to roll right to her belly. Did not give up any back points there. Both will come up to their feet. It will be 2. Okay, so they will give a 2-point near fall to Reams. And then Hartstoch, they will say she has an escape, so it is 4-1. Takedown by Karski over on mat number 1. Karski with the 2-0 lead.
A final on mat number 4 at 130-pound Wrestleback. Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County with the 6-2 win over Torrey Barr from Bemidji to move along. 136-pound Wrestleback currently tied at 2 between Mittleiter from Linton HMB and Cunningham from Dickinson. 30 seconds left in the second period.
The score over on mat number 2. Reams with the advantage. Karski with the 2-1 lead over on mat number 1. That is 130-pound JV on mat 1, 136-pound varsity on mat 2. First period will end on mat 2, and the decision will go to Hartstoch, and she chooses top.
Mat number 4 starting up at 130 pounds. The junior varsity, you have Chastity from Bemidji going up against Carpenter from Devil's Lake. Again, that's just getting underway on mat number 4.
And first period will end on mat number 1. Hufey will have a 3-2 lead over Karski from Dickinson on the 130-pound semifinals. Reams has Hartstoch, had Hartstoch on her back. Will get a 2-point near fall. Rather, we'll get 2 for the reversal. Now we'll get points for a near fall. So it'll be 8-1 at some point here. Just over a minute left on the second period there of that semifinal on mat number 2, a minute and a half. Second period of the semifinal on mat number 1. Pufey with the lead on mat 1, Reams with the lead on mat 2.
Mat number 3, Mittleiter from Linton HMB, 6-2 with the advantage with 70 seconds left over Cunningham from Dickinson. Going to period number 2 at 130 pounds, junior varsity wrestlebacks Carpenter and Chastity currently scoreless.
So Madison Reams from Bismarck in the 136-pound semifinals on mat 2 with a 8-1 advantage. Hartstoch comes around for a reversal, makes it 8-3. Mat number 1, it is 4-3. Anna Karski from Dickinson leading Desiree Pufey from Bemidji, 4-3. 50 seconds left there in the second period. Second period will end on mat number 2, and it'll be 8-3. Reams leading Hartstoch.
.30 left in period number 2, 130-pound junior varsity. Chastity from Bemidji 1-0 over Carpenter from Devil's Lake. Looking to hang on to advance in the 136-pound wrestlebacks. Hope Mittleiter from Linton HMB up 6-2. It's Jamie Cunningham here with Dickinson with just a handful of seconds remaining.
Third period underway on mat number 2. Reams 8, Hartstoch 3. Minute and a half to go. Hartstoch from West Fargo United has some points she needs to start piling up here to mount that comeback, as the second period will end on mat number 1. Anna Karski from Dickinson 4. Desiree Pufey from Bemidji 3.
Getting underway now on mat number 3, 136-pound junior varsity. That will be Ottmer from Bismarck Legacy against Champa here, and this is a first place match for junior varsity at 136 pounds.
(10-3) the lead for Reams. Hartstoch went to shoot, and Reams just kind of went over the top and powered her down on the sprawl. Now trying to add some more back points.
Starting period number 3 on 130-pound junior varsity consolation semifinals. Chastity from Bemidji 5-0 over Carpenter from Devil's Lake. 90 seconds left in the third period.
Karski and Pufey on mat number 1 are all tied up at 5 apiece with a minute and a half to go. 12-5 the score on mat number 2, with Reams leading Hartstoch down to the final 15 seconds. So it will be Madison Reams from Bismarck onto the championship matchup at 136. Brindley Hartstoch will wrestle in the placing round of this tournament. Still tied at 5 on mat number 1, under a minute left to go on the final period.
Mat number 3, 136-pound junior varsity first place match. Ottmar from Bismarck Legacy 2-0 over Champa from Bismarck Legacy.
.37 seconds left to wrestle on mat number 1. 5-5 the score. And this one kind of has overtime written all over it. Unless Karski can push through and get the head free. I was about to say, I think we're going to get a stalemate called, and sure enough, we do, as the stalemate will call for the restart with 17 seconds left. Mat number 2, Jaslyn Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Street against Kaylee Kurtz from Grand Forks. That's 142-pound semifinals. So we'll have the placing round coming up. There has been a lot of wrestlebacks and now placing matches from the JV side of this tournament happening in the South Gym. As just not enough time for Pufy to get that leg around and end this. No, she does get it. I didn't see the official indicate the takedown, so a last-second takedown. Desiree Pufy will come into the championship at 130 with the takedown with about a second and a half left to wrestle.
132-pound junior varsity final consolation. Samwise Chastity from Bemidji 5-1 over Carpenter from Devil's Lake. Also first place match junior varsity at 136 pounds. Currently still 2-2 between Otmar and Chapa here from Bismarck Legacy with 90 seconds left in period number 2. And 136-pound junior varsity third place match getting underway. Jaden from Bemidji going up against Alexis Baker from Northern Lights.
Mat 1, Miley Christensen from Valley City against Bubbling Clean from Fargo. That is for 142-pound semifinals. First period about to come to an end over on mat number 2. And it is Weigel 2, Kurtz 1. So Kerr's trailing 2-1. And Clean will get the takedown. And then coming through the back is Christensen. So Christensen going for a reversal. She'll get it. So they trade points here with Christensen remaining in the control position of the 142-pound semifinals here in the first period.
And a final 136-pound junior varsity first place goes to Otmar from Bismarck Legacy via the fall over Chapa here at 2:33. So Otmar able to finish third place, as currently in the South Gym you have the third place and consolation championship or fifth place all going on right now. But again, first place goes to Otmar from Legacy.
2-2 the score on mat number 2. A potentially dangerous point is what tied it up, but then it's a fall. Jaslyn Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Streeter pins Kaylee Kurtz from Grand Forks. The Grand Forks Knight Riders. Weigel to the championship at 142. Will face the winner of this match on mat number 1, where it's 3-2. Bubbling Clean from from Fargo leads Miley Christensen from Valley City.
Phoebe Wade from Bismarck 2-0 early over Faith from Pembina County North. As we go to period number 2 in the fifth place 136-pound junior varsity match. Third place 136-pound junior varsity match. Jaden from Bemidji 4-0 over Baker from Northern Lights in the second period. By the way, the Knight Riders, I love that. Probably one of the best co-op names out there, Joel. I think when you're talking about two schools coming together with some of their sports up in Grand Forks.
Yeah, and that also their girls hockey team, keeping that co-op name. Gymnastics has that one as well. There was talks about splitting the hockey program, which didn't happen this year, but almost lost one of our Knight Rider versions, as now Christensen has Clean for some near fall points. And a nice job posting. She's framing that leg on Clean's far leg, which is taken away from her ability to drive. And didn't like the angle she came in on, but was able to get 3 out of that one, and her lead is at 5-3. Over on mat number 2, it's 148-pound semifinals. Paige Baumgartner from Bismarck against Candace Cook from Bismarck Century.
£142 wrestlebacks going underway on mat number 4 now. Kaylee Williams from Moorhead going up against Ellie Roseland from Henninger Scranton. Period number 2, you have Phoebe Wade 5-3 over Faith from Pembina County North for the fifth place at 136-pound junior varsity. In third place, final from Northern Lights via the fall. Baker able to knock down Jaden from Bemidji at 155 via the fall.
Baumgartner takedown over on mat number 2. Baumgartner now leads 2-0 against Candace Cook. About 20 seconds left in the first period there. Inside of 40 seconds left in the second period on mat number 2, and a 5-3 lead for Miley Christensen. Make that a 5-4 lead now as Nakleen is able to get away and get the escape to make it 5-4. First period will end on mat number 2, and it is 2-0 lead for Baumgartner. And we began the place round for the JV side of this tournament over in the South Gym. Both wrestlers extended right now, both here on mat number 1, both extended, and that'll be the end of the period, but I think a stalemate was probably in order between those two. As it's on to the third period, Christensen from Valley City 5, Nakleen from Fargo 4, 142-pound semifinals.
Phoebe Wade takes 5th place on 136 pounds via the fall over Faith from Pembina County North. And on mat number 3, mat number 4 right now currently scoreless midway through the second period, and the wrestlebacks at 142 pounds between Williams and Roseland. And currently getting underway on mat number 3 right now at 142-pound wrestlebacks as well. You have Meyer from Dickinson against Reagan Ulmer from South Border.
Paige Baumgartner a 3-0 lead over on mat number 2 against Candace Cook from Bismarck Century. Just over a minute to go in the first period. In the second period. That is 148-pound semifinals over there on mat number 2. Blood time over on mat 1. That comes to an end here as they're ready to restart and go into the third period with Miley Christensen up 5-4. And then she asks to return back to the scorer's table. Again, if there's any blood, it's every drop needs to be accounted for and cleaned up. And Christensen saw a couple drops on her finger before the restart of the match. And caution. That was given to Nakleen. The caution was given before the start.
142-pound junior varsity just getting underway in the third round. You have Whaley from West Fargo United going up against Turner from Bismarck. Whaley currently with a 2-0 advantage.
20 seconds left in the second period of mat number 2. Paige Baumgartner from Bismarck leads from Bismarck leads Candace Cook from Bismarck Century 5-0. Mat number 1, still a 5-4 lead for Miley Christensen. Under a minute and a half now to wrestle. Probably not clean is trying to mount that comeback here, but Christensen has been very good on the bottom right now, defending against the Fargo wrestler.
142-pound consolation wrestleback, a final via the fall. Roseland from Henninger Scranton at 131 over Williams from Moorhead. Also, Reagan Ulmer leads 2-0 over Meyer. Ulmer from South Border, Meyer from Dickinson at 142-pound wrestlebacks as well.
50 seconds left to go in the final period on mat number 1. Christensen hanging on to that 1-point advantage in stalemate. I thought we might see a stall warning, but it is a stalemate, so they will restart with 41 seconds. And I think if you're Rebel not clean, you kind of want that reset to reposition yourself against Christensen, who's been very good defensively on the bottom. Under a minute and a half left on mat number 2. Baumgartner a 5-0 advantage. And Christensen comes up to her feet. McLean trying to hang on the best that she can. And they will give her the point for the escape. So Christensen now a 6-4 advantage. McLean needs a takedown just to ensure now that there will be overtime. As she grabs the leg, gets her down, needs to show that she has control, and they come out of bounds. So 8 seconds left. And I would imagine she's going to shoot right off the whistle. Instead wants to set up a headlock, 2 seconds left, and Christensen will hang on for the win. Miley Christensen to the 142-pound championship, a 6-4 win. 37 seconds left on mat number 2 in the 148-pound semifinals, and it's Paige Baumgartner 5, Candace Cook 1.
Mat number 3, third period, Reagan Ulmer from South Border 5-0 over Meyer at 142 pounds on the wrestlebacks. And also at 142 pounds on the junior varsity, it is Whaley from West Fargo United 9, Adrian Turner from Bismarck 0.
Final 7 seconds over on mat number 2. So Paige Baumgartner from Bismarck defeats Candace Cook from Bismarck Century, and will go to the semifinals to face the winner of the opponents on mat number 1, or the winner of the opponent on mat number 1, which is Sophia Meyer from Bismarck Legacy. Emerson from Central Cass, and it's Meyer with the takedown.
142-pound junior varsity, round number 3. Macy from South Border going up against Jocelyn Matthews from Team Fargo.
155-pound semifinal. Over on mat number 2, Emily Novak from Grand Forks against Desi Krischer from Delax Burlington. .50 seconds left here in the first period. Meyer leads Felidi 2-0. As we go into the final 39 seconds.
Heading to the third period, 142-pound junior varsity, Whaley of West Fargo United 9-1 over Turner from Bismarck. Also at 142-pound junior varsity, and nearing the end of the first period, Macy from South Border 2, Jocelyn Matthews from Fargo scoreless.
.14 seconds left to go in the first period, with Meyer trying to extend her lead going to the second frame. Just over a minute left in the first period on mat 2. No score between Novak and Krischer.
Final from New Salem, Almont in the East-West Classic. Lisbon's Blaze Ranke defeats Sawyer Knoll 11-0 from Bowman County. So Blaze Ranke from Lisbon is a champ in the East-West Classic.
Inside of 30 seconds, or excuse me, about 30 seconds left on mat number 2 between Krischer and Novak and the 155-pound semifinal, scoreless there. Well, Meyer has a 2-0 lead in the second period on mat number 1 of the 148-pound semifinals. Team scoring right now, Bismarck 127, Legacy 94, Century 62. Notice a trend in the top 3 there, Chase.
Bismarck.
As I mentioned, it's the fact that there were at one point one team. It's kind of a scary notion to think about. As Sophia Meyer's lead now at 4-1 on mat 1 with just over a minute to wrestle in the second period. Scoreless on mat number 2, and it'll be a fresh period, or excuse me, the start of mat period number 2, a fresh period there, as a good mat return from Krischer from DLB.
Macy able to beat Matthews. South Border's Macy over Matthews of Fargo at the 142 junior varsity round 3. Also at the 142-pound junior varsity round 3 from Bismarck. Turner over Whaley from West Fargo via the fall with 5:20 left there. 148-pound wrestlebacks going on right now. Hamley from Turtle Mountain going up against Riley Dewald of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Then on mat number 4, you have Carl Bloom of Lisbon going up against Martinez of West Fargo United.
20 seconds left in the second period over on mat number 1, and a 4-1 lead for Sophia Meyer. And the second period will end in Sophia Meyer a 6-1 lead. 1-0 the lead for Krischer from DLB over on mat number 2. 47 seconds left in that second period.
Ava Carabloom with the fall over Gabrielle Martinez from West Fargo United. So for Ava, moving on into the wrestlebacks of the 148 Belle the Brawl.
Third period underway over on mat number 1. Emerson from Central Cass needing to make up some ground here, down 6-1. 1-0 still the score on mat 2, and a nice low double leg comes from Novak, and she'll get 2 out of that one, and it's 3-1.
That was 148-pound mat number 3. Hamley still with a 2-0 lead over Riley Dewald as we're nearing the end of period number 2. Midway through period number 1, 148-pound junior varsity first place match. Dorman from Dickinson 2-0 over Jacobson of Central Cass.
They're checking the scoring on mat 2. I believe it should be 2-1, but a nice finish of that period for Emily Novak as she committed to that takedown, and now they're changing it to 4-0. So somewhere along the way, a point was given to Krischer that she should not have had. That should have went to Novak, as Novak on the top position to begin the third period. 6-1 the score on mat 1, inside of 30 left to go. That is in the final period. It's all semifinals here in the main gym. Moving forward. As mat 1 is final, Sophia Meyer gets the win by a final 7-1. Mat 2, Emily Novak with a 4-0 lead. The final minute, 15 seconds to go of the third period.
148-pound wrestle back on mat number 3. Kenley Hamley from Turtle Mountain 2-1 over Riley Dewald as we're going to be going to the third period. Dewald of Napoleon Gackel Streeter minute into the second period in the 148-pound junior varsity championship. Dorman from Dickinson 2-0 over Jacobson of Central Cass.
Final 50 seconds of the third period over on mat 2. 4-0 the lead for Novak. Over on mat 1, 155-pound semifinals, Amaya Russell from West Fargo United against Sarah Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River. And about 3 seconds in, they had to stop it as the headgear from Russell came undone. Novak, by the way, victorious over on mat number 2 onto 170-pound semifinals.
Mat number 3, Hamley right now leads it now 2-1 against Riley Dewald from Napoleon Gackel Streeter with 60 seconds left in the third period. 148-pound junior varsity first place match. Krista Dorman 4-1 from Dickinson against Jacobson. Jacobson did get on the board. 50 seconds left here in the second period.
170-pound semifinal over on mat number 2. From DLB, it's Victoria Passeres. And from Bismarck Century, it's Paige Spomer. Two nothing over on mat 1. Sarah Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River leads. And there's 155 pounds over on mat number 1. And a stoppage for potentially dangerous with 109 left in the first period.
Winning via the fall, the 148-pound consolation or wrestlebacks here. Hamley from Turtle Mountain at 4:14 against Dewald from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. And Dormanen from Dickinson fends off Jacobson for first place at 148-pound junior varsity here via the fall with 3:35.
And from Badger Greenbush Middle River, Sarah Polk will get the win at 155 pounds with the pin and onto the championship for 155 for her Maya Russell will have to wrestle into the wrestlebacks, hoping to finish third.
Now on mat number 3, 148-pound junior varsity third place match. Gracie Anderson of Grand Forks Knight Riders tangling with McDaniel from Bismarck. On mat number 4 at 155-pound wrestlebacks, it's Jetty from Devil's Lake going up against Beckler from Bismarck High.
No score with 10 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2. 170-pound semifinal coming up over on mat number 1. Jordan Rosada from Williston against Leah Willard from Bemidji. No score at the end of the first period, by the way, over on mat number 2. Pastors from DLB against Spomer from Century. So 170, 190, and then heavyweight semifinals still on the schedule here. And then a bunch of wrestlebacks as there's a pin. And it's Victoria Pastors from Des Lacs Burlington will pin Paige Spomer, and she is on to 170-pound championship match. So now we'll get 190 going here on mat 2.
Mat number 3, 148-pound junior varsity third place match. It's 3-2 Gracie Anderson after one period against McDonald from Bismarck. And on mat number 4, currently scoreless between Jetty and Beckler in the wrestlebacks at 155 pounds going to the second period.
On mat number 1, it's Jordan Rosada from Williston, a 2-0 lead against Leah Willard from Bemidji. Mat 2, Cambry Anderson from Bismarck, Isabel Berg from Devil's Lake. That's the semis at 190. And Willard gets a reversal, and that will make it 3-2. Didn't see where that extra point came in, but Willard leads 3-2. 15 seconds left in the first period there on mat number 1. End of the first period, mat 1, Willard 3, Zasada 2. Mat 2, no score there. Minute 10 left in the first period.
Third place match of the 148-pound junior varsity. And you have a 4-3 lead now for McDaniel over Anderson. McDaniel from Bismarck High. Then 155-pound wrestleback, still scoreless between Beckler, who just got a point now at 1-0 over Jetty against Devils Lake. That again late in period number 2.
55 seconds left in the first period over on mat 2. Mat 1, a minute 37 to go. Second period there. And we'll have another heavyweight match. Semis will be next on mat 2. Well, 190 in heavyweight left on mat 1. .20 seconds left over on mat 2, and Berg looking for a double leg. Cambry Anderson able to stand up and separate her from her opponents.
148-pound junior varsity fifth place match now. Jada LaFontaine from Grand Forks going up against Olivia Marks from Bismarck Legacy. Third period just about to get underway on the 155-pound wrestlebacks with Lexi Beckler of Bismarck High now 2-0 over Jaylee Jetty of Devil's Lake.
So on mat 1, Willard was able to get a reversal, and then that immediately was into back points. So that was a 5-point move she got and create a lot of separation from Rosada as it's now 8-2. Second period begins on mat 2. That is scoreless between Anderson from Bismarck and Berg from Devil's Lake. And a reversal comes from Rosada over on mat 1. and makes it 8-4. She's able to swing through that headlock.
And a final 148-pound junior varsity third place match from Bismarck. McDaniel with the fall against Anderson at the 2:57 mark.
And we have our first points over on mat 2. It is 2-1. Anderson leading Berg as they will come out of bounds.
After one period, 148-pound junior varsity fifth place match. LaFontaine from the Grand Forks Knight Riders 5-0 over Olivia Marks from Bismarck Legacy.
And Rosada will bring down Willard on mat 1. Got some near fall points, and then a reversal comes from Willard. So we'll see what the official totals up here, as it may be another reversal coming the way of Rosada. I don't know, they've been trading points there. I'll let the officials sort that one out. With a minute and a half left in that matchup, it says 8-4 on the scoreboard right now. Points won't matter at this point because now Willard will get the pin. Defeats Rosada and onto the championship for Willard. And what was a good back and forth matchup between the two. Back over to mat number 2, Cambry Anderson 2, Isabel Berg 1.
Getting underway now on mat number 3, 155-pound junior varsity first place match. Abi Poitra of Northern Lights going up against Carrington Sorensen at 155 on mat number 4. In the wrestlebacks, you have Cheyenne Helland of Central Cass going up against Aubrey Locken of Stanley.
190-pound semifinal to begin at mat number 1. Colleen Govergo from Fargo against Michaela Stordalen from Bismarck Century. Mat 2, the other 90-pound semifinal. 21 seconds left, and it is Anderson still with that 2-1 lead.
155-pound final. Beckler from Bismarck High with the decision over Jetty from Devils Lake 2-0. And at the 148-pound junior varsity fifth place match, Marks from Bismarck Legacy with the fall of LaFontaine of Grand Forks at the 154 mark.
And second period ends on mat 2. And Anderson brought down Berg, but did not get the takedown as time ran out. About another second, she would have been able to pop up and show she had control, but a right call from the official there on not giving those points.
155-pound junior varsity first place match, a final from Carrington. Sorensen with the fall against Poitra from Northern Lights at 42 seconds. So Sorensen from Carrington is your champ at 155 pounds in the junior varsity division. Also getting underway now, Audrey Fuhrer from EEK going up against Ivy Griffin from Bismarck Legacy, 170-pound wrestleback.
35 seconds left in the first period on mat 1 between Govergo and Stordalen. No score there. Meanwhile, final period on mat 2. Again, these winners of these two matches will wrestle for the championship at 190, but it is 2-1, Anderson leading Berg. About a minute now left to wrestle. First period ends on mat 1, no score. 50 seconds left to wrestle on mat 2. Berg needs a takedown here. And there's a takedown from Anderson, but they're out of bounds.
Mat number 4, Cheyenne Helen from Central Cass in the wrestlebacks at 155 leads 2-1 over Aubrey Locken of Stanley. 30 seconds left in period number 2. Also period number 2, 30 seconds into the period, Ivy Griffin of Legacy 2-0 over Fuhrer from EEK at the 170-pound wrestlebacks.
20 seconds now left in the third period on mat 2. 3-1 the lead for Cambry Anderson. Anderson just keeps fending off Berg, who needs a takedown. Berg looks, she was going for it. Anderson almost threw her back. And they are now out of bounds. A restart with 6 seconds left. And Berg is going to have to make a move right off the whistle. She does not, and it's Cambry Anderson from Bismarck to wrestle for the championship at 190 pounds, either against Govergo or Stordalen, who are wrestling over on mat 1. Govergo with the 1-0 lead, now approaching a minute left to go in the second period. .50 seconds now to go. We'll now get to the heavyweight semifinals. Our first one to go on mat number 2. Phoenix Lindstedt from Bismarck Legacy. Phoenix Lindstedt from Bismarck Legacy. Ashley Lindberg from Carrington.
Drew Zach from Bishop Rhine defeats Mike Nelson of Lisbon at the East West Classic at 172 pounds.
And the heavyweight semifinals beginning over on mat number 2. 17 seconds left in the second period on mat 1. And Govergo with the 1-0 lead.
Some finals on some wrestlebacks in the South Gym at 155 pounds. Helen from Central Cass with the fall over lock-in from Stanley at the 234 mark. Also a final at 170 pounds consolation. Wrestlebacks Griffin from Legacy over EEK's Fuhrer at 134 via the fall. And also at 170 pounds via the fall in the South Gym, Gullison from Central Cass able to knock down Letterman here from Mondak at 1 minute.
Final period begins on mat 1. Govergo with the 1-0 lead. No score on mat 2 in the heavyweight semifinal between Lindstedt and Berg. Excuse me, Lindstedt and Lindberg. And we'll have a point now coming the way of Stordalen over on mat 2. So now Stordalen and Govergo both tied up at 1. Minute and a half to wrestle.
170-pound junior varsity fifth place match. Look, Texture from Pembina County North going up against Sullivan from Grand Forks. Also first place match is a final. Ashlyn Mickelson at the 170-pound junior varsity takes first place, defeating Shorey via the fall.
Minute and a half to go on mat 1, 1-1 score. A little stoppage to check on Ashley Lindberg from Carrington as the way she just came down on the mat. She's fine, tells the coach that she's ready to wrestle. And they will continue on over on mat number 2.
And third place match, was Mickelson over Shorey for 155 to 170. Junior varsity first place match currently underway now with Wiley of Grand Forks going up against Isabel Dutt here of Central Cass.
Inside of a minute to go on mat 1. Could be sensing overtime between these two. First period ends on mat 2. No score there between Lindstedt and Lindberg. And now a takedown for Govergo. She'll take the lead with 40 seconds left and is trying to end it with a pin, and she does. Colleen Govergo will pin Michaela Stordalen and will go to the championship at 190 pounds. So one more semifinal to be wrestled, and that will be the other heavyweight semifinal. As we have our first points of the matchup over on mat 2, and it is Phoenix Lindstedt who will get the takedown. Lindstedt looking for that power half. And rolling through is Lindberg. And we're going to get a reversal. Rather, rolling through is Lindstedt, and we'll get the fall. So it's Lynn Seth who will go to the championship, defeating Lynn Berg. And we'll now have place matches for the JV side of this tournament coming up here in the main gym.
170-pound junior varsity first place match going into the second period. Wiley from Grand Forks 2-0 over Isabel Dutt from Central Cass. And getting underway in the wrestlebacks at 190 pounds is Oster from Lisbon going up against Bundy from Valley City.
Brindley Buchler from Bismarck against Belinda Perry from Bismarck Century. That is the other heavyweight semifinal going on right now over on mat 1. Mat 2 is the JV fifth place match for 155. Beth Olson from Grand Forks. Ava Chemnitz from Pembina County North.
Fifth place match of final at 170-pound junior varsity. Latexier from Pembina County North wins via the fall over Sullivan of Grand Forks at 155.
"20 seconds left in the first period over on mat 1. And it looks like this first period is going to end scoreless. And it will end scoreless in the wrestleback, will end scoreless in the championship semifinal as well.
After one period in the wrestleback, Cora Oster from Lisbon scoreless with Brooke Bundy of Valley City. And we do have a final from the Knight Riders. Wiley over Isabel Dutt, 2-0 via the fall.
Second period will begin over on mat 1. Buchler will be on the top, Perry on the bottom position. Over on mat 2, it is Beth Olson getting the first 2 points, make it the first 4 points, as she has a 4-0 advantage, minute 45 to go in that second period.
Again, 170-pound junior varsity first place match. Wiley from Grand Forks over Central Cass. Isabel Dutt at the 2:18 mark via the fall. Now at 190 pounds, wrestle back on mat number 4. Hager from Stanley going up against Leadall from West Fargo United. Leadall currently 2-0 out in front early. Still scoreless between Oster and Bundy in the second period.
Buchler and Perry now have some points on the scoreboard. Belinda Perry, the 1-0 lead in the semifinal for the heavyweights. Mat 2. It's Beth Olson from Grand Forks 4, Ava Chemnitz from Pembina County 1. That is the fifth place match at 155 pounds. "49 seconds now left in the second period. A lot of hand fighting between the two. "29 seconds left. Here comes the towel tapper in the final 17 seconds. Again, 1-0 the lead right now for Belinda Perry from Bismarck Century. Over on mat 2, 15 seconds left in the second period there. Beth Olson from Grand Forks, a 4-1 lead against Chemnitz, Ava Chemnitz from Pembina County North. That's the fifth place match of the JV 155-pound tournament.
Winning via the fall at 190 pounds in the wrestlebacks from West Fargo United, Charlie Leadall over Hager from Stanley. That one has gone final via the fall. Currently at 250 pounds in the wrestlebacks, you have Ori from Pembina County North going up against Mosier from Napoleon. Gackel Streeter just getting underway. Also late in the first period, 190-pound junior varsity third place match. Peterson from Fargo going up against Lilly from Bismarck.
Third period beginning over on mat 1. Belinda Perry is in the top position with a 1-0 lead. Third period about to begin on mat number 2. Olsen with a 4-2 lead over Chemnitz at the 155-pound JV fifth place match.
The 4 from Pembina County North earns a fall over Ava Mosier from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And again in the 250-pound wrestleback.
And Perry is able to get a turn for some near fall points. The official swiping him up, should be a 3-point near fall. But Perry not want to settle on that. She wants to end this one with a pin and has 55 seconds to do so. 6-2 the lead for Beth Olson over on mat 2. 47 seconds left in this match on mat 1. A 3-point near fall, and there's the score. Belinda Perry, a 4-0 lead. .29 seconds now left, inside of a minute also left on mat 2, and it's just become a 6-5 matchup as Chemnitz is able to hit a reversal and near fall point, so now it's 6-5. Potentially dangerous stoppage on mat 2, and that's going to tie it. No, that's what I thought. Yeah, it says potentially dangerous with the one on top was Beth Olson, so they'll make it 7-5. Belinda Perry will get the win 4-0. Will wrestle in the championship for the heavyweight in the varsity division. 42 seconds left over on mat 2. As Olson trying to finish up this match here. She gets that leg through. It will become a 9-5 match.
190-pound junior varsity third place match. Final via the fall. Unglu from Bismarck able to defeat Peterson from Fargo at the 134 mark.
9 seconds left, and Olson did get that leg free for the reversal. It is 9-5 as that one will become a final, so a 5th place finish for Beth Olson from Grand Forks.
250-pound junior varsity going on mat number 3 right now. Jersey Daniel from Bismarck High, 4-2 over Whitmire here from Grand Forks. Late in period number 1 also going on mat number 4. Tied at 2 between Taylor from Bemidji. Mershman going up against Brindley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen. And Wilkins actually now with a 4-2 edge with a minute 20 left to go in period number 2. And again is going on mat number 4 right now. Taking a quick look at the East-West Classic as well, 189 pounds. It has gone to final. Cole Henderson from Northern Lights defeats Ivan Caruth from EEK 6-1. As there's just a couple more matches going on that side of New Salem Almont Classic, and actually those have now gone final as well. So the New Salem Almont Classic is all set and done. Here the Belle of the Brawl, Chase Miller, Joel Morgan with you, taking a look at some of the team numbers here. Bismarck High number 1, followed by Legacy 2, Century 3, Grand Forks 4, and you have Central Cass at number 5. Between 3 and, well, you could go from 3 to 7. It's 10-point differential. Bismarck well in control right now at 153. Bismarck Legacy at 124 when it comes to the team numbers. Currently, the first place match at 190 pounds going on mat number 2. You have Davis from Devil's Lake going up against Locke from Bismarck here. Davis with a 2-0 advantage with a takedown over on mat number 1 right now at 170 pounds on the junior varsity third place match. Hipsack from Central Cass going up against Erickson, one currently scoreless as we have finished now the second period. Or excuse me, have 60 seconds left to go in the second period. Final bout of the match will be the heavyweight at 250 currently. We're right around the bouts of 431 to about 440 between these two gyms on the north and the south gym here in Casselton for the 2023 coverage of the Belle of the Brawl tournament here in Casselton. A reminder, our coverage continues for girls wrestling on Friday for the East Region Dual Tournament for our video coverage. Currently working with it, and there's going to be a pin on the way here for Davis from Devil's Lake as she takes the championship at 190 pounds junior varsity over Locke from Bismarck. So Davis will earn the championship at 190 pounds in the first place match in the junior varsity division. 170 pounds right now. Working up top on the way here is Hipsack against Erickson. Currently scoreless as we will enter the third period. So that's going on again on mat number 1. Mat number 3, Whitmire from Grand Forks, 9-6 advantage over Jersey Daniel from Bismarck High with 20 seconds left in the second period. That's 250 pounds on the junior varsity. And you still have some wrestlebacks going on as well in the South Gym. Wilkins 4-3 with Beulah Hazen over Mershman. Nice 2-point takedown on the way on mat number 1 for Hipsack. Now she's looking to finish it off here with Erickson. Erickson trying to work out of the grip of Hipsack right now. And there's going to be 3 points for the near fall. Then you're going to get 1 point with the escape. And Erickson now trying to go on the advantage, but it's 5-1 here, Hipsack, with under 90 seconds on mat number 1 left here in this third period. Over on mat number 2, they also have some wrestlebacks consolation semifinals at 100 pounds. Sydney Huber of Bismarck Century going up against Jenner of South Border. So Hipsack right now leading it by 4. Erickson's got to make a move here with 40 seconds as Hipsack just trying to make sure she doesn't allow Erickson a little opening along the way as this one now gets to under 30 seconds here on mat number 1. And now we're going to get a stalling warning here for Hipsack. Erickson now with 10 seconds. And Hipsack at the 170-pound junior varsity division here in this third place match is going to hang on for the decision and pick up the win 5-1 here and take third place in the junior varsity division. So nice performance there for the freshman Hipsack against the sophomore Erickson from Dickinson. And again on mat number 1. Mat number 2 right now. It's a 2-1 advantage for Huber of Bismarck Century against Jenner from South Border at 100 pounds in the consolation semifinals in the wrestlebacks right now. And making their way to mat number 1 here also in the wrestlebacks, but at 250 pounds will be Catherine Sullivan for Grand Forks against Kira Williams for West Fargo United. Williams in the black, you have Sullivan in more of the white and gray. Going back to mat number 2, though, Cindy Huber with a 4-1 advantage. 30 seconds left here in period number 2 against Jenner from South Border. Trying to work her way around right now is Huber up top and keep Jenner on the mat. Jenner trying to get back to her base here and gets the 1 point for the escape. There's still some more hand fighting here, and that's how we'll end our second period on mat number 2 in the wrestlebacks consolation semifinals at 100 pounds. 4-2 Huber over Jenner. On mat number 1 right now, 5 seconds left. Trying to get a couple points on the fall there was Williams, but she did not have the positioning. A good move here by Sullivan to finish it off to get 2 points in her own right here on the takedown to take a 2 and then eventually a 4-0 advantage going into period number 2. So Sullivan again with a takedown, then a 2-point near fall. with the advantage on mat number 2 right now. Bismarck Century, Sydney Huber. Working up top with Jenner. Jenner has 80 seconds, down by 2 to try to see if she can get a takedown in time and possibly take the lead, but instead going to the mat is Huber. Huber, I'm going to turn her over right now and try to get the 2 points. She does for the takedown. And Huber just gave herself a little bit more breathing room here as she cuts Jenner loose on the escape to now 6-3. As Huber takes a glance over at the time as it's under 50 seconds left on mat number 2. Over on mat number 1, still 4-0. Sullivan with the advantage, but right now Williams working up top on Sullivan as Sullivan's trying to get back to her base. Sullivan trying to get the escape, and she does, to take a 5-0 lead with 60 seconds left in the second period. Back to mat number 2 right now. You have Sydney Huber with the 6-3 advantage, 20 seconds left, but there's going to be a takedown for Jenner trying to finish it off for at least 2 points. She's not coming around. There's the 2 points given. Now all of a sudden Jenner has a chance for the fall with 13 seconds and counting. Jenner trying to get some near fall points at least, if not the fall here. She's currently down by 1, barring the extra points coming here. Jenner with 3 seconds, Jenner with 2. Huber can't get around her, and that's going to do it. What a move here by the 8th grader Jenner to get a 2-point takedown with the 2 points for the near fall. And the wrestlebacks here at 100 pounds from South Border, Eloise Jenner defeats Sydney Huber 7-6. Well, on mat number 1 right now, Williams is currently trailing 7-0. Give a 2-point takedown with 3 near fall points coming here for Catherine Sullivan for the Knight Riders to take a 10-0 lead, and now all of a sudden you can start thinking about the tech fall potentially coming. Jillian Gunderson from Bemidji is your 100-pound junior varsity first place champ. 5th place to Moore from Pembina County North from the junior varsity at 100 pounds. Sullivan and Williams here get going on mat number 1 in the third period, and we'll have a technical violation. Point will be here to Williams after the grip of Sullivan. On mat number 2 right now, Levy Montez of Pembina County North against Harper Bocher here from Dickinson. This is the 5th place match of the 106-pound junior varsity division. And again is on mat number 2. Mat number 1 right now, Catherine Sullivan from the Knight Riders working up top on Williams. Just needs to finish this one off again with the advantage. With 80 seconds left in this second period, in this third period. Rylan Reams from Bismarck High on the South Gym on the 100-pound junior varsity. 6-0 with the advantage over Fuchs from Bismarck High, that is, as that one has gone final for 3rd place. So Rylan able to take a 3rd place in the 100-pound junior varsity. Pembina County North, Levy Montez 2-0, and Catherine Sullivan is going to earn the fall here for the Knight Riders at the heavyweight over Kiara Williams on mat number 1. As now coming out will be Taryn Raisler from Kindred at the 106-pound wrestlebacks, going up against Gabby Hanig here from Valley City. And then on mat number 2, you have 106-pound junior varsity 5th place match. As Montez from Pembina County North still with a 2-0 advantage over Harper from Dickinson here with 60 seconds left in the second period. Two points upcoming here for Gabby Hanig from Valley City. The 8th grader going up against the freshman here in Tara Raisler from the Kindred Vikings. And this wrestle back at 106 pounds. Working up top is Hannig again, is trying to escape is Raisler. Raisler trying to see if she can get that 1-point escape. She does. And then we'll get a whistle here after the first period comes to a close. Still to come here later tonight in the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. We will get to some of the finals making their way on through as the junior varsity is making its way through some of their respective place matches here. Gabby Hannig working up top on Raisler. 2-1 with the advantage here for Valley City. As Hannig. Trying to see if she can maybe try to get that cradle on the opposite side of Raisler. Try and not allow Hannig to maybe work the right shoulder a little bit. Try to get out of any lock that Hannig might have. 2-1 on mat number 1 for Hannig. And bout number 450 here today. On the opposite end here on the mat number 2, Libby Montez from Pembina County North, 2-0 over Harper here from Dickinson with 100 seconds left in the third period. Raisler on mat number 1 able to get an escape to tie it at 2. Then Raisler takes a shot at the right leg and trying to get Hannig down to try to get 2 points around, and she does for the 2-point takedown. And now with the advantage here is Raisler working on top of Hannig. On mat number 2, we have a cradle position for a moment there for Bocher from Dickinson. The points coming, 3 near fall points coming here for Harper to take now a 5-2 lead with under a minute left in the third period. After Montez has led for the majority, now all of a sudden a nice, really good-looking third here for Harper from Dickinson. The same can be said in mat number 1 with Raisler right now from Kindred. As Hannig led in the first 2-0, but 4 points so far for Raisler in this second with 2 seconds left in period number 2. I'm back going to mat number 2 right now. Bocher working up top on Montez. Leads it by 3 with 20 seconds left in this third period in the 5th place match at 106 pounds junior varsity. Harper was trying to get that cradle position again and try to finish it off. Instead, we'll get 2 points from the near fall and extend the advantage right now. And Harper from Dickinson will finish 5th place here in the 106-pound junior varsity division here at the Belle of the Brawl over Montez from Pembina County North. Back to mat number 1, 4-2. Raisler working on top of Hannig. And 106 pounds again in this wrestlebacks. We'll have 3rd place in match number 2 of junior varsity. Coming up, Bunner of Newtown. Mara from Bismarck Legacy. Going back to mat number 1 right now, Raisler with a 4-2 advantage and gets the pin of Hannig with 1:02 left in period number 3. So Taryn Raisler advances at 106 pounds on mat number 1. It's the 2023 Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll get you set for some of the finals that are making its way through as we get closer to championship bouts coming up in just a few moments.
Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
Keep your job site stocked with reliable service from Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters. Our team specializes in everything concrete. That means hand tools and equipment, rebar of all shapes and sizes, concrete forming packages and ICFs, decorative concrete materials like color, stain, sealers, and coatings. And let's not forget our impressive fleet of winter construction equipment to keep the concrete flowing all year round. If you've got concrete questions, we've got concrete answers at Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters. Visit us today at any of our 6 locations.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Shortly now, I'm going to be transitioning into a tool engineering position. With that, comes new training. Degelman has provided all the training necessary to help me succeed.
You can make top dollar if you utilize your time properly and you're efficient in what you do.
You can't beat the pay. It's 4 days a week, and it's awesome having a 3-day weekend.
The Ringneck is the perfect stop for lunch or dinner in Leonard, North Dakota. They have a wide variety menu from burgers, wraps, steak, chicken, and seafood. For that small-town family-owned dining experience, check out the Ringneck today. To place an order ahead of time for takeout, call 701-645-2461. That's 701-645-2461. For more information and daily food specials, search the Ringneck on Facebook. That's the Ringneck in Leonard.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Get healthy in 2024 with the help of Sweet Sips in Hillsborough. Grab the energy drinks, protein-packed beverages, shakes, coffee, and more to fuel your days. Many of their drinks have little to no sugar, making this part of your daily routine diabetic-friendly. Be sure to follow their Facebook page as they're always giving their customers a fun new reason to stop on by. They're open 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 to 1 on Saturday, and 10:30 to 1:30 on Sunday. That's Sweet Sips in Hillsborough. It's healthy fast food. You may feel cold and gloomy when you look outside your window, but Trail District Health Unit's Brenda Stallman encourages you to keep the outdoors in mind for your overall health and well-being.
Even though we have less light to do those activities we enjoy, it's still important to get outside. Pets still need to have exercise, so take them for a walk, and kids enjoy the time that they can spend with you outdoors, so just put on more layers and get outdoors, because that typically is a proven and tried remedy to seasonal blues and loneliness.
Seasonal health tips from Trail District Health Unit.
As we continue from the 2024 Belle the Brawl Wrestling Tournament here in Casselton, Chase Miller alongside Joel Morgan with you. Joel's going to get some information here on some of the awards that's going on at the conclusion of this as we're nearing our championship matches here again in Casselton. Currently underway at 112 pounds right now on mat number 1 in the Constellation semifinals. You have Hula here from Bismarck Legacy going up against Deja Ireland from Bismarck High. Currently 5-4 with the advantage here for Kula with 70 seconds left in period number 1. And it's a battle of two Pembina County North wrestlers on mat number 2 right now at 112 pounds. Junior varsity first place match. Here again from Pembina County North and Bynum from Pembina County North. Katie with a 3-2 advantage that's going on right now here on mat number 2. (7-4) with the 2-point takedown with Kula. Then with the escape goes Ireland. So Ireland now will need a 2-point takedown in her own right to at least tie. Well, Kula will just steer clear for a moment. There's a nice little left leg on the shoot there by Ireland. Then Kula comes back around. 15 seconds remaining. Kula trying to work down low. No points given as Ireland trying to work around it. Still no advantage for either wrestler. As it gets to 5, Kula going to end up coming out on top here, and she'll get 2 more points at 9-5 at 112 pounds in the wrestlebacks. Going on mat number 2 right now. We have a final with some new wrestlers as Katie Bynum here from Pembina County North is your champ in the junior varsity division. Currently underway now, it's the 124-pound wrestlebacks here. Ybarra from Carrington going up against Olson from Henninger Scranton on mat number 2. On mat number 1, Stremick from Pembina County North going up against Novak here from Grand Forks. That is at the 118 pounds on mat number 1. Also, 118-pound consolation semifinals on mat number 3 in the South Gym. Yabudi from Bismarck Legacy against Erickson from Dickinson. Latest on the team numbers here. Bismarck High number 1, Legacy number 2 with Grand Forks, the Knight Riders currently in 3rd. Century 4 and South Border at number 5. Working their way in mat number 1, Novak with a 2-2 draw right now with Stremke from Pembina County North. Stremke working up top. Maybe about 5 seconds left here in this first period. Tied at 2. Well, on mat number 2 right now, Ybarra and Olson. Ybarra from Carrington with a 2-0 advantage with 90 seconds left here in the second period in mat number 2. As we're getting closer to the 6 o'clock hour, high school girls wrestling here on YourLiveEvent.com. Mat number 1 still at 2-2 contest with Novak and Stremick. As the Knight Riders right now with Novak on her stomach with Stremick here from Pembina County North. Trying to see if she can flip her over or somehow try to maybe work a little bit of that wing. She currently works on top here with 80 seconds left in this second period, and there she's trying to flip her across. There she's able to do so, and she'll be getting some points coming. Now she'll be looking for the fall. Stremick here continues to work up top as Novak is going to get pinned here with 1:08 left in this second period. So at the 118-pound consolation semifinals on mat number 1, Marley Stremick here from Pembina County North able to pick up the fall. And on mat number 2 right now at 124 pounds, a 6-0 advantage for Jasmine Ybarra from Carrington here over Olson from Henninger Scranton. Mat number 1 currently underway here. McKenna Jones from Stanley at 124-pound junior varsity third place match going up against Bella Tengdahl here from Devil's Lake. And again, currently on mat number 1. Mat number 2 right now, Jasmine Ybarra and Olson from Henninger Scranton. Carrington, busy weekend with Napoleon, Gackle, Streeter, and West Fargo United here in Casselton at least, as they were part of that quad with Central Cass last night. Olson trying to keep Ybarra from the escape. Ybarra leads 6-1 on mat number 2. We're going to get a stalling warning coming across. Right now working on that right leg is Olson, trying to get Ybarra down to the mat. As we'll have 2 points coming for the takedown with Olson. Olson now trails at 6-3, 80 seconds left here in this third period on mat number 2. As Ybarra working off the mat here. At 124 pounds on mat number 2. It's 124 pounds on mat number 1, but in the JV division, starting the second period, currently scoreless between McKenna Jones from Stanley and Bella here from Devil's Lake. At 1 point for the escape here for Jones from Stanley to take a 1-0 lead now in the second period. Alicia Olson trails it by 3, trying to see if she can get Ybarra for some points. Is trying to work right now on her right leg. As Ybarra pretty much just taking some more time, and she's going to potentially get called for another stalling warning here. 40 seconds, though, in her favor, as that warning will be given, as Ybarra will work in the down position, as Olson will work up top, down by 3 with 36 seconds left in period number 3. Over on mat number 1, McKenna Jones with a 3-0 advantage over Bella here from Devil's Lake in the second period. Ybarra trying to get the 1 point escape. Olson working on that left ankle right now. There's going to be a point award here to Jasmine to make it now 7-3. Potentially dangerous, as this one will come across with 16 seconds left in the third period. So 7-3 right now. Ybarra out in front of mat number 2 from Carrington. And Henninger Scranton for Olson, 2 quality wrestling programs in their own right on the boys' side, and both have some pretty good heavy hitters, if you will, on the girls' side as we get nearing closer and closer to these particular tournaments. And Ybarra from Carrington will pick up the 7-3 decision. We'll take one more break. When we come back, we'll get ready for some more of the championship matches, as those are going to be coming up around the corner here from Casselton.
Tim Kazette, your local Golden Harvest Seeds dealer. During these winter months, as you think ahead to the spring planting season, I remind you there is strong yielding varieties of Golden Harvest beans and corn available for spring delivery. There's discounts offered. Please ask me about Golden Advantage deferred payment options or any cash payment discounts. Call me, Tim Kazette, at 701-430-0877, and thank you for planting Golden Harvest seeds on your farm.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Tulp Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Casselton or give Tulp Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
College goes far beyond the buildings, classrooms, and the tests. It's about making new friends, trying something different, and discovering your purpose. It's about getting involved, supporting your community, and joining the conversation. It's about learning, growing, and finding your passion. This is not your average classroom. This is the University of Minnesota Crookston.
You can see savings on eyewear from Valley Vision Clinic in Ada. Now through March 31st, play Plinko to win savings on a complete pair of glasses. You'll win savings of 15, 25, or 35% off a complete pair of glasses when you visit Valley Vision Clinic in Ada. This is also a good time for you to schedule a regular eye exam with Dr. Solseng at Valley Vision Clinic in Ada, 218-784-4091. Don't forget, focus on saving up to 35% on glasses at Valley Vision Clinic in Ada.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Here's another reason why you should contact Mike, Darren, and Tim at Wright Implement Hillsboro. Let them know I said call Wright Implement.
For shop and field service, farm equipment sales, repair on all equipment in the field, on the farm, and in the shop with Wright Implement in Hillsboro. 701-636-5692. Check out Wright Implement for farm equipment, repair, and service of equipment and all trucks on Caledonia Avenue in Hillsboro. Wright Implement, 701-636-5692.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show presented by the Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors on their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show presented by the Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
And we are back on YourLiveEvent.com, continuing on with our coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. This is the consolation round. I think we're almost across the board varsity main bracket consolation round matches, maybe a few more place matches for the JV side. Mat number 136-pound consolation semis. This is to wrestle for third place. Holt Mittletter from Lytton HMB against Brindley Harstoch from West Fargo United. Mat number 2, all tied up at 2, is Deegan Kircherman from Valley City, Bryn Larson from Grand Forks. Now that one in the third period tied at 2, so 10 seconds left. Kircherman trying to get in this throw to get in the last few points, and they will come out of bounds. So come out of bounds with 4 seconds left, which means they will restart. I don't know how much time is left to pull off a move. There will be no time, so they will go into overtime there. Mat number 3, 142-pound semifinals. Webelina Clean from Fargo against Ellie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton. Melania from Carrington against Lucy Zarnowski from Fargo on mat 4. 2-0 her lead in the 136-pound consolation semifinal. So we are on the consolation semifinal round with a few of the place matches for the JV bracket still to be wrestled here. Overtime right now on mat number 2. 30 seconds left there. Kircherman from Valley City. Kircherman from Valley City, Larson from Grand Forks. They are all tied up at 2 apiece. Kircherman has hands around the hips of Larson, gets Larson down, has not established control. 10 seconds left. Larson tries to fight it off, cannot. And Deegan Kircherman from Valley City will get the win here in overtime. Will wrestle for 3rd place. Bryn Larson will wrestle for 5th place in this Belle of the Brawl tournament. Be a quick turnaround into the place matches. All 4 mats will feature the varsity place matches with all championship rounds to be wrestled just here in the main gym. Back over to mat number 1. It is Brenley Hartstoch from West Fargo United, a 2-0 lead against Hope Midletter from Linton HMB. That one in the second period with just about a minute to go. Mat 3, Webelina Clean from Fargo and Ellie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton. No score there. That's the 142-pound consolation semifinals, 136-pound consolation semifinals. Zarnowski from Fargo has a 4-3 lead. They are wrestling for consolation semis, and Brinley Hartstoch is able to pin Hope Midletter and Hartstoch into the 3rd place match at 136 pounds. Tia Hughley from Pembina County North against Anna Karski from Dickinson. That is on mat number 2. And that is the 3rd place match at 130 pounds for the JV bracket. Madalena from Carrington against Sarnowski from Fargo. They are now tied at 4 in the 3rd period of the 136-pound consolation semis. Mat 1. Consolation semis at 155. Desi Krischer from Des Lacs Burlington against Lexi Beckler from Bismarck. Again, as we mentioned, the 3rd place, 5th place matches will, for the varsity level, will be at all 4 mats and then condensed down to mat 1 and mat 2, and that will be for the championship matches here of this Letterman tournament. And right now we're sitting on bouts, at least in front of us, 477 and 469. So we have a few more to get through before we start getting those championship matches are in the 500s. So before we start getting into those matchups. Mat 1, Krischer from DLB with a 2-0 lead over Beckler from Bismarck. That has 24 seconds left in the 1st period. Blood time with no score on mat 2. Now Clean from Fargo, a 2-0 lead over Roseland from Hettinger Scranton. That's on mat 3, the 142-pound consolation semis. Well, the consolation semis at 148 on mat 4. Kinley Hamley from Turtle Mountain. Emerson Flighty from Central Cass. There is no score there as that 1st period plugging along. Now Clean has run her score now to 5-0 against Roseland. 1st period will end over on mat number 1 with Krischer a 2-0 lead, while mat number 2, 2nd period just getting underway. That is a JV 3rd place match at 130 pounds. And the point will go to Karski as an escape. And Karski will take a advantage over on mat number 2. Mat number 1, it's a 2-0 lead for Krischer. Minute 45 left to go in the second period there. The 155-pound consolation semifinals. Team scores right now: Bismarck 153, Legacy 131, Grand Forks 74, Century 73. That is team scoring happening here right now. Mat 1, 2-1 the score, 4-1 the score. Desi Krischer from Des Lacs Burlington leads Lexi Beckler from Bismarck. Inside of a minute to go in the second period. Mat 2, Anna Karski from Dickinson, a 4-0 lead against Tia Hughley from Pembina County North. That is the third place match at 1:30 for the JV. Mat 3, Webelina Clean, a 5-0 lead against Ellie Roseland from Hettinger Scranton. That one into the third period. So that one just about to become final. McLean will move on to wrestle for third place at 142 pounds. Blood time again over on mat number 2. 25 seconds left in the second period at mat 1. And it's Krischer from DLB with the 4-1 advantage. So I think we're moving closer and closer to getting our JV brackets filled in terms of knowing our place winners and our champions, and then knowing who's going to be wrestling on the varsity side, who's going to be set to wrestle in those championship and place matches as well. So that's where we're sitting at right now. Blood time will come to an end over on mat 2. Mat 1, they're ready to begin the third period. I believe it'll be going into the third. 6-1 the lead for Krischer from Des Lacs Burlington over Beckler from Bismarck. Underway on mat 3. 148-pound consolation semis. Candace Cook from Century, Ava Carl Bloom from Lisbon. And Lexi Beckler over on mat 1, down by 4, knowing that there's a minute 40 left to wrestle. Really kind of being a little bit more aggressive, and that opens up Krischer to shoot on the double leg. Continuing to drive. And comes around, but the wrestlers will come out of bounds. Minute 20 left to wrestle in that match. Into the third period on mat number 2, Anna Karski from Dickinson, a 4-0 advantage. And a takedown from Lexi Beckler. No, they haven't given her control. If Krischer can come through, can free herself and come through, she would have to, but yet the officials have yet to establish who has had control. So no one has control right now in this scramble with 50 seconds left to wrestle. And they're going to call a stalemate on this one. Mat 2, Karski a 6-0 advantage. Mat 4, consolation semis at 155. Amia Russell from West Fargo United 3. Cheyenne Helen from Central Cast 2. That first period just in the books. And mat 3, Ava Carl Bloom from Lisbon and Candace Cook from Bismarck Century. They are in the second period scoreless there. .35 seconds left to go on mat 1. Lexi Beckler trying to come from behind here, down 6-2. Comes to shoot, will stand up. Comes in for a throw again, will come through. And this one will become a final. It's Desi Krischer from Des Lacs Burlington On to the third place match at 155 pounds. Anna Karski from Dickinson, by the way, victorious on mat 2, will get third place at 130 pounds of the JV bracket. Again, we'll have matches continuing on here on the consolation semis, and then we on our end will take a short break and come back and just kind of rapid fire you through the place matches, as we were told that they will be going on all 4 mats, so we'll get you updated on those third and fifth place matches as they move on throughout this evening. Mat number 3, which is in the South Gym, Jordan Rosada from Williston, 2, Ava Gullison from Central Cass, no score. First period in the books there. Underway on mat number 2, it's Reagan Ulmer from South Border leading 2-0 against Kaylee Kurz from Grand Forks. That's the consolation semis of 142 pounds. On mat 1, it's the consolation semis at 170 pounds. Paige Spoomer from Bismarck Century against Ivory Griffin from Bismarck Legacy. First period will end on mat number 2 with a 2-2 tie. "19 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. That one looking like it's going to end scoreless. First period will end with no score on mat 1. Mat 2, 2-2 the score. Minute 40 left to wrestle there in the consolation semis for 142 pounds. 170 consolation semi on mat 3. Jordan Rosada from Williston, a 4-0 lead against Ava Gullison from Central Cass. While on mat 4 consolation semis for the heavyweights, Ashley Lindberg from Carrington and Ava Mosier from Napoleon Gackle Street are no score as they are in the second period. Mat 1, second period, no score. Looking like she's in a position for a throw is Paige Spoomer. And Ivy Griffin in a position for a throw, and they're going to say they're out of bounds, and they'll get a restart over there with the 1:37 left to go in the second period. Well, on mat 2, it is 4-3, advantage Reagan Ulmer from Southport over Kaylee Kurtz from Grand Forks.
Update on 250 pounds here, as we will get to that in a moment. First, let's get to 190 pounds over on the South Gym, as we'll get to Bundy and Stordalen coming up here in a moment, also with Berg and Liedal as well. But Gullison going up against Radasa here from Williston, and Gullison falls at the 221 mark, so Jordan from Williston picks up the win at 170 pounds and will be wrestling for third place. Gullison will be wrestling for fifth.
Second period ending on mat 2 for the consolation semis at 142. Reagan Ulmer from South Border, 4. Kaylee Kurtz from Grand Forks, 4. So that is a 4-4 matchup on mat 2. Mat 1, no score, 35 seconds left to wrestle in the second period there. And if Kurz can come through and clear the hand, I thought she was going to be able to put herself in a position for back points if she was going to clear that hand and drive her down, but nice job by Ulmer to get herself to the base. As second period ends on mat 1, Spomer from Century, Griffin from Legacy, no score there at the 170 consolation semis.
100 pounds, fifth place match going on mat number 4 right now. Bismarck Century, Sydney Huber going up against Taylor Mershman from Bemidji, and it's Sydney Huber from Bismarck Century with a 2-1 advantage going into period number 2.
On mat 1, Paige Spomer will get the first point of the matchup as Griffin cut her loose to start the third period. Mat number 2 still 4-4, 42 seconds to wrestle. And Kaylee Kurz trying to set up any sort of way to get a tilt against Ulmer right now.
Brindley from Bismarck on period number 2 on the wrestle backs at 250 pounds with a minute left in the third period, going up against Sullivan. It's 2-1 Brindley from Bismarck against Sullivan from the Knight Riders.
13 seconds left in the final period on mat 2. And it is building up to potentially be an overtime situation as there's 3 seconds left to go, and this one will go into overtime between Reagan Ulmer of South Border and Kaylee Kurtz from Grand Forks. Well, there's 54 seconds left in the final period on mat 1. Paige Bomer, a 1-0 lead against Ivory Griffin.
Two to two now in period number 2 at the 100-pound fifth place match. Now make it 5-3. Sydney Huber 5 points and Mershman from Bemidji 3 right now. Period number 2 with 30 seconds left in that one.
Overtime on mat 2. Neither wrestler trying to be overly aggressive on mat 2. Well, it's 1-0 on mat 1 with 10 seconds left. And Ivory Griffin's going to have to try to make a move here. A takedown is a win, and she knows that with 4 seconds left. And Paige Spomer will not give her that opportunity. So Spomer will come away with a 1-0 win. While we have a takedown from Kaylee Kurz on mat 2. Kurz will pick up the victory in that matchup. So 2 of them down to the wire here on mat 1 and mat 2 as we now move on to the consolation rounds of 190, both on mat 1 and mat 2.
250 pounds. Again, winner of this one will wrestle for third. Catherine Sullivan in the heavyweight going up against Brindley from Bismarck. Currently tied at 2 with about 20 seconds left in period number 2. And after 2 periods in the 100-pound fifth place match, Sydney Huber from Bismarck Century 5, Taylor Mershman from Bemidji 3.
Over on mat number 1, 190-pound consolation matchup, Brooke Bundy, Valley City, Michaela Stordahl, and Bismarck Century. Mat 2, Isabel Berg from Devils Lake, Charlie Leedahl from West Fargo United. And a takedown from Berg over on mat 2. And Berg getting some near fall points. Berg may have this one locked up. And she does. Isabel Berg, a fall with 28 seconds left in the first period. Berg will defeat Charlie Leedahl to wrestle for third place. No score between Bundy and Stordahl on mat 1. 7 seconds left in the first period there. We will have a 106-pound place match about to get underway over on mat 2. We'll tell you about that here in just a moment as we are now rolling into the varsity bracket place matches. Again, championship matches will be wrestled mats 1 and 2 here once completion has been made of the place matches.
After 2 periods, Brindley from Bismarck leads at 4-2 over Catherine Sullivan from the Grand Forks Central Knight Riders going into period number 3 at 250 pounds.
Kiera Hagman Nagaka from Bemidji wrestling against Taryn Raisler from Kindred. That is the third place match at 106 pounds happening on mat number 2. Mat number 1, still a consolation matchup for 190 pounds. Bundy and Erickson, and it's a 2-0 lead. Bundy and Stordalen, and it's a 2-0 lead for Stordalen as she gets the first points with a takedown here in the second period, and a minute 24 left to go.
At 100 pounds, currently tied at 5 between Huber and Mershman. At 100 pounds for the fifth place, and then Mershman able to get a 2-point takedown right now. So now leads at 7-5 with 30 seconds left in period number 3.
No score at the end of the first period on the third place match. 106 third place match happening over at mat number 2. Mat number 1, Michaela Stordahl 2, Brooke Bundy 0. And back points being added up for Stordahl. And Stordahl trying to secure a pin as she elevates the head of Bundy. We'll take a look inside, a close look at the shoulders rather, will be the official. And Michaela Stordahl will pin Brooke Bundy. Stordahl will wrestle for third. Bundy will wrestle for fifth.
Taking fifth place at 100 pounds, Taylor Merschman from Bemidji, a 7-6 win over Cindy Huber here from Bismarck Century.
Kiera Hegman and Taryn Raisler from Kindred on mat 2. No score in the second period. Raisler in the top position. This is third place at 106. Third place at 118. About to get underway at mat number 1. Brianna Erickson from Dickinson. Marley Stremick from Pembina County North.
Brindley from Bismarck defeats Catherine Sullivan of the Grand Forks Knight Riders. So Brindley from BHS will be wrestling for third, while Sullivan will be wrestling for fifth in heavyweights.
Looking for a throw is Stremick on mat 1. She cannot get the leverage she's looking for, so her and her opponent Erickson, the other wrestler, will disengage, and they'll try it again here with 27 seconds left. 50 seconds left in the second period at mat number 2. Kiera Hagman from Bemidji against Taryn Raisler from Kindred. 40 seconds left to go in the second period there, no score.
Mat number 3 at 100 pounds, third place match just about to get underway with Eloise Jenner from South Border against Brindley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen. Fifth place match that'll feature Ava Litzy from South Border up 2-1 over Gabby Hannig from Valley City. Then in the 106-pound fifth place match with about 15 seconds in period number 1.
Marley Stremick leads 2-0, 5 seconds left in the first period in her third place match at mat number 1. Mat number 2, it's a 1-0 lead for Kiera Hegman from Bemidji as she gets the escape. And going to shoot is Raisler, but sprawling out is Hegman, and the first period ends there on mat number 2. Second period beginning over on mat 1. So mat 1 is the third place match at 118. Mat 2 is the third place match at 106. Takedown scored by Stremick from Pembina County North. Trying to get a turn against Brianna Erickson. But does adds 2 more to her lead as it's 4-0. Final period of mat number 2 is a 106-pound third place match. Hegman will get a takedown as she adds to her lead. Now it is 3-0.
106-pound fifth place match in the second period. Ava Litzy of South Border 5, Gabby Hannig of Valley City 3. And gonna get underway here in a moment will be Eloise Jenner from South Border against Brindley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen in the third place match on mat number 3.
Six nothing, the advantage for Stremick on mat number 1 for the third place match at 118 pounds. On mat number 2, Kiera Hegman leads 3-0 at Taryn Raisler with 27 seconds left in the final period there, and that is the third place match at 106. Near fall points for Kiera Hegman. She'll get 2 on the near fall and a 5-0 lead with 10 seconds left. So Shakira Hengman Nagaka from Bemidji will finish third as the third place finisher for 106 pounds. Taryn Raisler from Kindred will finish fourth. Stremick's lead 8-0 with 9 seconds left in the second period over on mat 1. That is the third place match at 118 pounds.
Ava Litzy from South Border with a 7-4 advantage over Gabby Hanig with 20 seconds. Now make it 7-5 advantage to close out period number 2 in the 5th place match for 106 pounds.
Carissa Mettinger from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Jasmine Ibarra from Carrington. That is the 3rd place match at 124 pounds. Final period beginning on mat 1, and an 8-0 lead for Marley Stremick from Pembina County North, wrestling Brianna Erickson from Dickinson. Back to mat 2, Mettinger gets elevation on the leg of Ibarra, trying to sweep. Gets her down, then reaches for that inside ankle to try to pull her through for 2 points. Mettinger will get the takedown and then gets dragged out of bounds. .22 seconds left in the first period over on mat 1. An escape for Brianna Erickson from Dickinson on mat 1. It is an 8-1 lead, and another takedown comes the way of Marley Stremick. So Stremick a 10-1 lead, a minute left to wrestle. Stremick in line for a 3rd place finish at 118 pounds. 2-1 the score on mat 2. Carissa Mettinger from Lemoore Litchfield Marion leading Jasmine Ibarra from Carrington.
106 pounds going on right now. Mat number 4, Ava Litzy from South Border up by 5, 10-5 over Gabby Hanig from Valley City with 60 seconds left in the 3rd. That again is the 5th place match at 106 pounds.
2 on a near fall for Marley Stremick from Pembina County North. 12-1 lead, 20 seconds left. So Stremick will be the 3rd place finisher at 118. Brianna Erickson will finish 4th. Minute and a half to go in the 2nd period over on mat 2. Mettinger from Lemoore, a 2-1 lead over Ibarra from Carrington. And it is a final on mat 1. So Stremick, the 3rd place finisher at 118 pounds, up to 124 now on mat 1. Under a minute on mat 2. 2-1 the lead for Carissa Mettinger against Yasmin Ibarra.
And Ava Litzy from South Border able to pick up the 5th place win over Gabby Hanig and 106 pounds, 10-5. Ava Litzy for the South Border Mustangs able to pick up the win.
Mat 1, the 5th place match for 124. Caston Breedall from Des Lacs Burlington. Acelia Olson from Hettinger Scranton.
And just getting underway on mat number 3, Eloise Jenner from South Border against Brindley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen for that 3rd place match at 100 pounds.
Might have a pin, and we'll get it as Caston Breedall from Des Lacs Burlington will pick up 5th place, pinning Acelia Olson from Hettinger Scranton. Mat 2, 6 seconds left in the 2nd period. Mettinger hanging on to that 2-1 advantage. And the 2nd period in the books, so it'll be a 2-1 going into the 3rd period.
Mat number 4, 5th place match, 118 pounds. Sarah Novak here from Grand Forks going up against Elizabeth Yabadi here from Bismarck Legacy, currently scoreless a minute in. And on mat number 3 after 1 period, Brindley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen leads it 2-1 over Jenner for 3rd place in 100 pounds.
Natalia from Carrington against Hope Midlighter from Lytton HMB. That's the 5th place match at 136 over on mat 2. Mat 1 into the final 90 seconds. Mettinger and Ibarra wrestling right now for 3rd place at 124. A takedown for Ibarra, I think essentially probably wins the match for you. It puts you in front. You just have to ride out that final 60 seconds. As a takedown instead comes the other way from Ettinger. I was going to say you need to be able to drop levels and be more aggressive, as Mettinger will get the pin. So Carissa Mettinger pins Yasmin Ibarra from Carrington. Mettinger finishes third at 124. Ibarra will finish in fourth place. No score at the end of the first period over at mat number 1, which is the fifth place match for 136 pounds. Third place match for 130. Deegan Kircherman from Valley City against Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County, set to begin over on mat number 2.
At 100 pounds, third place match tied at 6 right now with 30 seconds left in the second period between Jenner and Wilkins of South Border and Beulah Hazen. The mat number 4 fifth place match at 118 pounds, currently scoreless with 1 minute left in period number 2 between Yabadi and alongside Novak.
And Mittleiter will get a takedown over on mat 1. Trying to set up a pin, and she'll get it. Hope Mittleiter. Midlighter from Lytton H&B will finish fifth place at 136 pounds. Mat 2, it is a 2-0 lead for Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County, leading Deegan Kircherman from Valley City. About 10 seconds left in the first period there.
Heading to the third period on mat number 3 on the third place match at 100 pounds. LOH Jenner 7-6 over Brindley Wilkins. Jenner again from South Border, mat number 4 at 118 pounds right now, late in the second period, 2-0 with the advantage. Elizabeth Yabadi from Bismarck Legacy over Novak from Grand Forks.
And waiting for our check-in over on mat 1, mat 2. 2-0 the lead for Bristol Fike from Harvey Wells County as the second period begins, and the top position will be Kircherman from Valley City. It's a 155-pound fifth place match. Letzi Beckler from Bismarck, Amaya Russell from West Fargo United. And I'm wondering if we are facing that time issue between matches over on mat 1. $3-0 Bristol Fikes lead in the third place match at 130 over on mat 2. As Fike was able to get an escape. Now Fike will shoot for the double leg, comes through, able to pass through and make it a 5-0 advantage. Minute 10 in counting left to wrestle in the second period there on mat 2.
LOH Jenner leads 13-12 over Brindley Wilkins of Beulah Hazen with under 40 seconds left in the third period, as we'll see if Eloise can find a way to hold off for a victory. And as we say that, there's a 2-point takedown coming here for Brindley Wilkins. Now take the advantage at 14-13 with 25 seconds left in that 100-pound third place match.
And now we're ready to go over on mat 1 for the 155-pound fifth place match. And right off the whistle, Beckler and Russell will go right at it. It's like a stall warning. It's been given to Bristol Fike over on mat 2.
£118, mat number 4, fifth place match. It's 4-0. Ubadi from Bismarck Legacy over Novak with 40 seconds. Now 30 seconds left in period number 3. While in the third mat at 100 pounds, third place, we're tied at 14, going to overtime with Jenner and Wilkins.
(2-1) our score on mat 1. Lexi Beckler from Bismarck leads Amaya Russell from West Fargo United. 2-1 leads at the end of a period. That is the fifth place match at 155. Mat 2 is the third place match at 130. 130. Bristol Fike a 5-0 lead. Looks like we have a stoppage from the official as the coach is having a conversation with Bristol Fike.
And Eloise and Brindley Wilkins. Brindley Wilkins from Beulah Hazen will take third place over Eloise Jenner. 19-14 the final for third.
And a reversal coming from Lexi Beckler. And could be a pin here on mat 1. At least some near fall points will come the way of the Bismarck senior, and it's a pin. Lexi Beckler from Bismarck will pin Amaya Russell from West Fargo United. Beckler will finish in 5th place at 155 pounds.
5th place match has gone final. Yabadi from Bismarck Legacy with the decision win over Grand Forks' Novak 6-0 at 118 pounds. 112 pounds, 3rd place match. Mat number 3 right now. Manzi from Bismarck Legacy over Kula from Bismarck Legacy at 2-0 as we enter period nearly number 2. And mat number 4 right now. Currently a 2-0 lead for Harditch over West Fargo United's over Lucy from Fargo, that is. That is a 3rd place match at 136 pounds.
Deegan Kircherman will get a takedown for her first point and gets the pin. Kircherman, who was down 5-0 going into the 3rd period, will turn around and pin Bristol Fike to take 3rd place at 130 pounds. Mat number 1, Ava Gullison from Central Cass against Ivy Griffin from Bismarck Legacy. 2-0 the lead. Could see a fall and will get it. Ava Gullison from Central Cass will defeat Ivy Griffin from Bismarck Legacy. That was for, by the way, 5th place at 170.
And we have a final Manzi able to defeat Kula. A pair of sabers going at each other via the fall. And currently tied at 2 at 136 pounds. 3rd place match. Kanowski from Fargo 2. And Brindley Harsach from West Fargo United 2 as well.
Mat number 1, Ellie Roseland from Henninger Scranton versus Reagan Ulmer from South Border, 5th place at 142. Mat 2, 3rd place match at 148 between Candace Cook from Bismarck Century, Kenley Hamley from Turtle Mountain. Takedown comes for Roseland on mat 1. Trying to set in that power half against Reagan Ulmer.
Also at 148 pounds, 5th place match on mat number 3. Carl Blom from Lisbon and Filady from Central Cass currently scoreless. At 136, 3rd place match on mat number 4 right now. Kanowski from Fargo 5. Brindley from West Fargo United 2 with 30 seconds left in period number 2.
First period will end on mat number 1 with Roseland a 2-0 lead. Mat 2. No score after a period between Cook and Hamley. And Cook should get 2 on a near fall. Yep, she will get 2 on a near fall. And we'll give another attempt here against Hamley for 3rd place at 148 pounds. Hamley gets to her feet. And nice job dropping levels for Cook as she will get a 2-on-1 behind the knee of Hamley. And Hamley, nice job coming around for the reversal and to tie things up at 2. Second period underway on mat number 1. 2-0 the lead for Ellie Roseland from Henninger Scranton against Rachel Ulmer from South Border. Final minute on the second period on mat 2. Mat 1, about 1:15 to go in the second period there.
136 left on mat number 4, the 3rd place match. Gronowski here from Fargo, 7-6. Harsh from West Fargo United. Mat number 3 right now at 148 pounds, the 5th place match. Cara Bloom leads 3-0 over Filady of Central Cass. 30 seconds left in period number 2 on mat number 3.
Elliot Russell from Benny Scranton will pin Reagan Omer from South Porter to take 5th place at 142 pounds. Blood time over on mat number 2. So it's going to be on to a 190-pound matchup next over on mat 1. Isabel Berg from Devil's Lake against Michaela Stordalen from Bismarck Century, 3rd place at 190. And then after that, we will get into some championship matches as White and Verdeen queued up next for the 100-pound championship match after this one. Mat number 2 will have their match resume. Mat 1, no score with 20 seconds left in the first period. About 45 seconds left in the second period, and we're going to get a clasping call. And that will result in points for Candace Cook over on mat 2. 7 seconds left in the first period on mat 1.
Burnley from West Fargo United. Hardich was able to defeat Lucy Karnowski from Fargo via decision 8-7 to take 3rd place at 136 pounds.
Now on to the second period over on mat number 1. Berg will be on top, Stordalen in the bottom position. And an escape, Stordalen from Berg. Stordalen takes a 1-0 advantage. 4 seconds left in the second period over on mat 2. And time runs out for Hamley as she was starting to get some movement from Cook to try to get a pin.
30 seconds left in the 5th place 148-pound weight class. Ava Carl Bloom from Lisbon, 6-2 over Filady from Central Cass. 20 seconds left here in period number 3.
Blood time over on mat 2. Mat 1, it looks like Isabel Berg will get her head through for a 2-point reversal. And now makes it 3-2. And a mat return comes from Berg.
And a final, Ava Carl Bloom from Lisbon does take a 6-2 defeat against Emerson Filady, able to finish for 5th place at 148 pounds.
And a reversal on mat number 1 for Stordalen. And Stordalen adds to her lead now, 5-2. And that is the 3rd place match at 190. Mat 2, still in blood time, 3rd place match at 148 pounds.
Desi Kreischer of Delax Burlington against Cheyenne Helen at 155 pounds. 3rd place on mat number 4. Currently Desi from DLB with a 1-0 advantage over Helen from Central Cass with 1:20 left in period number 2. Period number 1, 3rd place match at 142 pounds on mat number 3. From Fargo, Nacklin currently going up against Cruz here from Grand Forks Night Riders. That is scoreless as we're 30 seconds left in period number 1.
5-3, Michaela Stordalen from Bismarck Century leads Isabel Berg from Devil's Lake. And that is how the second period will end. Blood time ends on mat 2, and the 3rd period about to begin. And the 3rd place match for 148 pounds. Cook, a 3-2 lead over Hamley. Berg, who is down by 2, is in the top position. Tries to go for a mat return, instead loses her grip, and it's a reversal for Stordalen. 7-3 now, Michaela Stordalen. So Stordalen with a 4-point advantage, a minute and a half to go, but to her feet is Berg, and Berg gets away from the escape, makes it 7-4. Final minute 20 of the match on mat 2, the 3rd place match at 148. Cook 3, Hamley 2.
Start of the second period, 142 pounds, third place match. Nacklin of Fargo 2-0 over Cruz of Grand Forks. And going into the second period of the third place match at 155 pounds, Kreischer of DLB over Heeland of Central Cass. And that one actually is going to the third period. So it's going to the third period at 155.
Final minutes on mat 1, final 49 seconds on mat 2. These are both place matches. Looks like a stall warning may have been given against Cook. And a takedown from Stordalen on mat 1 extends her lead to 9-4 with 39 seconds left. Well, it's still 3-2 Cook over Hamley on mat 2. And Cook goes for the double leg. Hamley trying to come around for 2 points, and that would be 2 to win it as there's 15 seconds left. And Cook not giving up any of her legs, and she comes around Hamley with the late takedown, and it's a 4-3 advantage. We do have a pin on mat 1. Stordalen defeats Berg for third place at 190, and hanging on for the win for third place at 148. Kenley Hamley will come away with the 4-3 victory.
155-pound third place match with 50 seconds left in period number 3. Desi Kreischer from Delax Burlington still leads Cheyenne Helen from Central Cass 2-0. A couple of escapes has allowed her both in period 2 and period 3 to have the 2-0 advantage now with 40 seconds remaining in the third.
And we'll have our first championship match of the night on mat number 1. It is Anna White from Central Cass against Jennifer Verdeen from Henninger Scranton. This is the 100-pound championship match over on mat number 1. Mat 2 will be the third place match at 170 pounds between Paige Spomer from Bismarck Century and Jordan Rosada from Williston. Anna White 31-0 on the season. 27-5 is Jennifer Verdeen, and Verdeen looking to set a cradle on the takedown, and White trying to post up. She can't frame, and Verdeen yet to get points awarded, so she has not established control as White sticks with it and gets back up to her feet. That's about as close as you can get to being taken down without surrendering points, so nice job by Anna White to push through and frame up and come away with it. Mat number 2, Rosada gets a takedown and will get the pin, so Jordan Rosada is the third place winner at 170, defeating Paige Spomer from Bismarck Century. Minute left in the championship match over at mat number 1 between White and Verdeen. And double hooks coming from Verdeen. White trying to avoid getting put in that inside cradle again, and Verdeen will drive through, will get 2 for the takedown, has White on her back. White will come through for an escape, so it should be 4-1. We'll see if they'll get the official scoring. It is 4-1 with 35 seconds left in the first period.
Final between Kreischer from Delax Burlington and Helen from Central Cass. 4-2 at 155 pounds. DLB Kreischer's table to take third place at 155.
Championship match underway at mat 2. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon, Alicia Nitschke from South Border for 112 pounds. So we are championship matches, I believe, straight through on mat 1 and mat 2 to continue on this evening. 7 seconds left in the first period, and Verdeen will get stopped for potentially dangerous. And a point will go to Anna White, but Anna White trails this one 6-2 and just would love to close out this final 4 seconds here of this first period. White leans back, comes around, but the first period will end. Closing in on a minute left in the first period on mat 2, 112-pound championship match. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon, Alyssa Nitschke from South Border. No score there as the underhooks right now from Adeline Hansen. White will be on the bottom position to begin the second period on mat 1, which is the 100-pound championship. And White is trying to pull Verdeen through to try to get points on a reversal.
Nacklin from Fargo with a 12-8 defeat of Cruz from Grand Forks for third place at 142 pounds.
30 seconds left in the first period on mat 2, and is no score. 6-2, by the way, is the score on mat 1 with Verdeen with the lead, and Verdeen is able to reestablish control with a minute 17 left in the second period.
Final at 190 pounds, fifth place. Bundy from Valley City via the fall over leadoff from West Fargo United at 40 seconds.
And Verdine picking up back points. May have the shoulder blades down of White. The official coming in there closely. 55 seconds left. Not a good position for Anna White as Jennifer Verdine trying to come away with the championship here at 100 pounds. Anna White cannot pull this through. This would be her first loss of the year. The defending state champion would not like to have that happen, especially in a tournament that your school is hosting. Verdine 27-5 on the season. 20 seconds left to go. Will be a 3-point near fall. So if White can hang on, she'll go into the final period down 9-2. Still no score in the championship match at Mat 2 for 112 pounds. That is between Hansen from Lisbon, Nishki from South Border. That is in the second period. And White is able to hang on and avoid the fall here in the first period, but a 3-point near fall for Jennifer Verdine from Henninger Scranton. 9-2, White trails going into the final 2 minutes.
Mat number 3, third place at heavyweight. Ashley Lindberg of Carrington going up against Brindley of Bismarck, scoreless going to the second period.
And wrestlers come out of bounds on Mat 2. That's the championship of 112 pounds. So after this third place match at Mat 3, it will be all Mats 1 and 2 for the championships. We have yet to get our first champion here at the Belle of the Brawl. Jennifer Verdine trying to change that right now as she has the arm of White that is trying to drive over. Anna White has been playing a lot of defense here in this second period, or here in this third period, and here in this match. She has come close to getting pinned, but has not lost, has not fallen. 30 seconds left in the second period on Mat 2. No score between Hansen and Nitschke for the 112-pound championship. Knee to shoulder, knee to elbow pit right now for Jennifer Verdine against Anna White, and a minute left to wrestle. Anna White, if she hangs on and comes through, and which she does, trying to slide her head through, but she will be down 12-2 as White has survived 2 really prolonged near fall experiences and is trying to come around right now. She'll need a fall to win this, being down by 10. 1-0 the score going to the third period on Mat number 2. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon leading against Alicia Nitschke from South Border. White will get the point for the escape, but then they will have a stalemate, which puts White and Verdine in a neutral position with 31 seconds left, and Anna White is just going to have to come in and look for a fall. That's all you can do in this situation. 29 seconds left for the championship, and Anna White shooting on the double leg, looking for the elevation against Verdine. Will get it. 20 seconds to try to roll her for the fall, down by 7. You can hear the home crowd starting to get into it here as White tries to put in that power half, now tries to come around the other end. Stalling point will be given to White as Verdine's trying to stall out the final few seconds, and time runs out. Anna White will not get the championship as she was trying to storm back. Will end up second place as Jennifer Verdine will be the champion, a 12-6 win. Back to the championship match at Mat number 2. That's got a minute left, and it's Adeline Hansen who is on top here in the final period in the top position, leading 1-0, picking up near fall points against Alicia Nitschke from South Border.
Mat number 3, heavyweight third place going to the third period. Ashley Lindberg of Carrington 2-0 over Brindley from Beulah from Bismarck heading to the third period.
39 seconds left here in the championship match at 112, and it's a pin. Adeline Hansen from Lisbon, the champion at 112, defeats Alicia Nitschke from South Border. 106-pound championship underway on Mat 1. Alicia Kenfick from Bismarck Legacy. Tia Kane from Moorhead. Wrestling for the 106-pound championship. Kenfeck, the freshman, has not lost this season. So we saw Anna White in the championship suffer her first loss of the season. Kenfeck try not to have the same thing happen to her. Championship match at 118 pounds. And as to has been her style all year, Alexia Snyder gets a takedown within the first 10 seconds against Maggie Thielges from Bismarck. Another undefeated wrestler on the mat in Alexia Snyder, a 36-0 record on the year. And we're going to have an injury stoppage over on mat number 1. Kane will have an injury stoppage as they will start injury time. So we'll turn our focus now to mat number 2. Alexia Snyder, a 2-0 lead in the 118-pound championship.
Ashley Lindbergh from Carrington right now holding on to a 2-0 advantage. For Buechler from Bismarck High here, Brindley. As this one is just about to go final, and it looks like Ashley Lindbergh at the heavyweight will take third place here at the Belle the Brawl over Brindley Buechler from Bismarck High.
Over on mat number 2, Schneider starting to get a turn against Maggie Thielges. Thielges is trying to roll down on her belly. 27 seconds left in the first period. Snyder will get 3 on the near fall. Actually, the official, it looks like he's signaling a 2-point near fall coming up for Alexia Snyder, which would give it a 4-0 lead at the end of the first period. Still a stoppage on mat number 1. Tia Kane from Moorhead is being tended to by her coach and the training staff right now. Hopefully nothing too serious. And that near fall points will be given to Alexia Snyder. She'll lead 4-0 going into the second period at 118 pounds.
Everything, Joel, now will be in the North Gym moving forward. All the place matches outside of the championships, respectively, for some of the weight classes have gone final in the South Gym.
There we go. So it's down to these final 2 mats. And we have blood time and injury time. Probably time for us to step aside. We'll be back on YourLiveEvent.com.
Here's a new service from Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9, North Ada. Ziegler Ag Equipment is now providing farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants. Talk with Joey, 218-784-2961. Farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants. You can mix and match lubricants. Requires a minimum 100 gallons per lubricant. Minimum total order 200 gallons or more. Farm delivery of genuine AGCO lubricants now offered from Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9, North Ada.
And one of our matches resuming here, and good to see. It's Alicia Kenfick from Bismarck Legacy. Tia Kane from Moorhead. 4-0 the lead from Kenfick as she is able to continue on. Is Tia from Moorhead. Down 4-0, 46 seconds to go. Second period beginning at the 118-pound championship at mat number 2. 4-0 the lead for Alexia Snyder over Maggie Thielges. And Snyder putting in the cradle. And trying to swing herself back around on Thielges. Ten seconds left in the first period on mat 1, which is the 106-pound championship. Wrestlers will come out of bounds. They'll restart with 6 seconds left, and Kenfake from Legacy with a 4-0 lead. Alexia Snyder a 4-0 lead over on mat 2. Snyder has been extremely successful wrestling on the boys' side of the Napoleon Gackle Streeter program. And then once the girls' division came around, she was able to transition that success well into the girls' division. She leads 4-0 against Maggie Thielges with 55 seconds left in the second period. Second period just beginning on mat number 1. Tia Kane from Moorhead on the top position, trying to erase a 4-0 deficit, but Alicia Kenfake is able to get back up and into neutral position, take a 5-0 lead. Alexis Snyder will get the pin against Maggie Thielgis. Snyder, the champion at 118. Thielgis, the runner-up. Now we'll bring up our 130-pound championship coming up on mat number 2. Julia Rojo from Bismarck against Kendra Garcia from Carrington. That's the 130-pound championship on mat 2. Mat number 1, 1:17 remaining in the second period, and Ken Fake will get a takedown and lead 7-0 with 1:10 remaining in the second period. Ken Fake has led this entire match. And happy to see Tia Kane continuing on, as she was down for a bit with her coach and training staff, but opted to continue on and has been battling through here in the second period. Garcia, Arujo sizing up Garcia a little bit, trying to set up a shot, comes high, comes low, trying to get her off balance. And Arujo will get the takedown, and we'll get a 2-0 lead. And Kenfek will have Kane on her back, and will get the pin. So Alicia Kenfek from Bismarck Legacy, the champion at 106. The Tia Kane from Moorhead, the runner-up at 106 pounds. Julia Arujo from Bismarck, a 2-0 lead, and the champion at 130 will pin Kendra Garcia from Carrington. Shayla DeBlair from West Fargo United will wrestle Embry Waters from Dickinson. This is the championship at 124 over on mat 1. Mat 2 will be the championship at 142 pounds. Miley Christensen from Valley City against Jaslyn Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. DeBlair gets a takedown and leads Waters 2-0. Trying to get that half in right now is DeBlair, and Waters was kind of aware of it and almost just tied her own arms up to try to avoid any momentum for a turn. As, speaking of turns, Christensen was trying to get a tilt on Weigel, and Weigel slid through. Instead, she will get the 2 on the takedown, so she has a 2-0 lead as we approach a minute left to wrestle in the first period. That's a championship at 142 on mat 2, championship at 124 at mat 1. And we'll get a stoppage. I believe it will be a potentially dangerous stoppage, as we'll get a restart and Weigel will be on top. .37 seconds left on mat 1, and it's Shayla DeBlair with the advantage, 2-0. And she's able to turn Waters, getting near fall points. She'll give another big push against Embry Waters, who has framed up her knee, kind of going knee to knee with DeBlair to avoid a pin. 7 seconds left, and DeBlair giving an extra push, aware of the time as she sees the tapper. 2 seconds left. DeBlair will not get the pin, but will get 3 points on the near fall. Will lead 5-0 going into the second period. Over on mat 2 in the 142-pound championship, Jaslyn Weigel 2, Miley Christensen 1. Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, Christensen from Valley City. 5-0 the lead for DeBlair from West Fargo United. She goes right for a double leg to begin the second period, and we'll get another takedown, 7-0 her lead. And first period ends on mat 1 with Weigel a 2-0 lead against Miley Christensen. Thanks for joining us here on YourLiveEvent.com. In start to finish coverage of this Belle of the Brawl girls wrestling tournament. 7-0 the lead for Shayla DeBlair from West Fargo United on match 1, which is Mat 1 is the championship at 124. 2-1 the lead for Jaslyn Weigel from Napoleon against Miley Christensen from Valley City on mat 2. That's the championship at 142 pounds. About a minute 15 left to wrestle in that second period. On mat 2, less than a minute to wrestle in the second period on mat 1. And a big turn from Weigel and a pin. Jaslyn Weigel will pin Miley Christensen from Valley City to get the championship at 142 pounds. Shayla DeBlair, a 7-0 lead against Embry Waters from Dickinson. 34 seconds left in the second period on mat 1. Paige Baumgartner from Bismarck will wrestle against Sophia Meyer from Bismarck Legacy. That will be the 148-pound championship to be wrestled on mat 2, and that one is getting underway. Near fall points being picked up on mat 1 for Shayla DeBlair. And it's that right shoulder of Waters that is off the mat and preventing the pin right now. And aware of the time was Shayla DeBlair, and she did not want to try to readjust and rather just take the 3-point near fall. So I believe it is going to be 10-0. The official looking at the scoreboard, I believe there was 3 on that near fall. That's what it looked like. They wanted to award a near fall. And one of the officials will go talk to the scorers table. Mat number 2, no score there with about a minute left in the first period. 148-pound championship. Paige Baumgartner against Sophia Meyer. And it will be 10-0 is what I thought it was going to be going into the period. And the coach from Dickinson just kind of wanted an explanation, and he said that there's just a near fall that wasn't awarded at the end of the matchup. So they will get that near fall in there. So now we're on to the final period here with a 10-0 lead for Shayla DeBlair. Still no score on mat 2 in the 148-pound championship. Meyer and Baumgartner wrestling for the 148-pound championship. Waters grabbing the ankle and the wrist, trying to turn DeBlair. DeBlair's going to roll through, gets control of the head, will get 2 on a reversal. It is going to be 12-0 and puts her immediately into some back points and potentially a final here of this match. DeBlair repositioning, trying to get a pinfall, and she does. Shayla DeBlair from West Fargo United will pin Embry Waters from Dickinson to be the champion at 124 pounds. Second period begins over on mat number 2, and it begins with Paige Baumgartner picking up 2 points over Sophia Meyer, a wrestler from Bismarck and a wrestler from Bismarck Legacy. Next up on mat 1 is the championship at 132 pounds, as we do have a pin coming for Paige Baumgartner. Will pin Sophia Meyer to be the champion at 148 pounds. Aaliyah Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy against Madison Reams from Bismarck. This will be the championship at 136 pounds. So Baumgartner, the champion at 148. And we move on to 170 pounds over on mat 2. Victoria Pastors from Des Lacs Burlington. Leah Willard from Bemidji. Callanan from Legacy will get a takedown and leads 2-0 under a minute and a half to go in the first period. Next up on mat 1, 155-pound championship, 190-pound championship coming up on mat 2. No score yet on mat 2. 2-0 the advantage for Cullinan on mat 1. Inside of a minute to go in the first period on mat 1. About a minute 15 to go in the first period on mat 2. Cullinan just not able to get any movement against Reams. Now goes with the crossface, trying to break down that arm of Reams, who's posting up right now. 20 seconds left to go in the first period. 40 seconds left in the first period on mat 2. No score. And Pastors and Willard, neither one has been really committed to making that big move yet, as they will disengage and they will try again. And first period ends on mat 1 in the championship at 1:36. They had Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy 2, Madison Reams from Bismarck scoreless. 10 seconds left to go in the first period. Over on mat 2, and there will be no score between Pastors and Willard for the 170-pound championship. And right off the whistle, reversal for Leah Cullinan from Bismarck Legacy. And she'll add to her lead here in the second period at 136 pounds. Pastors from Des Lacs Burlington will be on top. Willard will be on the bottom position to begin the second period in the 170-pound championship on mat 2. And able to stand up is Willard. And Willard will have a 1-0 lead, gets the point on the escape. So the first points have been divvied out over on mat 2. Mat 1, about a minute left to go in the second period. Again, mat 1 is the 136-pound championship. Mat 2 is the 170-pound championship. And we'll get a stoppage on mat 2. There'll be a reset with wrestlers on their feet. And we will get a stalemate, I believe, called on mat 1. 42 seconds left in the first period there. Mat 2, 50 seconds left in the second period. 1-0 the advantage for Leah Willard from Bemidji. $20 seconds now to go in the second period on mat 1. 30 seconds left in the second period on mat 2. Final 5 seconds on mat 1, and it will end with Leah Cullinan having a 4-0 lead going into the final period, and it will remain 1-0 going into the final period now on mat 2. Neutral position to begin the final period on mat 1 with Cullinan a 4-0 lead. Leading 1-0 is Leah Willard. She'll be on the top position to begin the third period. And getting away to tie things up as Victoria Pastors, and it should be 1-1. I thought they'd given her the points for the escapes. They did, and now they both come out of bounds. So 1-1 the score on mat 2 and the 170-pound championship. 136-pound championship, another takedown coming for Leah Cullinan, and she has a 6-0 lead. Now a 2-1 advantage for Pastors. Final minute to wrestle on mat 1 in the championship for 136 pounds. And the wrestlers will be swung out of bounds. So Cullinan will be on top on the reset and will want to finish out that final 44 seconds. Final minute now on mat 2 with Victoria Pastors from Delax Burlington leading the championship for 170 pounds. And Pastors should have another takedown. She will. And a 4-0 lead for her with 40 seconds left. And the officials will start swiping on the near fall points. And wants to close it out here with a fall for the championship at 170. Mat 1, 15 seconds left. Leah Kellenon, when that hits 0, will be the champion at 136 pounds. Madison Reams will be the runner-up. And Victoria Pastors will close it out with a pin. Defeats Leah Willard for the championship at 170 pounds. Next up will be the 190-pound championship. As those wrestlers make their way to check in. Leah Cullinan officially now the champion at 136, defeating Madison Reams. And now there's a discussion at the scorers table, and I don't know if it's about the match at mat 2. Mat 1, 155-pound championship. Emily Novak from Grand Forks against Sarah Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River. So that'll be the championship at 155. So everyone had thought we'd had the stoppage for a fall at mat 2, but the wrestlers have not got anywhere, the officials have not got anywhere, so now I don't know exactly what the discussion is over for mat 2. Back over to mat 1. It is Novak coming to shoot on Polk, but a stalemate will be called, and they will reset. 1:26 to go. Again, that's a 155-pound championship. Yeah, so don't know exactly what is going on at mat 2, but at mat 1, it's a takedown for Sarah Polk from Badger Greenbush Middle River. Okay, so there was not officially a fall at mat 2. And Sarah Polk will pin Emily Novak for the championship at 155 pounds. So she is the champion from Badger Greenbush Middle River, one of the Minnesota teams here at this tournament. And then we officially now will have the champion, as Pastors will take the championship at 170 pounds. So I had thought the whistle, and I think most people thought that whistle had come because there was a fall to name the champion, but I think it was just an inadvertent whistle. Now we'll have the heavyweight championship at mat 1. Phoenix Lindstedt from Bismarck Legacy. Belinda Perry from Bismarck Century. And the 190-pound championship over at mat 2. Cambry Anderson from Bismarck. Colleen Govergo from Fargo. This will be our last two matches of the night for this Belle of the Brawl wrestling tournament. Should be a couple good matches to end the night. And they'll stop the heavyweight match because Lindstedt's headgear came undone, so they'll have to reset there. So 250 pounds at mat 1, 190 pounds at mat 2. And a takedown for Belinda Perry, trying to pin Phoenix Lindstedt for the championship. About 50 seconds left in this match. Excuse me, 50 seconds left in this period, so plenty of time to try to secure that fall, and she will get it. So Phoenix Lindstedt is the champion at 250. Belinda Perry will be the runner-up, and that leaves now just our 190-pound championship match underway over at mat number 2. That is between Cambry Anderson and Colleen Govergo. 19 seconds left and no score in the second period going into, end of the first period going into the second over there on mat number 2. As we'll have the championship match over here, the 190-pound championship match, which will be the final match of the night here in this Belle of the Brawl tournament. It's been a full day of wrestling out here at Casselton, as Govergo will drive out Anderson, trying to get a takedown. As we'll focus on our final match of the night. Again, the championship here at 190 pounds. No score, minute 20 remaining. Cambry Anderson, the freshman, 30-3. Colleen Govergo, 23-4, a junior. Well, the real big move was Govergo attempted a double leg and a big step back from Anderson as they both went out of bounds. Now Anderson has that height advantage against Govergo. I think that she's kind of keeping that one in the back of her mind. And we're going to get a whistle as they come out of bounds again. Second period just about to be in the books. Oh, and Anderson went for a takedown, but we'll have a whistle as the period was over. And the official was about to blow the whistle as the towel tapper was there, and they kind of went through the move, so that points will not count. As now into the final period, Anderson will be on the top position, Govergo the bottom position here, and I think points will decide. This is Anderson, had a big move off the whistle, and almost had a turn on her. Govergo came around, almost had a reversal. Minute 34 left in the third period. And Anderson, mat return, both wrestlers will come out of bounds again. Overgo up and a mat return from Anderson, and Anderson landed on top of her, but they did go out of bounds again. We've had quite a few steps out of bounds for these two wrestlers. Minute 12 left, 190-pound championship. The last match here of the night. Bismarck will be the champion, legacy runner-up. Bismarck Century, third place here in the matchup tonight. Now an escape. Overgo will get away and has a 1-0 lead, and Anderson's going to need to get a takedown, and she drives her down, has not gotten the head through, and has not gotten control, and now she will. She'll get 2 on the takedown to take the lead, and 2 on the near fall. I believe they're going to give her 2 on the near fall. Well, either way, she's going to have the advantage with 39 seconds left to wrestle, and they're saying it should be 4-1, so she did get 2 on that near fall. So Cambry Anderson needs to hang on for 25 seconds here to be the champion at 190 pounds. And an escape for Overgo, 13 seconds left. She needs a takedown. She needs to pull a move out of time, as this will be a final. Cambry Anderson from Bismarck is the champion at 190 pounds. Colleen Overgo will be the runner-up. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back to wrap up our coverage here of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
For 20 years, 702 Communications has been connecting people and businesses to the world through internet, telephone, and TV. And as your needs have changed, so has 702. Our dedication to our community and customers runs deep. So when you call, we listen. And you can trust that we'll never stop working to bring the latest technology to our friends and neighbors. Thank you for 20 years in business. The best is yet to come.
Welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. Wrapping up our coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. Our team scores: Bismarck will be the champion at 180. Legacy, the runner-up, at 153. Century at 96 will finish third. Grand Forks, fourth at 83. West Fargo United, fifth at 81 points. I had a full day. We began our coverage about 10 o'clock this morning and wrapped up just moments ago for this Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament. But a good day of wrestling here in Casselton. I want to thank Travis Lamar and the coaches here, and those who put on this tournament for welcoming us here and getting this well put together tournament run today. A special thanks to all of our sponsors as well, who have gotten us on the air here on this Saturday morning into Saturday evening here in Casselton. And thanks to all of our sponsors and everyone who has put all of this together. My thanks to Chase Miller as well, who joined us on the broadcast here for today, as they are having the teams now go grab their awards, but we'll be wrapping things up. Thanks for joining us here on our coverage of the Belle of the Brawl Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.